This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Welcome to Jersey, and it's a huge... And of course, it was also the end of World War II. But right now, the war will be on the field, won't it? With 4 teams going for the first ever ECN trophy to be played right here. It's going to be a huge day here at Graveville. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECS Jersey Liberation Series Finals Day, and it starts right now.
No one is an island, but everyone likes to visit one. In Jersey, you're only ever 10 minutes from a beach, or a historical monument, or even this. And if that's not enough, our island doubles in size when the tide is out. So you get twice as much to enjoy. Jersey, where sea meets soul. Come and pay us a visit at jersey.com.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to an absolutely huge day in European cricket. Liberation Day. It's a very, very special day in Jersey, and it's kind of fitting that it is a finals day for our first ever European cricket series here, the Liberation Series. And it's also a huge day for ECN because we have no less than 9 T10 matches across 3 venues today. You might have already seen we're already underway in Greece with the Greece versus Germany ECIW series. But right here, we've got 4 matches coming your way. By the end of the day, we'll have our first ever champions of the ECS Jersey Liberation Series. So we're starting the day with a pretty interesting matchup. It's a cutthroat matchup as well between the 2 teams that finish 3rd and 4th. So that's the Central Commanders taking on the Western Towers here. A little bit earlier, we had the Sheriff looking brilliant in his Jersey cricket cap as well. And the 2 captains, let's see what happened in the coin toss for the Eliminator.
Good morning, Vinny, and thank you. Welcome to Liberation Day Finals Match 1. Central Commanders with the Western Towers to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call, and it's a tail.
We're going to have a bowl, please.
Western Towers have won the toss. They'd like to bowl.
So Dan Birrell finally wins the toss, and he has elected to bowl first. And so the Commanders will have to bat first. I don't think they mind that too much. We've seen them put some pretty big runs on in the series, but one of the issues has been that they haven't really been able to defend those runs. But look, these 2 teams probably didn't have as many wins as they would have liked. We had the Commanders finishing 3rd with 4 and 4. They had that shot at the double chance last night, but they couldn't win game 20. That's why they're here, and they're in jeopardy in the Eliminator. But Sumaret, the only century of the week so far at least, and it was actually a season high score that he scored earlier in the week. But Ben Hillis has been really good with him at the top of the order as well. Very, very good young player. But the Commanders, I mean, I expect big runs here. Can they defend it? That's the question. Against the Towers side, they ended up with a 2 and 6 record, but they seemed a much better team than that. They had a dramatic win just by a couple of runs on day 1, but they seem to just kind of not been in close games, just not really won too many of them apart from that. But Dan Birrell, watch out for him. I think he'll have a bit more of a leading role here on finals day. He actually hit one all the way over the club rooms on opening day. So look, it's going to be a beautiful day here in Jersey weather-wise as well. We're expecting 16, which is actually the warmest day so far. Currently it's about 12 degrees for the first ball. It's very pleasant out here in the middle. Another guy who is very pleasant to work with is Danny Hudacek, who's in the commentary tent right now. And Danny, what a great day it's going to be. I'm sure it's going to fill up. It's going to be a memorable day of cricket for Jersey and the Jersey cricket community. News from the toss, though, in the Eliminator. One of these teams will have to exit the competition after this game. It's that the Western Towers have won the toss and elected to bowl. Over to you. Let's get ready for finals day here in the Liberation Series.
Well, good morning to everyone. Thanks, Vinny. And welcome to finals day here in this European Cricket Series in Jersey. We're up for a fantastic day's cricket. And it's all 4 Jersey teams making the final. Here's a summary of what happened yesterday. First up, Southern Spitfires against the Eastern Royals. Well, the Spitfires weren't shooting blanks. They scored 158. Zach Tribe with a 79. Eastern Royals, the first loss of the tournament. And the Spitfires, they needed to win all 3 games to secure the second spot. Let's see if they did it. They started off with a fantastic win over the Royals by 47 runs. Match 17. We'll see in just a moment. So it was the Eastern Royals again against Yorkshire Cricket College. Eastern Royals back on the winning ways. 123. Not the biggest score. Jack Kemp, though, lovely 70. Good bowling from Mitchell, Marshall and McRae, picking up 2 wickets each for the Yorkshire College. And 105 for 5. Not really going on with big scores, but quite a few batsmen for Yorkshire College. Getting starts, just not going on with it. So 18-run win for the Eastern Royals. Then match 18. As we see again here, it's another beautiful day for cricket. It was the Western Towers against the Southern Spitfires, and a pretty close one. Good score up on the board, 147, about par for here, maybe just above. Dan Birrell with 61 off 18 was spectacular. Jack van der Walt and Charlie Brennan contributing, but Zach Rybe with 84 off 20 helped to get the total up for the Spitfires. Had a 5-wicket win. Then the Central Commanders, we saw them for the first time yesterday. 191, huge score. Good chase by Yorkshire Cricket College, managed 164. And 4 batsmen getting in the 40s, but still 27 runs short. And the final game of the day, we saw the Spitfires again. Third game of the day against the Commanders. It was 3 from 3 for the Spitfires. The winner of this game would go on to be the second place and into the eliminator. Sorry, into the qualifier. We see here, 9-run win for the Spitfires. This morning we have a very good game. This is the eliminator between the Western Towers and the Central Commanders. So it should be a fantastic game as well. Not much between these sides. The winner goes through to the second qualifier. The loser goes home or gets to watch some fine cricket from the other teams. On Liberation Day here in Jersey, we're just about ready for a start. And the Central Commanders with Julius Sumaraya up top. Opening with a very impressive Ben Heelis. Bowler comes in for the first ball of the day, and it's been smashed over the side screen. It's almost in the crowd already. A little crowd starting to mount up as well. Nice shot there. So quality player is Sumaraya. It's straight down the ground. So Pullman's a bowler. Comes in again. And this is going to be 6. Just over the head of the skipper. Dan Birrell is a tall man, but not tall enough. Just over his head. Didn't get all of it, did Julius. And there we go. Another 6. Pullman comes in again. Good start for the Commanders. And this is hit slightly, be one bounce, and over the rope, just over the cover fielder. Of course, Jack van der Walt, the keeper for the Western Towers. Pullman's getting encouragement from his skipper. Wow, that's been absolutely hammered. That's, I'm not sure if it's hit the road. It's pretty close. It's just stopped before. Lovely ground here. And perfect conditions for cricket. It's a little bit warmer today. The sun's out, not a cloud in the sky. 22 on the board after 4 balls. It's been hit straight, but it'll be a rare maiden ball. Sumaraya looking in the mood. Heelis yet to face. Good young player is Ben Heelis. So good start here for the Commanders. It all changes pretty quickly in this game though. Pullman comes in. Slow ball. It's in the air. It's gone back, I think. Not sure where that's landed. Up on the hill straight again. It's pretty much over the commentary tent. Got the height. Picked the slow ball pretty well and launched that one. Well, event fell over. Run rate is 14.3. It's dropped a little bit, but not much. It's around about that 143 par score. Yeah, maximum rate is 11.4 and 10.6 for the 4 rate. So almost 5,000 runs scored in this series, and it's been very, very good cricket here in Jersey. All right, new bowler will be Toby Marrett. Let's welcome Vinny Maximo into the tent.
Nice to be here. And actually, you see that it's the highest scoring series all year now, 14.3 and over. So, yeah, I would have thought around maybe in the 12s here, but I suppose, yeah, some of the hitting and maybe the condition of the outfit is lightning fast. So, yeah, 145's probably par today. On finals day, here's Marrett in over number 2. Heelis gets a chance. He's had a good series. He's going to start with a single. Yeah, morning, everyone. Happy Liberation Day once again to everyone in Jersey. You know, I was lucky enough to go out last night and hear some quite amazing stories of that literally passed down through the generations of, you know, what people's parents, what people's grandparents went through and what it was actually like at the time. Right now, Julius is trying to make hay in the power play. He had to settle for a single that time as Birrell does the fielding. But I want to say well done yesterday as well. I tuned in and also got to say, unlucky to the Yorkshire Cricket College, who did find 2 wins along the way, but I'm sure they really enjoyed their ECS experience. But yeah, the top 4 teams, which are the Jersey-based teams, have made it through to finals. Now Heerless hits it straight down the throat of DeGruchy, takes the catch. So there's the first wicket of finals day. Marrett will take the catch, and the Towers get an informed play-up. Heerless gone for just a single. It's 30 for 1.
Yeah, it's a big wicket. That's been the 2 players have been getting most of the runs in Somerair and Heerless. Just didn't quite get onto it. A nice catch out there by DeGruchy, who's had his issues with his hands. DeGruchy during this tournament, but no mistake there. 30 for 1.
So obviously Julius is probably the most destructive batter balance this week. You know, season highest score on ECN in T10 cricket as well. Heerless doesn't waste any time, goes second ball. That's the way it goes sometimes, especially as an opener. You are trying to be aggressive. And I think that, the teams today, they do bat reasonably deep. I think that they've got kind of 5, 6 genuine hitters. And even below that, sometimes you've got guys coming out that can clear the boundaries. Anyway, here we go with Marrett, who's going to get launched first ball. Maximo out of the ground. Scott Van Breeder gets the nod at number 3, and he starts with a big bang.
Yeah, he batted well, Van Breeder, yesterday, and he was looking the one most likely to score a big one against the Spitfires, but batsman kept on falling around him, and then he felt the pressure a little bit, I think, Van Breeder, that he had to score big after both Somerair and Heerless were dismissed. But he's a quality player also as Van Breeder.
He is a dual international as well, playing for the Jersey in rugby over the weekend. Yeah, it's a good comeback though from Marrett. Maybe just missed the mark. It's called a wide, but not a bad spot to miss.
Yeah, look, as I said before, the quality of cricket here in Jersey has been on show and has been excellent, including the Yorkshire Cricket College, who are fantastic. But these 4 sides, and as we know, they're all sort of invented franchise type sides. This has been turned around the corner.
Yeah.
So it's there's 2 teams that dominate here in Jersey. There's Old Vics and there's Farmers. There's 2 other clubs at the moment. There used to be 8, and then all those players have been dispersed into 4 very competitive sides.
Yeah, players basically nominated for the draft, and I think the sides have come out really even, which makes it very unpredictable. This one, Beats the inside edge of the bat. Somewhere misses out. Ball just heading down the leg side. That'll be the end of the over. The score 38 for 1. But a pretty good over there from Marrett, taking 1 for 10. Getting rid of Ben Heelis in the process. Let's have a look at this one. Yeah, it's big inside edge. Got a piece of it. But yeah, one over left in the power play. Yeah, morning to everyone. And also we've been tuning in to Nish as well, haven't we? Who is covering that Greece versus Germany series. Germany just chasing 51 for victory there in the first T10 International. Tina Goff is playing for Germany out of the commentary box. All right, well, this is in the air. It's holding up. Can he get there? He can, but he drops it. Man, Breeden miscues the pull shot. Got 2 hands to it there, Marrett, but he just spilled it. Let's see if that comes back to bite the Towers.
It's could be a big one, especially in these finals. It's just every little advantage you can get will help.
That's up and that's out of the ground. So Sumarare gets the strike on the drop and he puts the next one away from Pullman. Well, he does Pullman. That is maximal 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. Just rocked back in his crease, got under it, and well, at least they dropped Van Breda, not Sumarare. That would be a big wicket. And well, this could be gone. 6 runs.
It's going to be gone in another way. It does climb over. Charlie Brennan out there. Sumarare 35 off 9 scored. Was it an 11 ball 50 last night? I was watching it at Farmers actually, which is Julius's home club.
I'm not sure if it was 11 or 10. I think it might have been
10 actually. Couldn't really keep up.
I'd actually completely forgotten that he hit 100 this.
But then also, they couldn't defend the score.
Yeah.
That's in the air. That one is going to climb as well into the mini grandstand. Maximal 6 months. The 50s come up as well. As Pullman is getting bowled out, but he's getting hit out of the ground. He's up in the naughty 40s. I don't think anyone wants to bowl at Julius in this series or really in the format. I mean, he's a guy who starred for the Knights, who won the Western Shield, and also he was leading the charge for Farmers when they won the ECL. Pullman trying to avoid a 50. It's in the air, bit of a miss. It's still going to run away for 4 though. It's still only 2 outfielders available. End of the power play. Can't come quick enough for the Towers.
Good question about the Western Shield. Who takes the trophy?
That's a really good question. I actually think it stays. I think it gets presented, but I think it does live at ECN HQ because it doesn't have... it's a very good question. Can I give you a bit of Shield chat as well while we're on it? Last ball, though, from Pullman. And Julius will retain the strike with this one. It'll be a leg bye to finish the over at 62 for 1 after 3. So, yeah, the initial Western Shield was so heavy that it had to be adjusted, and the other one is more reasonable because it was almost too heavy to lift the first time.
How big was the shield?
It was basically a tree. And also, things like, transporting it by air. Yeah. These things are quite relevant.
But hold on, isn't it a shield?
Yeah, but it's made of wood or whatever the heaviest wood is it was made of. It was solid. But it's still got a bit of weight to it, but that's just a bit more liftable for the champions. Well, 62 for 1 after 3.
I would like to see local competitions. I mean, I love the trophies that ECN provide, but I'd like to see local competitions being awarded trophies that are symbolic of the country that they're in.
I like that. That's a cool idea. It's Brooks, who's going to get launched down to the ground. Sumarare moves to 57 on a heater here. Couldn't get the Commanders the double chance, but right now he's taking his chance. First innings of the day. Okay, so give us an example of what you'd like to see.
The Czech Republic's very famous for its glass. So having a glass trophy, it could be made in the country. It doesn't have to be huge, but it'll look pretty spectacular in the sun. They're very, very well known for their cut glass. That's, for instance, in Greece. You could have, this is
that's
in
going to
the
go
air.
as well. Oh, well. Did he ever play on that one, Brendan? Did he stay inside the field of play when he touches it? Regardless, it'll go over the rope for 6. Check it out in the replay. It It's amazing how many full tosses have got set batters out in the series. He does kind of have a play there, looked like. And now, well, sometimes these are the kind of balls that get wickets. This one doesn't. Yeah, so like a glass trophy in the Czech Republic.
But in Greece and Italy, you can get throwback to ancient times and have like a pottery urn.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good idea, actually. Yeah, now you've got me thinking. Which isn't easy to do. Anyway, this is a miss hit. Now, can anyone reach this? Birrell! Oh, brilliant catch! So it's a big moment in the game. Sumer falls to 63. It looked like it was right in that gap between the two outfielders, but Birrell running to his right-hand side holds on to a classic catch here in the Liberation Day Eliminator. And it's 75 for 2. Game-changing moment for the Towers.
Absolutely inspirational by the skipper. He caught it behind him as well. It had gone past him when he took that catch. And well, I was actually looking at Dan Birrell the ball before, and he had his head down, and wondering that it wasn't being hit cleanly over the boundary. It was very close, just over the fielders' heads. And I think he's got a big smile on his face now, taking that catch. It did cost him quite a few runs, but
he's wearing the bucket hat, but he's got buckets as well, Birrell, and he just judged that one perfectly. It was almost like a slips catch the way he took it in the end, that kind of a dive. Blampede, pretty good guy to come out though at number 4. Brooks around the wicket.
He didn't have the best day yesterday afternoon, Blampede, but this is the partnership for me to get them up to a good total. They struggled a little bit after these two. Well, after Blampede was dismissed. Van Breda stayed for a while yesterday, but it didn't look as much of a threat.
That's going to be 6. This time Van Breda loads up, puts it up the hill, maximal. And as the day goes on, it is a bank holiday here, so you can understand maybe not everyone's springing out of bed, but I think as the day goes on, it's going to be a pretty busy area on the hill and in the little mini grandstand over there, so they better watch out.
Yeah, we've got a few spectators already. It's good to see. Of course, I'm looking forward to going out after the cricket down to Liberation Square and all the area around there.
It should be a long day of cricket, then a good night. This time it's in the air, finds the gap momentarily. They will to keep it in the infield here. They'll keep it to 1.
Just want to say hi to some people on the chat. The ECN Supporters Club of Australia is there. Hello to you. Arjun as well. And Thomas Martinez has been very regular in the chat recently.
I was lucky enough to meet Thomas in Madrid as well. And,
yeah.
And that was a great experience. We've had a bit of a bad run as far as finals days getting affected with weather. Good news here is we've got probably the nicest weather so far, with 16 degrees expected today and plenty of blue sky. Don't want to jinx it, but yeah, it seems like we'll get through the day unscathed here. I know we had Portugal finals day washed out, Madrid the finals affected. This is again a bit of pace off, and Andy Dewhurst, who bowled one of the most interesting overs I've ever seen the other night, but it was effective. You just take all the air out of the ball and kind of hope for a miss hit like this. This one will be safe though, and it'll just be a single.
Yeah. I think you were a bit surprised at the way he was bowling the other night. I remember, I think it was the day I had off, but I did tune in for a little while.
There's the delay. And, well, no delay from Van Breda, who is able to time it up anyway. That's got out of the hill. Maximal, 6 runs. But, yeah, I mentioned Dewhurst going deep into the bag of tricks in this series. It's fun to watch.
Yeah, it is fun to watch. I did see that the other day with the stop. Now, I know that with penalty taking in football, it's a little bit different. There was a rule a while ago about that delay.
Yeah.
There's no issue with cricket. You can do pretty much anything you want.
Pretty much. I suppose cricket, bat and ball sports, timing games, or anything you do to try and upset the opponent's timing is all fair. I've even seen a few things in T20 cricket, franchise cricket. This should be fielded, will be just a single, involving kind of running in, looking like you lose your run, and then bowling anyway.
Oh, really?
Something like that. Again, there's got a bit of a grey area with spirit of the game and all that, but hey, bowlers got to use what they can.
I've seen bowlers bowl from quite
behind.
significantly behind the crease.
Yeah, that's a bit of a tactic as well. DeGruchy won't prevent the two here. That's very good running from Blampede. It's quick between the wickets. Both these two are. But you see the score, 94. 172 expected right now. They're on that 190s pace.
They are, but then Sumare's gone. It could be another wicket, actually. And dropped it. Siddiqui puts it down.
Yeah, I mean, she's up there for a long time. These aren't easy to judge in the background. I'm just in the warm-up, had a couple hit to me, and it kind of made me realise that when you got the deep blue sky, you see it there. It's very hard to get your perception right. Siddiqui does get hands to it and goes down. So that'll be the end of the 5th over. It's 95 for 2. Yeah, just mentioning that we have 3 venues back up and running today. So we've got Liberation Day finals here in Jersey. We've got the night series night. But of course, Nish has already started in Greece, started an hour before us actually. So Greece defending 50 in the first T10 international there. They've just got 3 T10 matches today. They'll go to T20 cricket tomorrow. And they have a 4-match T20I series. And of course, our very own Tina Goff has been in the action already this morning. I think she's next in to bat. So kind of cheering a wicket, see how she goes.
We'll talk about Thomas Martinez. He's going to be a traitor when Tina comes on to bat. So obviously a Tina fan.
Well, let's just say Siddiqui hasn't had a good couple of minutes because he's just delivered a head-high full toss, which is pulled out of the ground anyway. So after dropping a catch, he goes for 7, and the batter's in heaven with a free hit to come.
Yeah, it's you're right about Siddiqui not having the greatest minute. I think he's bowled okay in this tournament, Siddiqui, at times, but he has lost a bit of control also. He's bowled a few of these full toss, no balls.
Maybe if he can avoid getting hit for 4 or 6 here, then he can work his way back into the over. But it's not going to be easy. That's a good comeback, actually. So that's the thing in this game. The 100 came up, by the way, with that 7 up. But you've always got a chance to come back. If it's early in the over, he does well to nail his spot the next ball. Blampede 11 off 6. Probably would like to get a bit of a move on. Low full toss. It goes with the boot. Knocks it down partially just to single.
Yeah, I like Siddiqui uses his height very well. He's quite a tall man, but he when he bowls, he uses his height and does try to angle it in for that Yorker, and often gets it right. It's just when he gets it wrong, he hits it very wrong with those full tosses. But I like what I've seen from Siddiqui in this tournament. He's obviously trusted by his captain.
Oh, it's well bowled actually. Kind of threw his shot too early there. Van Breda, it's fumbled by the keeper. They'll scramble through for a bye.
Again, he's come back pretty well in this over, has Siddiqui. Well, Vinny, I mean, I'm going to ask you, can you pick a favourite out of these 4 teams?
Nope. You asked me that earlier in the week. I said no,
Yep.
and I still can't.
I can't either. I really can't. Spitfires had a really good day yesterday with 3 wins. They're looking like they're on a bit of a roll.
Yeah, it may be some momentum thing. I mean, the Royals still probably, you just say any team that seems to get on that much of a winning run, it's probably slightly more than coincidence.
They had a quiet day yesterday, but I don't think they really had their foot on the pedal either.
That's the other thing. I mean, they played into a comfortable position. There were teams that needed the points more, so maybe that comes into it. Oh, no. Well, Phillips, he's certainly an entertaining fielder to watch. He's done some amazing things. He's also done some face palmers, and that was one of them. That just seemed to be dropping into the gap. DeGruchy was around. He probably could have fielded it. But Phillips, he takes responsibility and fumbles it across the line, 4 runs.
Yeah, considering the level of cricket we've seen this week, that wasn't great by Phillips.
Phillips had a bit of a blooper the other day as well, where he kind of, I would say, threw the ball across the line, but he just got all tangled up, tried to pull it back and ended up pulling it forwards for 4. But he's also taken some amazing catches.
Yeah.
He caught Simmer earlier in the week and absolutely, an absolute bullet at mid-off. Now we have the village-style bat swap, which I think you maybe can get away with it once, but geez, you don't expect that in Jersey. You'd think in continental Europe, you often struggle to get 11 bats in a team, but obviously Van Breda, he's got the one he wants now. Oh, I think that was a catch, I don't think it was a bump ball. But, Siddiqui Wasn't an easy one. Did come very quickly. Check it out on the reverse angle. But yeah, I think this bounces just before the bat. Yeah, and down it goes. So end of the 6th over, 110 for 2. With 4 overs to go, the Commanders all still feel like they can put a big score on the board. 174 expected at the moment.
Yeah, but it all takes a couple of good overs and really to reduce that, and they could, they could be reduced to 150 odd, 140 odd even. Just depends on wickets, I think. As you can see, new bowler will be James Wiseman.
Yeah, he's a good bowler as well. Yeah, I'll tell you a little bit about my trip yesterday actually, because I had the day off. I had some work to do, which I managed. Obviously, with the Greek series starting today, a few things to do, and I'm planning for some future series as well. Of course, we're in Sweden next week. Estonia starts within a week as well. Here's Wiseman though first. He beats him upstairs first up. Van Breed is strong in the pool, but that one he didn't quite judge. Yeah, so I went and had a beautiful brunch on the waterfront. So I managed to do that, and then I managed to walk to the ground for the first time, which was a really nice walk. It's probably 25, 30 minutes up the hill. This time he does time it up, and it's still going up. Maximo! That one didn't quite have the same zip from Wiseman. 6 runs.
Yeah, I think it's new balls. The spectator's going to go and fetch it, but I think it's a new ball being brought onto the ground. Yeah, so continue with your your day.
Jim Purchard picked me up and gave me a little bit of a tour, particularly of the east of the island, which is amazing. Well, this one in the air. Birrell is going to put it down. It was hit very, very hard. Went through the hands. And, it was tough. I mean, Van Breeda hits the ball very hard, but he has to go down as an opportunity miss. Towers, I would have loved to see the back of Big Scotty, but instead it's 6 runs.
Yeah, he took a good catch earlier, but this one was absolutely blasted at him.
Good comeback, though, from Wiseman. Gets this one up in the block hole. I'll have to settle for a single. Yeah, so I had a bit of a tour. You could actually, could see the French coastline, which was really, really amazing. And I heard, it's about 25 minutes in a fast boat, about 15 miles, about 22 kilometres. And then, visited Farmers Field. There were some juniors around there. Rolled the arm over, which was quite fun. This one won't carry to Birrell. Oh, awkward bounce. Does well to handle that one.
I've heard the Farmers Field is very nice as well.
It's very, very good. Obviously, they don't have the artificial wicket there, but there's always the opportunity we might be able to cover some T20I cricket there, men's or women's, obviously, if the opportunity arises. Visited the ECL trophy, which lives there at Farmers. Well bowled there, hits that block hole. So they're going to have to settle for 1 run here. Leg by is signalled. It's the end of 7, and the score 125 for 2. So said hello to some of the community there, which was really nice. Got a bit of a special tour, and then had an awesome dinner. We'll come to food chat in a minute. This is the program for Finals Day, Liberation Series Finals Day here in Jersey, with the Commanders and the Towers doing battle for just 1 spot in Qualifier 2. Then we'll see the teams that occupy the top 2 spots, the Eastern Royals and the Southern Spitfires in Qualifier 1. And the winner of that game, an automatic spot in the final tonight. The loser will have to play the winner of this game in Qualifier 2. So keep an eye on what's happening here. And big day of ECN, 9 games as Dewhurst comes on. He's just, what's the word? You feel like he should be smashing every ball out of the ground. I think kind of plays on the mind a little bit. Don't mind this to Van Breeda, who obviously likes the ball coming on.
He's always got a cheeky smile on his face as well, Dewhurst, which probably infuriates, unless you do that.
Yeah, well, that's more like it. But for Van Breeda, he knows that he maybe got a bit lucky, got dropped last over. He's trying to make the most of it. This one's probably a bit of a card-carrying half volley. And just a comfortable ball to get under and hit out of the ground. So Van Breeda into the 40s now. Yeah, so I had a dinner at the Salty Dog, which is run by Jonty Jenner's parents. Jonty, who we've seen playing for OVs at the Carter Oval and also for the Jersey national team. That one is also going to get out of the ground. Maximo! That one's slightly shorter from Dewhurst. He's probably got to try and get Van Breeda reaching a bit more outside the off stump, getting a bit too straight and paying the price.
Yeah, it was, well, the smile's gone from Dewhurst's face after those 2 big sixes.
Well, he's got the right to come back, though. There's 12 off the over, the first half of the over. Can he win the second half? Thing is, with the Towers batting and some of the batters they've got, I think anything's going to be potentially chaseable. That's better. Although, still going to go for 4. What a bit of timing that is. Van Breeda will go to 50 off just 19 balls. Good knock. I mean, this is just pure timing, isn't it? All the way along the carpet. Had to be perfect to get in that gap. And he managed it. Had a very good innings from Big Scotty. Yeah, so I had different types of seafood. You know, the seafood's very famous here. Even having some black butter themed dessert as well, which is obviously a bit of a delicacy here. This time it's going to be a full toss, so Andy is getting a bit of punishment here. This over has gone magical now. 22 off it with a ball to come.
It was a good start. And then Van Breeda's launched him. 147 for 2. Yeah, just no, that's you make me jealous with the seafood talk.
Yeah, so I had sea bass, whole fish done 2 ways. Delay time, but it's going to go back to the line and out of the ground. I got a bad feeling about this as well, that this is going to be a no ball, even at Andy's pace, if you can call it pace. I just got a feeling that he does walk at it a bit.
It is pretty high, though.
It's pretty high when he hits it, but because the batters have his crease, they may just feel it's coming down. Andy's certainly hoping so. He's pretty upright there. Still feels probably waist height. No, they're going to let him get away with it. So there's something going right for Andy in the over, but not much did. It goes for 28 in the end, and it's 153 for 2 after 8.
Yeah, look, Van Breeda's gone on with it. Blampete's still there as well. Do you fear that when Sumrare was dismissed, and also Healers, who's been batting beautifully throughout the tournament, went for not much, that they might struggle, the Commanders, but they've really taken apart this Western Towers bowling. You see here, going at 19 and over still. Yeah, I'll come back to a bit of food chat in a minute.
All right, here we go with Wiseman. And this should be out straight down the throat of Birrell. That'll be caught. So Lampede, yeah, his run continues with not being able to really get a big score on the board, though his team is in decent shape at the start of the 9th over. 153 for 3. James Wiseman with his first wicket of finals day.
Yeah, I think the aim now for the Commanders is really to give Scott Van Breeda most of the strike. It's Abhishek Hongakkar come in. So Hongakar's interesting because it's almost either dot or 6 with him. And it was Healers who was close to getting 100. And Hongakkar missed, I think, 4 or 5 deliveries that denied him. Oh, or it's a dodgy 4 through slips.
Yeah, well, take what you can get at this stage, especially when you're early in your innings. And Abhishek hit the ball a long way. We've seen that as well during the week. So you don't really need trouble as far as wickets in hand here. That's one thing in this series. Look at the wicket rate. I know we saw it at the start of the day, but it seems low this week compared to some other series. Degurushi should keep this to 1. And the wicket rate's 5.1, which is about normal. 5.1 wickets per 10 overs. An average wicket rate is probably around 5.5. It doesn't change too much. You'll rarely see it outside kind of 4.5 to 6, that range.
I think this is a full toss. It's been smashed onto the hill.
One thing that's for sure is that bowlers that have made small errors have had big consequences.
Yeah.
And Van Breeda, 65 now. He stepped up at the right time, hasn't he, for the Commanders?
Yeah, he's batting very well. And it's a good innings, exactly what they needed. But no, the thing is that in a lot of other ECN tournaments, you'll get the top 3, the top batsmen. Here, the batting goes pretty much all the way down.
Yeah.
Might slow down a bit, but it's still not easy to... This is going to be
Yeah, it's
4
going to go
runs.
for 4 bounces just inside. So Van Breda, 75. It's his first 50 on the network, surpassing his previous top score, which he actually scored in the ECL for Farmers. It was 36 versus Sofia Spartans of Bulgaria. But I think a lot of it is he often doesn't bat that high. And obviously in this game he's coming in at 3, and that's his first 4 actually. Sorry, second 4. He's hit 10 sixes in his innings. So yeah, he's a powerful guy. Not only does he play rugby for Jersey, but previously in South Africa he played a very good level of rugby.
Yeah.
You know, I've seen him playing televised rugby there, and how crazy they are about it in SA. Right now he's on 76, and outside chance of 100 with an over remaining. He's on strike. It's 169 for 3 after 9.
Yeah, well, let's hope he does. Siddiqui's the bowler. See if he can avoid a chest high full toss.
No Birrell with the ball, which surprised me slightly considering they've gone for big runs. But obviously he's giving those opportunities to some of the guys that have gotten to this position. But yeah, the Towers seem a better team than 2 and 6, which is what they finished.
Well, Harry Brooks changed the game yesterday with one of his bowling performances.
Yeah.
He's only got the 1 over.
Yeah, 1 for 21 for Harry. Anyway, we go back to Farhad.
Oh. Well, that looked like it was going into the trees, but
They
got away with
2
it.
here. They're going to. Oh, geez, the throws to nobody. Yeah, they probably need to ping it at the keeper there, but Van Breda's very keen to keep the strike, and he pinches a second. He moves to 78.
It's well run from these two. Ongakar and Van Breda obviously on the same page as far as getting Van Breda back on strike.
Well, that's a really good shot. Hits it on the up, and it's almost like a golf shot. That's a monster hit. Maximo Van Breda up into the 80s now.
Who'd want to be a bowler in this type of format, especially with monster batters like Summerau and also Van Breda? It just doesn't matter where you put it.
Such a good shot, But I will say at this stage, I think especially with Van Breda, anything bouncing is pretty much going the journey, isn't it? So I think you've got to try and find that block hole. Problem is there's been a fair few full tosses where they've gone for the Yorker and overcooked it a bit. But Van Breda, 16 off 4 for an ECN 100 for Big Scott. Oh, there's 6 of them as well. Siddiqui just missing his length there. That ball flying away. Maximo! And can you believe it? Scott Van Breda is 90 with 3 balls to go.
We've only seen 100 so far, and that was his teammate Julius Summerau earlier in the week. And can we see another one? Healess got close though.
Yeah, true. It's been quite a lot of closes. I'm kind of surprised Zach Tribe never brought up the 3 figures. He's had several opportunities.
He might today.
Yeah, maybe. There's the centuries. Summerau with the 20th century of the ECN season. Could this be 21? One thing's for sure, he wants to face every ball from here, Scott. Probably doesn't run a 1 unless there's a chance of a 2 here. 3 to come. Is Siddiqui with a comeback? Oh, it's a good one. Yeah, don't run there. I think he's still on for a ton. You can kiss the century goodbye if you run. I think even strategically that was a smart play.
It's well bowled by Siddiqui as well.
That's the length though. If you could dial up 6 of those, then you're going to have success. But it's just so hard to do. No margin for error. All right, boundary to keep the dream alive for Van Breda. Uh-oh, that's going to be a no ball. I'm pretty sure it's going to go for 6. Maximo! They're going to have to check it as well. I got a bit lucky with one of these calls earlier. I think the Towers will check it out in the replay. He's 96 now, and he's going to get at least 1 spot. I think it's a no-e.
Yep.
Yeah, to me, he's in his crease. It's going to hit him in the belt or higher. That's good. It's a no ball. And so he will get 2 chances to bring up an ECN 100 here. Scott Van Breda, Siddiqui again trying to hit that Yorker again. Misses. And what a knock. It's kind of come out of nowhere, hasn't it? He's 96. There's a free hit as well. He's got a free shot at the century. He's odds on now. 190 on the board, the Central Commanders. Van Breda for a ton. And he'll do it. What a fantastic innings from Scott Van Breda. A 30-ball century in this sudden death matchup. His first 50 on ECN becomes his first 100, the 21st of the ECN season. He gets congratulated again. Very good sportsmanship has been on display this week, but a Liberation Day surprise for Scott as he brings up the three figures.
Oh, look, fantastic batting, and that score's getting pretty ominous as well. And well, the Western Towers, they did come fourth in the table. They'll have a big job to do in any case. Doesn't really depend what happens in this ball. See if they can get the 200.
Gets the curtain call as well. And that's the ball that Siddiqui would have liked to dial up before. Probably worth going for two here. Unselfish stuff should be run out. I think it will be just. They'll probably have a look at this one. But I think it'll be one and done. So I think they do avoid the 200. I assume this is run out and it'll be 197 for 4, but we'll have a look on the replay. But still, I like that as well. You know, not taking the not out, searching for every single run. We'll just confirm the dismissal here. It was a good throw, bounce throw to the keeper. And, oh, yeah, close. Oh, has he made it?
Yep.
Oh, he's made it. That's such a good bit of running to get back for 2. So he will get the not out, and they'll finish 198 for 3. But Scott Van Breeder, that's his moment, isn't it? He hits 14 sixes and just 2 4s in that century. He brought it up off 30 balls. He'll finish 104 not out, and the score 198.
It was definitely a tale of two batsmen, wasn't it? It was Summerah to start with. Healess went early, and then it was Scott Van Breeder that came in and continued the onslaught, especially after Summerah was dismissed. And, well, that was a delight to watch. Not quite on the 200 mark, but close enough, I think.
Yeah, that was a brilliant innings from Scott Van Breeder. And, well, it gives us a chance to look back at the first 10 overs of Liberation Day here in Jersey, with the Western Towers winning the toss, electing to bowl, but they got more than they bargained for. Probably understandable that you'd see a Summerah assault then. His 63 set things up, and then Van Breeder with the knockout blow with his first ECN century.
Yeah, you thought when Summerah was dismissed that it might go one or two ways. If they could get a couple of wickets, then they would have reduced the total. That was Healess being dismissed. This was a drop catch. That was Van Breeder actually that was dropped, and it's cost them a lot in the end. And well, couldn't stop him once he got going. I think, Scott.
Second century of the season, second century of the series, I should say, and they both come from Commanders players as well. Of course, Summerah with the season high, 132 not out earlier. But yeah, some of these catches as well. It's been a bit of a theme for the Towers, putting some down. It is a tough one, I will say. That one is hit hard. It burst through Birrell's hand. You can't really criticise Birrell's fielding this week. He's been outstanding, but yeah, it just rained sixes. There's little errors from the bowlers being very, very costly in the end.
Absolutely. Well, you saw Dan Birrell with the catch. It was a big one when he took a catch of Summerah, but Van Breeder, well, took quite a few bowlers apart. As you mentioned, Vinny, he scored a lot of sixes. This is the final one, which is
I thought there's no way he's making this, but it just shows you how fast he is. It's that on the rugby field. I think once he gets ahead of you, you can give up the chase. He's very, very slippery, and turned a 1 into a 2 there, and they end up with 198 for the loss of 3 wickets. Summerah with another half century, 63 off 16 for Julius, 9 Maximos in there. Van Breeder, though, it was his moment, wasn't it? 104 off 31. His previous highest score on the network was just 36. Blampy with 18 in there, 7 extras. Isn't too bad either from the Towers, but some of them were costly. 7 ups in there, and the amount of sixes is 24. Remember, an average innings has 11 or 12. They had twice that amount in the 10 overs. Bowling wise, Marrett, a bit surprised didn't get a second over. His first one was pretty good, 1 to 10. That was bowling at the openers as well. Brooks with a wicket in there. Wiseman 1 for 30, didn't bowl too badly, but they made their bet. They got a line at Towers. It would be very Western Towers for them to maybe pull this off, but it will have to be the biggest ECN chase if they're going to do it.
Yeah, they've got good batting. And Dan Birrell, he hits the ball very, very hard. If he can stay in for the majority of the innings and come close to this, but it'll be a tough one. Of course, this is the 3rd and 4th place teams in the group stage. Yeah, so here Scott Van Breeder with 104 from 31. Julius Somaria, 63 of 16 with the heavy lifting.
Yeah. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with 199. Is there more history to be made here on an historic day for Jersey? 199 for the Towers to stay alive in the tournament. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Max Mo with Danny Hudchek. We'll take a break and see you shortly for more ECS Jersey Liberation Series. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Welcome back. This European Cricket Series here in Jersey. The Liberation Series, the finals on Liberation Day here in Jersey. And, well, it was a pretty liberal batting from the Central Commanders. An intimidating score of 198, 199 to win for the Western Towers. It's going to be a tricky one. They have to go from ball one. It'll be Dan Phillips will be facing the first ball. And Scott Van Breeda, the century maker in the first innings, will be bowling to him. Charlie Brennan is opening with Dan Phillips. I thought Dan Birrell would have been up the top of the order. He's holding himself back a little bit. He's a big hitter of the cricket ball. There's Dan Birrell, the captain. So don't have to worry about the extra points. We just need to get 199. It's going to be a difficult one. It'll be the highest run chase in ECN history if they can get there. So don't love the chances for the Western Towers, but they are a chance if a couple of these batsmen get going. So Van Breeda, well, let's see how it goes to the ball. He's a handy bowler opening up. But he's having his day with the bat. That was the first ball of the Western Towers innings. And hit firmly, 4 runs. Nice shot, not too far away from the fielder there. At a regular mid-on. Of course, mid-off. It's a left-hander. Let's hit a couple of kids as well who are right in the danger zone. There have been, I don't know, a couple of 100 balls that have gone in that area throughout this tournament. And I think Dad's moving him. Where is he? Oh, maybe not. He's leaving him alone. Fend for themselves. And good ball there from Van Breeda. Looks back at the umpire. Give him a sneaky look. Checking it didn't go wide of that blue line. And it was well inside. It's about the right line for Van Breeda to be bowling, I think. Good length as well. Comes in again. And swing and a miss from Phillips. Van Breeda. I don't know if he's turning it on with the ball yet. It's only very early. There's a long way to go. But 4 of the first 3 is a win for the Central Commanders. See if Phillips can get a couple out of the park. It's going to be possibly a no ball. Chance for a run out. It would have been gone if he hit. And he had one stump to aim at the fielder. And let's have a look at this one. This is for the no ball. Clearly a no ball. It's going to be called. And it'll be a free hit. Hasn't been signalled by the umpire yet. Third umpire still making a decision. Yeah, it is called a no ball. And a warning. Also a warning to the for the captain as well. It's the swirl, the Mr. Whippy swirl of the free hit. Van Breeda comes in. Phillips, who lashes that one over the top of point. And that's 4 runs. Nice shot. A bit of a freebie there from Van Breeda. It's been pretty tight in the over so far. Let's let that previous delivery slip. So Brennan on strike. 10 on the board. And he'd double that per over. It's been hit down the ground. Hit the umpire. Whoa. Well, it cost him a few runs, maybe a boundary. There's a fielder quite straight. Let's have a look at this one. The umpire getting most of his foot out of the way. Not all of it, though. And might be a bit of a hobble for a while. Vinny came in at the right time.
12th man's on. Was hit. I hope he's all right, actually. I mean, that was quite hit reasonably hard. I do think it would have been 1 anyway. But the funny, he almost kicked it for 4 because it went away from Palmer.
Is the umpire a natural hazard?
Yeah, umpire's just part of the field, but he does exist, as we just saw then. Julius is pretty straight. I think it would have been 1 anyway, but I don't know if we got that on replay again, only because I never want to see the umpire get hit, but...
Don't we? No, not
No, you don't want to see him
not
get
critically. No.
Oh, he's gone. There we go. So there's the big wicket, and it comes with Phillips hitting to the leg side, or trying to, and it's going to be the first one down, 11 for 1.
Yeah, well, then again, the Commanders lost an early wicket out of Healess, so I don't think it's pretty even at this stage. I think the tower's well on top.
Van Breeda, actually, yeah, I think they'd miscounted the balls, so that is actually the end of the first over now, 11 for 1. I was like, well, how can he bowl again? Now that's why, because they had that no ball. So he had to bowl an extra ball, and it turns out to work. So Phillips out for 5. It's 11 for 1. I think you never want to see the umpire get hurt.
No.
But hit, it's entertaining.
It's the same as players. You see a collision and they look ugly. You'd never want to see someone hurt.
Honestly, I'm just thrilled that, I mean, foot's all right.
Yeah,
normally.
he's got it still attached.
The worst thing was he had to walk halfway to square leg, and then they realised it was counted. So it's extra walking he's had to do. But yeah, that ball still almost went for 4 off his foot. Anyway, I've got to say, hey, shout out to the officials. They've had a very, very big week. Yeah, Carl Brooks and Yezdi Patel, Sanjeev Varma in charge of this one. 3 officials, including the video official. Paliarakan is going to get over number 2. So Brennan and Dewhurst out there. Again, very, very capable, but I mean, they're even further behind now. They need over 20 and over. Can they bring it back with a large one? Charlie hits a long ball. He's going to go up and over the top here. That's going to go all the way. Maximo. And yeah, once again, this area is, I'm going to call it the danger zone, because it's not that well protected. There are some nets around other parts of the ground, but a lot of balls flying in there. That's a good shot from Charlie straight through the line. And now gets a bit of a dirty edge, but he'll get 4. So in pocket, this where there, a little bit of luck, and a 6 and a 4 to start the over.
Tell a little story about yesterday. Anxious to avoid just reminding me of it. So the ball went pretty much to point for the left-hander, or square leg for the right-hander, on the hill, and there was someone walking down the little path. I said, "Oh, it's almost hit the lady coming down the path." And as the lady came closer, I realised it was Scott Van Breeda.
Oh, dear me. Oh, that's full time. That's going to go as well. I'll crash into the grandstand 4-run. This is kind of top of the pad height, I think. Check it here in the replay. But Charlie, I went past his old school yesterday. Oh, that's it's a pace on delivery, you know. That might even be called. It is. Yeah, it was higher than I thought live, just because of how well he hit it and where he hit it. But it's definitely no ball under the regulations. So yeah, a free hit, and suddenly this over has the ability to get him back on track. Yeah, his old school, and they said, well, this is the ground that used to be considered a big ground, but then Charlie started hitting the ball across the road, quite a main road, into the school across the road. Free hit, and has to check his shot and eat the dot. So Ashraf with a good comeback.
Yeah, very good delivery.
But modern bats, you know, it's 2 things that score. It used to be 7 and over was almost impossible. For an extended period of time, but it's 2 things. It's boundaries getting smaller and bats getting more powerful. There are some limits on what you can have as far as the dimensions of the bat, but now there's no limits on weight or anything like that.
Are these bats checked? I know in international tournaments they are.
They are checked, yeah. No, they have to be at the right size. Right now, this one is going to fly. Oh yeah, and somehow that has gone over the net. But I think everyone's okay, which makes me happy. It's a Maximo Charlie Brennan. We just talked about the fact he hit the balls across the road. He hit that one off the club room, I think.
It bounced into the kiddie area, but lucky there's no one there.
I think they're paying attention. As this next one is going to be gone. Wow, Sumarare He knocks it up and he gets a bit lucky. He actually plucks it from the other side of the rope, but he always keeps his feet in the field of play. So Charlie will go 6 and out. And a big moment here, because I just thought maybe this is the time for Charlie to come good. But have a look. And then Julius, after knocking it up, takes it the second opportunity. So the Towers lose a key hitter. Brennan out for 25. Ashraf with the ultimate comeback. It's 32 for 2.
Yeah, it was pretty casually taken, wasn't it, by Julius? That was absolutely smashed at him.
It was similar to the one that Birrell dropped on the boundary, a similar kind of velocity. Julius, well, the cricket god's looking after him because that could have gone absolutely anywhere off the end of his fingers. It just, like an apple just hanging from a tree, he just said, okay, I'll take it. So 32 for 2. Birrell, last chance saloon, I think, here. Birrell's got a click. He's going to start with a ball that's coming, and oh, it's knocked over the bar. It's a Maximo, and it's Julius, the ball magnet. Rule 1 was definitely in play for us. I was heading straight to us, but Julius knocks it over the top. Great effort, actually. That's our 10th there. We're in the firing line. Maximo to finish the over. It's 38 for 2. Wow.
I had no idea what happened then because I was ducking for cover. It was coming straight at us, Vinny.
Well, I was looking. I probably should have been ducking because off the fingertips, it could have gone absolutely anywhere. But he actually did pretty well to even get a hand on it. So Dewhurst has arrived at the crease as well. In fact, he came out even before Birrell. And 5% some kind of chance. But you can see how these two teams got here. 2 and 6 the Towers, but they actually finished 3 points clear of YCC because, you know, a lot of their losses were tight losses and they generally held on to their point even in a loss. Here's Hutchison coming on in over 3. He's driven down the ground. So Moret slides in to make the stop.
Now look, Dan Birrell at the other end. While he's there, I'm going to stand because that one nearly killed us. And if he's still there in 6 overs, I think they might get close to this
Well,
total.
they need 20 and over. So it's almost like you need 20's the average runs need per over. Trying to go every over magical. But this one is going to be driven on the up. I love a large one that's going to end up in the playground. Everyone's okay. Maximal 6 runs. The net can only do so much. That one bounces off brick. And, well, you got to be brave here to attend the cricket on Liberation Day, Finals Day. Birrell hit one over the club rooms on opening day. This one hits them.
He had us scattering with the ball before. That one scattered.
That just missed window as well. Gets a slow ball down the leg side now and have to re-bowl that one. Nice thinking, though.
There was one that hit the production window yesterday, straight at them. And they watched the ball off the bat coming straight at them and hit the window. It didn't smash, which was good.
Yeah, we had I don't know what that glass is made of or what's in it. Because it doesn't seem, when you knock it, doesn't seem that strong. But it's taken a couple of Grizzlies so far.
Yeah, it's well, obviously it's part of the design. Otherwise, they'd have to employ a glass maker or a window framer or whatever you call them. Glazier, is that it?
Glazier, that's the word. That's well bowled by George. Low full toss. You can handle a low full toss. Problem is we've had a few big full bungers that have gone the journey and a few no balls this morning as well. Hanging in there at the moment.
Yeah, it's not a terrible power play run-wise. A couple of big wickets, though, that have gone down.
Walks in this kind of Yorks himself. Does Birrell. And again, they're going to have to settle for a single. So every time the ball stays on the field, that rate takes a big jump. There's probably a reason we haven't seen a 190s chase ever. Sometimes even teams can be on track, but it's just, 1 or 2 overs that are at 13 or 15.
Yeah.
You lose a lot of ground.
Tell you what, talking about Dan Birrell, I'll come back to him in a minute.
Well bowled once again. Takes the air out of the ball. Settle for 1. So Hutchison, despite a little bit of pain early, comes back well. And at the end of the power play, the 50 is up, but Well, they're only a quarter of the way there, really. The Towers after 3 overs, 50 for 2.
Dan Birrell, like there's a lot of very hard-hitting batsmen in this tournament. I think Dan Birrell hits the ball harder than any of them. I mean, you can argue with me, but he.
Oh, I wouldn't argue with you about Birrell, because he's. I don't know. He has some sort of emotional pain that he puts into his batting, and where he just unleashes it on the cricket ball. And yeah, he's a really fun character to commentate. Put it that way.
Yeah.
Also, like if there's a drop catch in the field, you never know if he's going to get angry or just kind of whimsically roll his eyes. He's highly unpredictable. That's why I love to see him out there. Love to see him in more ECN cricket, actually. Also, the groundsman here. So
does a fantastic job.
Yeah.
This ground's looking lovely. But
doesn't hit many balls along the ground. Anyway, here's Blampede, who's going to start with regulation kind of spinner, sit down the ground for one, but yeah, they need to make the move and make it fairly quickly, the Towers, otherwise this is going to get out of hand.
You're saying he's protecting his turf?
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, it doesn't hit the ground too many times. Excellent take there down the leg side. Hewitt is a very adept gloveman, but Birrell didn't fall for it, stayed in his crease.
You said that farmers don't have a synthetic pitch.
True.
So why is there one here?
I'll come to that in a second, but first we're going to watch this ball slightly short. Birrell pulls it away behind square for a boundary, badly needed for the Towers. I still think there's a lot of cricket that gets played involving a lot of juniors cricket, and so I just think to have that option available, you wouldn't necessarily want to wear out a pitch if you've got multiple games, multiple divisions.
Sure.
So I think it just gives you an extra option. So yeah, there's quite a few artificials on the island.
Okay.
All right, lifted up in the air. That one's going to go Hillward's Maximo. Effortless strike from Birrell once again, 6 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot. And didn't try to overhit it, just played to the line. And went a long way in the air.
Hello to Jack Chambers, nice to see you. And just a reminder, if you're enjoying the format, stay with us. There's so many more destinations on the calendar. Oh, as Birrell goes leg side, this one's also going to travel. Maximo, 6 mas. Birrell assault needs to be sustained, but with him at the crease, you'd say it's still an outside chance the Towers could pull off a miracle.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's only going to score quickly. So if he's there, as I said, for about 6 overs at least, and they'll get pretty close to this total.
Backs away, makes it tough for himself. So up to eat a dot. Don't think backing away is really the play, especially with Blampede kind of spearing it in more than anything else.
He's clever bowlers, also Blampede. He's better skipper as well.
We'll see, 21's the expected rate. They've got 18 off this over, so if you hit a boundary, you win the over here, hit the Towers. That's exactly what he will do. Or will he? Because this is right back to the line. He's gone. Well, that one held up. Healers, he spotted his opportunity, ran a few metres to his right, and Birrell will go. And with him, perhaps the chances of the Towers. He's out for a quick made 30, but Blampede has the last laugh, and after 4 overs at 68 for 3.
Great catch on the boundary, just kept his nerve. What a good young cricketer Ben Heelis is.
He's a kind of unassuming youngster that just continues to impress and going about his job like someone that's many, many years older. So that one, off the bat, I've got to say, most balls to that side, they've flown over the rope, but then you could just see it held up slightly, and Heelis was able to make the ground. So, yeah, Birrell, unfortunately, his day's over for now at least. He'll be relying on someone else to pull out a miracle. You have a look at the worms, you can see where they need to be. It's not a bad start at all if it was the first innings. I mean, they're going at 17 and over.
Yeah. They have lost 3 big wickets, though. So it's...
Here's the good news for all the Schausberger fans, that Stefan is going to bowl over number 5.
He took a couple of wickets again yesterday with balls like that.
I mean, that really, it was on the way down by the time it reached the batter. But again, it's not what you expect. It's a bit of a miss hit. It's Jacques van der Walt will get to face for the first time now.
Is he just deceptive? Because he's got a knack of getting wickets.
Oh, yeah, deceptive is one word for it. I mean, it's two of the trickiest customers against each other there, with Dewhurst facing up to Charlesberger. Now over pitch, and it's Adios Pelota. Maximo. There's Jacques. Well, he hits the ball very well as well. This is actually borderline for height. I've got a feeling it was okay. We'll see it on the replay, though. I've been surprised a couple of times today already. Let's have a look. He's in his crease.
Ooh, it's close. I think it's just below.
Yeah, it was. The Charlesberger drop-down trajectory. Although this one is asking for it. And it gets it. Maximo. Sace Mars with a big over to have any sort of hope. That one ends up in the car park, 6 runs.
I'm going to check that one for height as well.
Yeah.
This one looked a bit higher, actually.
This one did look a fraction higher. The other one was probably okay by like maybe 6 inches or so of height.
Oh. Took under about 2 6s already. There have been gimme balls from Charlesberger.
Again, I think on the field they're going to say it was okay, and they're going to stick with it. Oh, yep. You need a break there if you're the Towers. You'd love just one of those to go your way. Good comeback though from Stefan. Oh, misfield is going to allow 1, maybe even 2 here if they're quick, maybe even 4. It will be 4 runs. It just kept on going, didn't it? So Sharp thought he was going to get none, then he thought he was going to get 1, maybe 2. Ends up with 4.
Tim Townsend had the gloves yesterday, and Zach Tribe got one off the glove, and he put it down, and it almost cost them the game. To be fair, that one with the Commanders in that final game.
Yeah, I will say he's had a pretty good week overall in that key position. Charlesberger 18 off the over, 21's the asking rate. That'll be 19 after that wide, and well taken by Hewitt. So some really good keepers in the series though. I will say multiple, probably 4, 5, 6 keepers, and it's always a feast or a famine with keepers. You got heaps or you got none. I'd say here they've got heaps.
I was impressed with the keeper for Yorkshire as well, Lamley.
Lamley, yeah.
Who's very good with the gloves. Good anticipation as well.
Yeah, definitely. I wonder if they'll be down. I think we might see them as the day goes on. A lot of them travelling tomorrow morning, I think, so they can play cricket on the weekend. I wonder how they feel about that. I mean, too much is never enough. Last ball the over. Pitched up, hit, and hit into the chairs. Maximo! So 26 off the over. You got to keep scoring at this kind of rate. Geez, that's a nice shot over the offside, isn't it? As Dewhurst is able to elevate. Bit of rebound cricket. End of the over, and the score 94 for 3 after 5. Okay, you double that, you got 188, and you're only a couple of hits short of the target. So you can see right now we're back to 3 locations again. The Belgium Night Series, which started all the way back on the 28th of April, which seems so long ago now. And we're here for Liberation Series on the Liberation Day, May the 8th, and May the 9th, I should say, here in Jersey. And then Greece has started as well. I know they're 20 minutes away from match 2, Germany winning, taking all 4 points actually out to the first game there. It won't be too long before we start in Landskrona in southern Sweden on Monday. All right, here we go with Hutchison coming back in the air momentarily. That's going to be 4. So Tim Townsend at point. I thought for a second he might be in the game, but Towers, they're giving themselves a shot. They're up to 9% at the moment.
9% is better than 0. But if these two can stay in, they're starting to build something.
They're one team that did come back from 0% though earlier in the week. So, yeah, could this be history in the making? It's a long way above our previous highest chase, which is 186. This is 199 chase.
Could you imagine 198 golden ball?
That would be something. Highest ever golden ball, 177, Malta versus Estonia last year.
You'd have to favour the batting team though, if that gets up to that sort of region.
Exactly. Good comeback though from George. Nice call to wide. An interesting one with that angle. Or was it outside the whole line?
It's a difficult one because he is pushing it out towards the that line. across the batsman. So
Maybe a bit unlucky there. But anyway, good for the game. Oh, gee, this one probably should have gone the distance, but gets clunked by Jacques. And there'll be no run. In fact, almost could have easily ballooned to the keeper there.
it should have been on its way to St Helier.
It's funny though that the okay balls get hit for 6. Some of the real bad ones, some get hit for 6, but some just kind of don't. I'm a bit confused as to how it works. It's
the
full toss, but a low full toss, so it'll only be a single.
It's the art of terrible ball deception.
Hello to everyone in the chat. Tony Brooks with an interesting comment in all caps. Hello, Tony. Didn't last in the chat for long. That one. Yeah, be a top ball. So next time he does find that kind of wide hole kind of bowling. There's some debate about, with the wide line, whether maybe we could make it a little bit even wider, give the bowlers a bit more leeway. It's an ongoing debate. It'll be discussed, I think, at the next Rules Committee meeting. 100's up, by the way. All right, in the air. This isn't going to go for 6. In fact, it might even be caught. It won't be. It'll pull back there from Townsend. So, yeah, these are the kind of ones you feel if they're going to win, they probably need to go for 6, but still a chance.
With the widening the wide line, do you think that'll just breed more negative bowling?
Yeah, that's one thing you don't want to have is more negative bowling, but also you got to also realise, you look at how many balls are still hittable, I suppose, on that wide line. All right, this is in the air. Hewitt, he should call this. He lets the ball go to the fielder, and down it goes. Oh, now we always have a run out. Well, how did that happen?
Did they run 2 or just go back?
I actually think they might not have run at all, because Dewhurst holding his gloves. So that just could be a dot. I think they'd given it up. I thought it was a keeper's catch, to be honest, but he left it for Stefan. Let's have a look. Dewhurst says, oh, well, unlucky, mate.
Yeah, no runs.
And look, he said, look, so the good news for you is you're not out yet. Just said go and have a turnaround. A 10-pin bowling style attempt is unsuccessful. It's 101 for 3 after 6. So now pretty much 4 a ball needed from here. Some big overs required for the Towers to keep this game alive.
Yeah, it's that was a really good over there from the bowler. And, well, let's see. It's going to be Reece Palmer to bowl for the Commanders.
Tony might have been into Liberation Day drinks a bit early, just judging by his chat contributions so far. But anyway, all right. Palmer comes on with his offie. 7th over. Starts with a ball that doesn't get elevated. It'll be 1, I think a 2, but it's not there. So succession of 6s required from here on in.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult task. And that last over did dry things up a little bit. But I think once Birrell was gone, there's been some big hitting, but Birrell was the key, I think, for me.
Yeah, he looked good while he was there, didn't he, as well? Now, this is a pretty good matchup as well. I think Palmer's been brought on partly because he got a left-hander at the crease. So he's a genuine off-spinner, Reece Palmer. We're hoping to kind of angle the ball in, turn it away on to Van der Vault. Gets a bit of velocity on that as well, Reece. Now they're going to take on the single. They'll get there. But it's only a single, of course.
Preston Towers have provided a lot of highlights in this tournament. I don't know if they'll provide any more after this game as
they won over a lot of fans
at this stage.
Yeah, won a lot of fans on day 1 with that miracle game. It's a bit of a false dawn, really. And they went down last ball to YCC and they only won 2 games out of their 8. That one's going to be fine. So he's just wanting the wide there, but Palmer, it's very crafty. Yeah, gives the umpire a little wink and says thanks. But I think that one seemed fine. This is going to be clipped away, and that's going to be 4. So, Dewhurst, again, he's found it a bit tough going since he's been out there. 17 off 11 now. thing is, even 4 a ball now isn't going to do it. So you need 6s to bring that rate down.
First dog of the day.
First dog. I've seen a couple actually wandering around.
That's when I sighted.
Yeah, that one is into the gap. That's going to be 4. So Dewhurst able to strike another boundary. Again, something mercurial required. Quite from us.
I think this is the dog that played fetch the other day a couple of times. Sorry, dog alert. It's just got distracted. More kids around as well.
More moving targets around this ground. We'll say it's 11:18, but there's a few Liberation beers already being consumed, I've noticed.
It is a holiday.
Well, when I say it's the afternoon somewhere, that somewhere is actually the rest of Europe, who are an hour ahead. That'll be the end of the over. So Palmer, pretty good one actually, only 11 off it, and Towers will need another Western miracle to get close in this one. It's 112 for 3 after 7. Don't forget we have qualifier 1 coming up, which is the 1 versus 2 game with the Eastern Royals to take on the Southern Spitfires in the second match of the day, and we're around about, let's try and work out, because all the time is slightly off today, but I think we're about 40 to 50 minutes away from a start there.
That's going to be a great game because on evidence, the Spitfires were very, very good yesterday. This has been hit for 6. Nice shot.
Very nice shot there. Yeah, Dewhurst needs to reel off a few more of these.
And the Royals, again, I don't think they went full throttle yesterday. They lost the game to YCC, and then they also lost the game to Spitfires, but they just weren't really at it. Let's see what team turns up, because this is going to be a dodgy edge for 4.
Yeah, and he runs good runs, I suppose. Ashraf's come back on. He's gone for a 6 and an edge 4. Takes him up into the 120s.
They were undefeated until yesterday, and then they really didn't push themselves at all. Spitfires knew they needed all 3 to win all 3 games to get into that second spot, and they did it. So it might be just the momentum going towards the Spitfires. It'll be an interesting game, I think, the next one. Of course, the winners get into the final. But losers have a second chance.
All right, high. Well, this is probably an outfielder's catch. Van Breeder comes in. Oh, he's almost caught it between his legs. Dropped with the hands. He's charged with the knock on in the end. But, oh, well, I thought probably Julius might have reached that as well. The last thing he wants a collision. That was a proper Bermuda Triangle job. And in the end, it'll be just 1 run and Dewhurst survives.
Well, talking about collisions, but there's a collision with a rugby international. It's not going to be a pretty sight.
Great effort. Got 2 hands, just popped out. That'll sneak in as well. So, yeah, now over 30 and over required. And I think we're pretty sure that the Western Towers will have to enjoy the rest of Liberation Day from the sidelines, which I'm sure they will.
Yeah, I have a funny feeling there'll be a few beverages consumed.
That's going to get through the gap as well. That's a case, if one outfielder was there, they might have had a play on it because they were both running full bore at each other. Sensibly, they just pull up. Because these are hard to call because you don't really know where the other outfielder is. They might be closer. And then, yeah, you almost got kind of Japanese game show style waiting to happen. Luckily for Commanders, they've got the runs to play with. Again, Van Breeder's not someone anyone, as you said, wants to collide with. It's the end of the over. As Palirakan will finish with figures of 1 for 43. It's 8 overs down, 128 for 3.
Yeah, well, look, Central Commanders, they will move on to this game unless it's an absolute miracle.
Well, you need to have, I mean, even if you had like a 30 run over, you still need 41. So actually, 12 sixes are 72, and they need 71. So good luck, Jacques. And it's going to be Van Breeder coming back. He's my player of the match here, obviously for the 100, but also he came up with that big wicket early to get the dangerous Dan Phillips.
So Central Commanders will play the losers of the next game between the Spitfires and the Royals. But I like what I've seen from the Commanders. We've got this has been, well, there's one of them.
All right, 1 down, 11 to go. As Van Breeder goes the distance and see that one sprung off the bat of Vanderbilt. Yeah, Western Towers, though, I mean, let's talk about them a little bit. I've loved the way they've played the cricket. Almost every game they've played has just been kind of ECN classic or classic adjacent. You know, they've had so many highlights. They've had this never say die attitude, even though they probably lost more close games than games they've won in the end. So they get high, they'll get through, so that will take it over, sixer ball. But, you know, I think they've had a great time out there. And again, like all the teams, they've played in the spirit of the tournament. They've mixed up their team. They've mixed up their batting, their bowling order to try and give as many people the exposure to ECS cricket. And I've loved watching them.
Well, on their day, they could beat any of these sides. Just hasn't been their day today. There's a lot, talking about the Commanders, there's a lot of quality in the side. Look at Sumarare and also Ben Heelis up the top, the youngster. And they're both quality bats. And then you saw what Scott Branbrady can do when he gets on a heater. He hits the ball a long way with that 100 today. It was it's good going into the rest of the tournament. But then you've got the Schausberger enigma.
Yeah, true. And yeah, it's just been great to watch. So yeah, wishing them all the best individually. You know, they'll go back to their respective clubs and their respective teams now. And people don't realise this, but there's 3 levels of cricket here as well. So it's not just a matter of like there's 4 teams that play. There's four clubs that are playing in the Premier Division. It's pretty hard. Sumarare will eat it and keep it to 1.
Apparently there used to be 8 clubs here.
Yeah. I still think you'll find that you go down the divisions, there's more teams that play. So I was getting the rundown yesterday. So anyway, but they'll remember this. And you know, I wonder next year, assuming that we have another Liberation series, whether or how they decide if you're a Western Tower last year, are you a Western Tower this year, or is it completely redrafted? You know, it'll be really interesting to see how that works. Maybe you can elect to stay with your team, or you can go in the draft. I don't know. But one thing that I would say is, you know, that the management here in Jersey and cricket Jersey, they've been really smart to go this way, because it's partly what the players wanted, even though it's a bit non-traditional for a European cricket series. But it's worked really, really well. So 1 over to go on this one, 138 for 3. They're going to finish more or less a par score, or even just above. But obviously, that big 100 from Van Breeder in the first innings, and then the 60-odd from Julius Sumarare has just been a bit too hard to overcome for the Western Towers.
Yeah, it's been a good performance all up from the Commanders.
Townsend getting a bowl like this. Whether he likes it or not, we're about to find out, because here's the 10th over. First one, yeah, it's all right. Maybe a little bit short, but only concedes a single. Hello, Lithium, nice to see you. And Monty Luce looking good in blue as well.
Yeah, saw that.
Bit of talk of 6 over cricket, or six-a-side cricket as well. Well, that one is going to go the journey and sends the kids scattering. And a bit of dodgeball for the juniors. Maximal says Carreras.
6-a-side cricket for...
Yeah, so I know that we have drafted a format which we might trial at some point. With the schedule so packed, I know we were originally going to do it in June, but with the schedule so packed, I don't think it'll be this year. But yeah, ECN 6s potentially. And there are some places where, you know, we might not have enough teams for a full European cricket series, but we could run some 6-a-side.
Okay.
Which will probably be 5 over games. This is going to be into the gap and 4 more. So, yeah, Jacques maybe can bring up a half century here, moves to 45. Score 149, not a bad score at all, but like we said, they're going to go down by some distance.
What about a full European cricket draft of 6s?
Yeah.
That could be interesting.
I mean, 6s would be pretty interesting. I won't give too much away, but there's been some interesting playing conditions, such as red alert. Once you reach 50, if you don't hit a boundary, you have to retire out. Okay. Which would be pretty cool. What would be the reason for that? Because typically in the 6s, the Hong Kong 6s is what it's based on. Okay. And they have rules about either 30 or 50 you have to retire. The idea is that you're not just having 2 batters bat for the whole time, because there's only 6 fielders. Yeah, true. There's only 4 fielders, so it's a bit easy. But the red alert, I think, would be a cool rule, because you know you can save a boundary. You know you've got and you're basically not taking a wicket. Yeah. all 5 non-keeper players would have to bowl an over.
Well, definitely European sixes would be very interesting. There's so many good all-rounders all through Europe. I mean, we've seen quite a few here, but it would be an interesting format.
That's going to be 50 for Van der Walt in a losing cause. That is actually the last ball as well. He'll get 52 off 20, but the game will go to the Commanders. So a bit of bittersweet for Jacques, who I thought had a pretty good week with the gloves and obviously with the bat. He's a very good player. But the Commanders, they will win their way through to qualifier 2. The final score in the Eliminator is Central Commanders 198, Western Towers 57. The margin of victory is 41 runs, and the Commanders will survive to the second half of Liberation Series Finals Day.
Yeah, fantastic win for the Commanders and dominant with the bat, and put too much pressure on the Towers batting. And with big wickets of Dan Phillips and Charlie Brennan, also of Dan Birrell going relatively early. It was too much, even though for the Western Towers, although Jacques Van der Walt did hit that nice 50. See here, next match coming up is the Eastern Royals against the Southern Spitfires. The winner will get to the final, and the loser will play the Central Commanders in qualified 2.
Yeah, that should be a really good game, and it'll start in 45 minutes, so you can stay with us for that. It's perfect timing because Greece is just getting underway in 1 minute's time, so you can turn over there with Germany winning the toss and electing to bat there in the second ECI in Corfu. But let's roll the highlights here, and it was the Mount Everest of climbs required, wasn't it, for the Western Towers? And it didn't help when Phillips went in the very first over. Van Breeda continuing his good game. And although they fought bravely to score 157, it just wasn't enough. But some good shots played nonetheless, and a couple of good catches in there as well.
Yeah, look, it was a good effort for a while. This was a turning point, though. Really good catch by Sumarare. And, well, that one got through. Fingertips to save us.
Yeah, knocked it on the roof of the tent, didn't it? But then it was Birrell time, and that was another huge one. And, yeah, we just thought if he was there for a while that they could give this a shake. We saw the Schausberger effect once again. As he had a mixed time of it, you would say. But yeah, the Commanders, they're a real danger team. They're certainly a team that are capable of coming from outside the top 2 to raise the trophy tonight, with those players like Sumarare probably being the batter of the week. And there's even whispers he might even bowl today, even with his ankle injury, but we'll see. But Jacques, he was brilliant, I thought, 52 off 20, but just kind of shows you that what was required was Herculean, and probably a reason we've never seen a 190s chase. I think you'd almost need to have almost everything go right to do it, and so again that remains a never done on ECS. Looking at the scorecard, well, Phillips went early, run a ball 5. Brennan also looked dangerous while he was there, 25 off 8. Just never quite found his best form this week, Charlie. Dewhurst, again, not quite able to strike at the rate required. He finished 36 not out. Birrell went for a quick fire 30, and Van der Walt with a consolation half century and just 9 extras in that total of 157. As far as the bowlers went, well, they threw the ball around as they could afford to do late in the piece, with wickets to Van Breeda as well as Ashraf Aliarakan and Dom Lampe. We'll take a break then, have a little bit of a break. We can head over to Corfu virtually, where Nish is just starting that game. Then join us back here in Jersey, because we'll have the first finalists decided in the conclusion of that qualifier. 1 minute out of here, Mr. Max Mo and Danny Hutchett. I'll see you shortly for more ECS Jersey Liberation Series. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
No one is an island, but everyone likes to visit. It's for a beach, or a historical monument, or even this. And if that's not enough, our island doubles in size when the tide is out. So you get twice as much to enjoy. Jersey, where sea meets soul. Come and pay us a visit at jersey.com.
Hello, welcome back to Finals Day here, Liberation Day in Jersey, and so far, certainly the weather's playing ball. Great to see the crowd coming in as well. I think it's going to be an awesome day, and so far we've had plenty of entertainment, haven't we? Already we've seen some big scores individually and collectively in the Eliminator, but now it's time for Qualifier 1, and the teams that occupied the top 2 spots. We're talking about the Eastern Royals taking on the Spitfires, the Southern Spitfires, and this is for a spot in the final later on in the night. Let's get ready now for the coin toss. The Sheriff is ready for the second match of the day. Qualifier 1, coin toss. Let's see who wins it.
Thanks, Vinny. Liberation Day Finals Match 2, Eastern Royals with the Southern Spitfires to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a head.
We'll have a bowl, thanks.
Southern Spitfires won the toss. They'd like to bowl.
Adam Hayward filling in at the toss, but he wins it, and he says, okay, Southern Spitfires will bowl first, so they will know exactly what they have to do in the second innings with the bat. And really, Zach Tribe has been outstanding for them with the bat, and actually with the ball as well. His leg spin's been a bit of a handful. He's something a little bit different. He's also not afraid to bowl early in the innings, so expect to see an over from him in the power play, maybe even the first over. But I will say Everett's also been a real workhorse for the Spitfires. He'll probably take the very first one. And Tribe just looks like he's threatened the 3 figures a few times during the week. Wouldn't he love to do it on Liberation Day here? But the Eastern Royals, well, they did drop a game yesterday, but they were undefeated for a long time this week, which is really tough with such even teams. And I think that they have just put it together. Harrison Carline, I think, has been very good for them. But he's not the only one. They've had a lot of contributors, and that's the reason that they have been so good, despite, rotating players in and out, rotating those positions. So really looking forward to this one. Again, I think we're going to see balls flying all over the ground. I think the crowd better be wary of some Grizzlies flying. Danny Hudacek in the commentary box as we get ready for the start of Qualifier 1. I can tell you the Spitfires have won the toss. They are going to bowl first. Over to you as we get ready.
Thanks, Vinny, and welcome back to everyone here in Jersey for the European Cricket Series Liberation Series and Liberation Day here in Jersey. And, well, we're in for the first qualifier between the Eastern Royals, top of the table, and second placed Southern Spitfires. It's going to be a beauty here in Jersey, in Granville, just outside the capital of St Helier. And it has, well, looks like it's the Royals that are slight favourites. I don't know, to be honest. Spitfires on a bit of a roll yesterday, and the Royals maybe saving themselves for today. We're a little bit below par. But it is the Spitfires that won the toss, elected to bowl. It's a feature of what's happened in the week. But teams have wanted to chase the score. Last one was a bit too much for the Western Towers. And they departed. But here we have 2 good teams, again, out of the all the good teams we've seen this week. Eastern Royals, they were undefeated until yesterday, and they lost to this side, the Southern Spitfires, in the first game of the day. The captain, Zach Tribe, is just in front of us, encouraging his team. It'll be Joe Everett with the ball as per usual. He took a bit of stick, but then got a vital wicket yesterday in the final game out of Julius Sumaria. Needed that win to get into second place, and that's exactly what they've done. So the Royals and the Spitfires, here we go. Oh, it's been launched and straight into the spectators. No, not quite. It's 4. Well, it looked like it was going into the spectators. They're getting worried. There's there is a picnic there, and 3 people with a dog. That one was 4. It landed just inside the boundary. There's no one back either. Almost got there. Did Zach Tribe and also Sam Dewhurst. So Everett comes in again. Hit the pad and well, has to scamper back. There's Kemp. Carl Lyon, the batsman who hit the boundary. He's gone off the boil a little bit as Harrison Carlyon. But this is finals day and he's a very, very good player as Carlyon. Superb at the start of the week. But, he's missed out a few times recently. Everett comes in again. And, well, he's dropped him. It looks like it was a big deflection. Let's have a look. Did he hit it into the ground? Not really sure. Let's have another look. And, well, big thick edge, I think. And dropped by the keeper. Let's see how much that's going to cost them. I have a good view of it here. And that's a big edge. And, well, it's Jamie Smith who put that one down, and he's made to suffer again here. The bowler, Everett, big 6 down the ground, hit hard there by Carlyon. He moves on to 10. Pretty good over here from Everett. A little unlucky, if anything. Comes in again. This one's hit straight. Hit his mate. And few little giggles around the ground as he limps around. Let's have a look at this one. And, well, couldn't really see that one too well, but we'll leave a bruise. That's one for the spectators, one for the viewers at home. Everett comes in again. Last ball of the first. And hit straight down the ground. There's a player down there. It's Ed Giles. He came into the side yesterday afternoon and was superb with the bat and the ball. Ed Giles, big in for the Spitfires today. So 11 off the first. And pretty even start for these two. Beautiful day today. Couldn't have had it better for Liberation Day. As we see here, we're into the first qualifier. Winner goes on to the final. Loser plays the Central Commanders in the next game. Coming up at 4:15. I know there's a lot of things happening for Liberation Day. There's a fly past going on at some time. I don't know if we'll see it. But that's exciting. And lots of things happening in St Helier and actually all around the different areas, different provinces. I think I think they're called. So the bowler comes in and that slammed to the boundary, just a little bit short. Waited on it, did the batsman, and hit it up that hill. It's rolling down. Good lot of spectators here now. All around the ground. It's lovely to see. They're close to the action. Hopefully they don't get too close. These Grizzlies are pretty hard and they are flying in all directions. Langford the bowler. Comes in again, bowling to Carlyon. Short slow ball, called a wide. Does ball, excellent slow ball. Does Langford. Not quite getting it right on that occasion. But real air of celebration here. A couple of flags in the background. And bunting all around with Jersey flags on them. Oh, it's put away again. And the kids go and fetch that one. Another 4 runs. Just a bit too short there from Langford. In the wrong area. Too easy for the batsman like Carlyon. That was 6. And Zach Tribes having a chat to Langford. As a good captain should. Probably told him, don't bowl there, son, because he's going to smash you over the boundary. Langford comes in again. Oh, well, getting smashed over the boundary. There's another one. And that's an area in which a lot of balls have been hit over the long on area there, long on region. And it's Zach Tribe, the captain, will fetch that one and pass it back to his bowler. Not sure what he said to him. Didn't really work. He did pitch it up though there, Langford. He's gone for 17 off the 3 balls he's bowled. Legal deliveries, I should say. Carl Lyons on 27. Scores 28. And top edge, it's going all the way. And again, members of the public doing the fielding. That gentleman there just sticks out a leg, sitting on a bench, and just passes it back to the fielder. Good start here for the Eastern Royals. It's a pretty big over, this one from Langford, after a pretty tidy one. First up from Joe Everett. Comes in again. And gone! Big wicket. Has hit the cover. Looks like it is Joe Everett as well, who took the catch. Low down. Just didn't go through the shot. Just guided it and can't quite believe what he's just done. Backing away a bit and hit it to the fielder. Takes a nice low catch. And first wicket down out of Carlyon. They're having a bit of a chat at Giles and Carlyon. All friendly, of course. So, Vinny's just joined me in the commentary tent. Big wicket that.
Yeah, he's backed away, never kept it down, never really went after it, did he? Langford is going to get whacked away this time. It's going to be forward. It's worked off the hips. It doesn't quite get the line right there. And it might be the Ice Cube, who actually saw doing some training last night. Young Bradbury, doing a great job at Farmers when I was visiting. Anyway, it's the end of the second over, 38 for 1. And despite the wicket of Carlyon, still the run rate very, very good. Look, one of the reasons the Royals, they finished top of the table was that they tended to have different players step up at different times.
Yep.
So they've got a very strong batting order, and they do bat kind of all the way down to 6, 7, even 8. And they only dropped 1 game. So if you had to pick a favourite, probably it's them. It's very difficult to pick a favourite with these teams being very even, and they all have match winners. They've been set up that way. But obviously, it's a big deal to get the double chance, and you get 2 chances to make the final.
Talking about match winners, here's another one. Zach Tribe.
Bit surprised he didn't get the second over, actually. This is going to be 4. That's the picnic zone, and it didn't take long for it to be under attack. First ball, actually. I was a bit surprised it stayed the field of play, and Tribe almost caught it. But, yeah, beware. It's getting busy. It's only going to get busier as the day goes on as well. Kemp, 4 off his first ball.
Oh, that was a little off the glove
Little
there.
glove, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, Kemp, he might be his first ball faced, but he did have to face a ball that got smashed by Carlyon into his backside, which was definitely going for 4. It was very meaty contact.
He did hobble around for a bit. Oh, good piece of bowling. Khalid, he's a good player, Khalid.
One of those times I wish we'd had the hot spot, because I think that Jack, I don't know if many people will see the bruise, but it's going to be a good one, I'm sure.
I hope he doesn't show it off.
Yeah, well, it's one of those times that if we were at Carterman, the magic spray had come out, it would have been an awkward one. It would have been, the lawyers would definitely have been coming out as well. Anyway, it's going to be a good game. It's already started at a frenetic pace.
Good over so far. Slightly mishit there. Going towards the boundary. Good effort by the fielder. Does the big slide face first. Can't stop it.
So I was asking a bit about, where do people like to sit at this ground? And that fine leg area is actually, normally, that's quite popular, which I can understand. But one of the issues is you're always behind the play because we only play bowling from one end. So I wonder where the spectators will congregate today.
Well, they've been congregating around that area.
Gee whiz. It's gone around the net, smashed into the club rooms and come back and hit the other side of the net. But I think the good news is, if everyone's paying attention down there, you need to. He's got amazing wrists. You can see the way that he just kind of unleashed on that. So Maximo to finish the over, and it's 54 for 1 after 3. End of the power play.
There's a little girl who just missed. There was a spectator right near her who put his hands on his head.
I think he yelled heads. So
well, they've moved the kiddie area somewhere safer, probably down the hill a bit.
They have put the net back so that it's unlikely a ball will go over the net and land in the playground. So they've done the best they can anyway.
Well,
Here's Everett coming back to bowl out.
There is no more playground. They've actually moved it somewhere else.
Ah, okay.
And that net has been back the whole day.
Yeah.
It's been right back.
But it's back further than where it
Yeah,
was
I think
earlier
you're right.
in the week.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. There's still the jumpy castle, which could be shelter. I think there's netting around it. That could be safe, maybe.
We might get to the stage where you get a complimentary bubble as a spectator. You just roll around in it all day.
Like bubble wrap. Get a bubble wrap outfit and a helmet.
Well bowled by Everett. It's got genuine heat, doesn't he? We saw a tough catch put down earlier. It wasn't above ball, but that's Carline. He's gone now. But Khalid's impressed me a lot. Kemp, teen sensation, isn't he? He is just improving every time we see him. Scored 89 earlier in the week in a big chase of 170.
Everett gets that one wrong. And that's up on the hill.
Yeah, I mean, tempted Yorker again from Everett, but he gets the line slightly wrong, gets the length slightly wrong, and his little errors have big consequences, don't they, in this format? But this is 6 on any ground. Just have a look there. Just about shin high, just rolls the wrist at the perfect moment, and it'll take some finding from up the hill.
It's been young lad is going to get it.
The ball finding from the players in this series has been some of the best ever. I can't believe we haven't lost more balls up there.
I think it's pretty open space up there. I haven't really looked at what there is. But
Or even the fact they want to go and get them. The motivation.
That's one hit over the top point, and that's...
shin fielding in the crowd. That I wouldn't advise either. Now let's have a look. It's a bit far from us. Is that Paul over there? He's been in the action a couple of times. He offers the leg, which, I mean, it's a night. They're going to check.
Let's have a look.
I think this is 4, isn't it? But
I think it's 4. Yeah, I think
it's
so.
4. But keep it rolling here. Look.
Yep.
Oh, goes the hockey goalkeeper pads together stop. So it actually gets a bit of both shin bones. At least he keeps it in front of him, but again, it's Bruce City here on Liberation Day so far.
There's been a few hit harder than that, though. Luckily for the spectator, it's just hit down the ground to Zach Tribe.
I think that is Paul over there, who's quite often in the chat. It's great to see him. He's here with Sue, his wife. All right, so 66 off 3 and 3.5 now. 170 is the expected score. I think the Spitfires would like it to be a little bit below that.
Everett, got a bit of a bat on that one. Khalid, he hasn't looked very fluid yet. Kemp's looking pretty good. Everett, it's the end of his 2. He goes wicketless, does Joe Everett. It's not often you say that. He did take a big wicket yesterday afternoon on his last delivery. But Everett, the quickest of the bowlers for the Spitfires. And there we go, going at just under 17 and over. It's a good start there for the Royals, even though they have lost a big wicket out of Carline.
67 for 1 after 4, so yeah, you're right. High 16s. Yeah, finals day maybe pars a bit higher as well. Maybe it's more like 150, 155. As Langford comes back.
Well, got a bit of glove on that, I think. And just knocked down by the keeper. No run.
Good stop by Jamie Smith behind the stumps. Good keeper. We're disappointed he put that one down earlier. It's one of those ones that looked like it might have been a bump, but I don't think it was. But he's also a very good bat. And Spitfires, obviously, they got a lot of threats with the bat as well. I mean, Tribe, he's probably unlucky not to have a century this week. He's batted so well. I think Giles is listed to open. That's interesting if they put the big man at the top.
He came in yesterday afternoon after missing the first 2 games, and he batted very, very well. Hits the ball hard.
The other thing is still matches to go, obviously, but the MVP conversation. Maybe in the chat, let us know who do you think is leading the race for MVP. And I think it's probably heavily influenced by performances today with a few players in the running.
Yeah, I mean, the Julius some rare 132 off, well, it seemed like about 3 balls, is a big one. He's been so important for his side. He has to be up there, I think.
Yeah, and that's even without bowling.
Yeah.
Obviously for his fielding. Van Breda making a late run.
Yeah.
You know, with his 100, if he has a very good finals day, he potentially could play 3 games today.
Healess as
Scotty.
well. I mean, he didn't hit 100, but he's been really good as well. Missed out this morning, but what a good young talent Ben Healess is.
I mean, Zach Tribe, if he was to have a big day as well, is in
Yep.
the running, I think. That's going to be up and over the top. Maximo! Picked up by Kemp, who moves into the 30s. Once again, the fielding's done by the spectators.
What about with the bowling? Who'd been the outstanding
Yeah, no,
bowlers
that's the
in
other
tournament?
question is, okay, in a batting heavy tournament, you look at bowlers that have stepped up. That's why, Tribe actually with the balls has been quite good, I think. Someone like an Everett who has had the toughest job bowling at these top order batters.
Stefan?
Stefan Schausberger, he's a smoky. It's not most popular player, it's MVP.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's lots of potentials, and I suppose decisions will be made by the end of the day. Langford, he's battling away here, trying to stay out of the naughty 40s.
Khalid, this is going to be called a no ball, bowling on turf. There's Langford. We kept on saying how good his slow ball was, but I think they're not coming out like they did at the start of the week. He's bowled quite a few wides with this slow ball, and it has been a long week. It's been a lot of cricket.
Sometimes the back of the hand is a delicate art. Some days they come out better than others. Let's see if he goes back to it or goes pace on.
Oh, could be trouble here.
Free hit,
ball.
don't forget. So it could still be out. Would have been out. Wow, how about this? The old goldfish memory gets everyone here, maybe except Langford, as Khalid just kind of jogs it through. Maybe thought he was out, maybe just forgot. He says, all right.
I definitely forgot, but bowler didn't. He would have been. He would have been gone. Wow.
Bold strategy.
Tell you what, Khalid's just not looking fluid at all today. And compared to how he's at the start of this tournament, again, sometimes you just have an off one. Sometimes you need one out of the screws to get you going.
Yeah,
And,
pretty even first 5 overs. I think 79 for 1 after 5. It's interesting they're going at 158 pace right now, but the computer thinks 170. Maybe just respecting Kemp and his boundary hitting ability. But we're at the halfway point. Beautiful day here in Jersey. 14 degrees currently. We're heading for a maximum of 16. But 2 things that will determine how hot it feels. The amount of sun. At the moment, we're getting plenty.
Yep.
And hopefully it stays that way. And the other thing is the wind. When the wind comes in, it is a little bit brisk. But as far as this ground is, it's pretty as a picture, isn't it? Oh, well. There's Shenton who comes on. This one comes back quicker than he bowls it. And it whizzes past him for 4 runs.
I fear for the umpires that, we saw one umpire hit in the foot in the last game. This one was just about the right height as well to take out a man in black. This one's going to be called a wide.
It just misses, but not by much. Probably not a bad spot to miss.
So Kemp's on 38. He's looking all right. Khalid really hasn't got going yet. Well, if you're hitting the ball like Jack Kemp, Khalid really doesn't need to bat. Just needs to give Kemp the strike. That's halfway up the hill, almost on the road. Wonder if they have hit the road here. They must have.
Well, I mean, Birrell hit one. Yeah, we've had the roadies a couple of times. Birrell hit one I mentioned over the club rooms on the 4 as well, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Kemp's just, he loves this format, doesn't it? It suits him to express himself.
That's in the air. Tribe coming around, and it'll hit the side screen. One hand, one bounce.
It'll be 50 for Kemp as well. Brings up his 50 in 13 balls, stepping up here in qualifier 1. He wants to see his team through to the final the easy way. But Jack scored a career high 89 on opening day. He'd love to score even more than that today, and he's got plenty of runway to still work with as he launches another one over deep mid-wicket. That's picnic wise. Oh, well, we knew the picnic. That was the epicenter of the possible landing zone, and I think a couple of sandwiches went flying there. Maximo 6 runs.
There was a small dog there that doesn't quite know what just happened. How lucky they were. I don't know what that hit the just the hill behind them. I think so.
Good comeback from Shenton, who gets a win here. Kemp's been out a couple of times just getting over crazy, jumping outside off, almost not being able to reach balls behind his pads or getting LBW. But yeah, he's staying quite still today, just backing himself.
Just got a little inside edge to square leg for a single. Rick Firth, who provided us with Vegemite earlier in the week.
Good to see the Vegemite kid getting a bit more of a run yesterday. I was lurking, and yeah, he had a bit more of a central role. Into the 6th over here, and the Royals 103 for 1.
He did have some family watching from Adelaide, their local tennis club. It was quite nice. Said a bit of a hello to them yesterday. I wonder if they're watching again today.
Bit of a late start for some of our Australian viewers, but I know quite a few have been burning the midnight oil because it has been quite a gripping series. Still 3 teams that all could potentially be lifting the trophy as Sam Dewhurst gets ready to bowl here in over number 7.
Good start here from Dewhurst.
Yeah. Wonder what the run home will be here for the Spitfires. I think they're reasonably happy chasing kind of 160 and under.
This has been hit to Childs. Straight to him, just a single. Brings Khalid back on strike. He needs to get going, Khalid. Just hitting one out of the centre will be good for him. Again, fantastic early in the week. And he and Carline, the partnerships between those two were fantastic. He's hit that one pretty well, but not well enough. Tribe's under it. Takes a catch. End of Khalid. Just didn't get going in this game.
Yeah, he's been a bit of a handbrake in this game, Khalid. And Zach Tribe knew he had a bit of space to work with there, so just concentrated on taking the ball and even a step backwards after the catch. But Khalid, yeah, just sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. You can see the timing wasn't there. One hand came off the bat. Zach Tribe has a really good pair of hands. So I suppose one door closes, another opens. It'll be Robbie Forrest to come out at number 4, but it's the end of Khalid for 9, and it's 104 for 2.
He's played well, Robbie Forrest. And well, he looked to pile on the runs as well. Just take a bit of pressure off Kemp.
Yeah, credit to Dewhurst as well. I think he's bowled pretty well here. He's asking a different sort of a question. Robbie Forrest certainly has entertained the masses this week.
Sit down the ground and picked up by Joe Everett.
The other thing today, all these players are going to love, as more and more people come to watch, it's going to have such a great atmosphere, this ground. So you always want to step up. You know, I've obviously got millions of people watching on TV, but to actually have them at the ground's great.
Thoroughly enjoyed this this tournament and the quality of cricket we've seen. The fantastic facilities here in Jersey.
And it's also
the weather.
They're obviously a long way ahead of a lot of the continental countries, but it's a great thing to aspire to for the continental countries to create this kind of atmosphere.
Oh, gone. Well, that's the end of Forrest. He's only put 1 on the board. And Dewhurst, this is a fantastic over.
In fact, that's the end of the over. He takes 2 for 3 in the 7th over, and it's like I said, it's a different sort of a question. It's a looped leg spinner that turns, it bounces, it hits the top of leg stump, and Forrest was kind of caught in a couple of minds. I think last moment he changes a drive to a bit of a standing sweep. See here, collapses the back leg, but yeah, very, very good bowling, and it's potentially game-changing. Sam Dewhurst with the double breakthrough and the score now 106 for 3 after 7.
You're going to like this, Vinny. It's Neil time.
Oh, Neil. Well, he told me he might have pulled something earlier in the week, but honestly, he's lion-hearted and he's getting asked to bowl this 8th over.
Is that from the catch he took?
Yeah.
That was a good catch. He's
The
bowled
landing.
well, actually, Neil.
Yeah, he was good yesterday.
Step to the left.
Okay. Slide step.
And this has gone all the way. Hopefully there's no kiddies in the way.
Yeah, that's a pretty free area there. It's a little free landing zone, but yeah, well, Neil comes on. Neil disappears. That's the way it happens sometimes. He's bond to a guy who's red hot. As Kemp swings his way into the 60s.
We did get a mention of the time warp yesterday, but it's a jump to the left and then a step to the right. So it's not really a jump, I don't think. So it's a reverse time warp, and this has gone over the top into the crowd again.
It's funny how often full tosses have gotten set batters out. And this is almost a case of a ball that you should be hitting it for 6, but it's low on the bat. And Giles, well, he's the kind of guy you'd want right on the boundary because he is tall, but he wasn't quite tall enough. The result, 6 more.
Neil again. And this is straight to Giles, takes a catch. Oh, I think he copped it as well.
I mean, that's a finger buster, really. And
I don't think that's what's busted.
Do you think? Well, maybe Ed Giles will be singing soprano in the Jersey Boys choir in the Liberation Day celebrations later on tonight. But the main thing is he's got the dangerous Kemp. And would you believe it? It's Neil Davies that gets the breakthrough, tosses up. Let's have a look. Does it go in straight in the hands? Or it goes straight in somewhere? Oh.
Well,
feel the vibrations coursing down your body. But Kemp, again, he looked on for a ton there, didn't he? But he'll go for 71. Breaks a run of back-to-back sixes, 118 for 4. Sam Patida comes in at number 6.
Gets a wicket. This is short and rubbish, and that's put away. Just got over the fielder. So, credit to Giles, though. He hasn't rubbed it yet.
Yeah, well, might
actually,
not be able to rub it, seeing we are on TV.
I think he might have hit it. I think he got it in the stomach.
Yeah.
So let's put it that way. It missed everything vital. Step to the left by Neil. Comes in, bowling to Patidar again. And Giles again. Comfortable that time. No body in the way. Just a comfortable chest high catch.
Yeah, 6 and out for Sam. This one was a more comfortable catching pace, wasn't it, for Ed Giles? And there were 54% Royals before that ball. I just got a feeling with that wicket, they're probably slightly behind. Sam has had some good contributions this week, but yeah, Neil with the double strike. So that's 4 wickets in the last 9 balls. But there's also been 3 sixes in the last 9 balls.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's have a look. This is Crocker coming out at number 7. It's 124 for 5.
A pesky left-hander, and Neil does well again. Bit of a shout. I'll have another look at that one. He's asking the question.
Well,
still asking.
He's edged it, and they're trying to say, has he edged it onto his foot and gone up? I've got a feeling probably it's hit some ground, but we'll try and slow it down as much as we can.
Oh.
Let's have a look.
Oh. I mean, I don't know if you can tell from that.
Yeah. You know what? It's
that might be.
You know what? I got a funny feeling this could be out, but I don't know how clear it is because it seemed like shoelace, not like a squeeze between the ground. They might have already decided it's not out, but I wouldn't mind one more look at this because I think he might have been a bit lucky there, Crocker.
If you had the right camera angle and you slowed it down enough, you might analyze it to give it out. But I don't think you can definitively say it's out.
Definitively is a very good word.
It's a hard word to say. I need more coffee. I'm out of coffee. I've got tea in front of me though.
Tea's all right.
British thing.
Back to Dewhurst.
It's just squeezed out boundary. Just for a single. So
with those foot ones, quite often they look like they bounce off of the foot, but they kind of hit the ground and the foot at the same time. But yeah, no harm, no foul. And they are slightly behind now, the Royals.
They're in a bit of trouble, I think, especially with the calibre of the Spitfires batting. Still a long way to go in this game, though. And it's been hit pretty firmly, and 6 runs.
Well, Crocker, this time he does get off the mark. Survived a tight one at the end of the last over, but just hits with the spin here of Dewhurst. just eases it over the boundary. So again, you got Crocker. He's not even batting the top 6 here, but still showing you can find the boundary quickly.
Well, Spin's been doing the job pretty well here for the Spitfires. Dewhurst did get to hit for that 6 just then, but it was a fantastic first over. 2 big wickets. Let's see what he comes up with. You can see left-hander in the air. Tribe going back and won't get there. Just next to the side screen. Another 6 runs.
Yeah, this one looked like a slight mishit, but it kind of got up in the slipstream, just kept on sailing over the rope. Tribe had to watch it.
There's been a lot of that throughout this week, and this is, again, it's coming towards me. And just over Ed Giles, another 6.
Another perfectly judged 152-metre job from Crocker, who's gone bang, bang, bang. Yeah, I mentioned that we've had this run of, what is it now? It's 13 balls, but there's been 5 sixes and 4 wickets in these 13 balls. So it's just 6s and wickets at the moment. Score still motoring forward, 143. Still 8 balls to go.
Just looking at the chat, Wayne saying is a lucky batsman. And probably you're right, but it's one of those ones, I've seen a lot of these in the past and just can't tell. That did look like a hit straight off the foot, but they could have squeezed up.
They only got one look at it and they weren't prepared to overrule, so no. Fair enough. Okay, Dudley, it's his chance.
Oh, it's not a bad shot, and it does well, does Joe Everett. That was squeezed out and hit pretty firmly. Got right behind it.
Yeah, so it will just be one and be the end of the over. Sometimes the momentum or the force forces you back on the rope. It just stays inside there. Everett does well. And it's 145 for 5 after 9. Anyone's game here. And yeah, you're going to get your double dose of Neil, whose first over had 3 sixes, 2 wickets, and a strange almost 3rd wicket off the foot of Crocker. But he is going to bowl out. They've said, okay, we're going to keep the pace off. It's been working for us so far. And they might have gone back to Tribe there, but I think Neil has a hot hand.
Could get another one. It's in the air, and God, dropped it.
Sure. I hope this isn't FaceTime. Let's have a look. They're going to scramble back for 2. This one just burst straight through the hands. Hayward down there. Oh, dear me. Let's have a look at it. Oh, yes, straight off the schnoz. That's a hard nose that Hayward's got. Does save the boundary.
I don't think there's any sympathy from his captain. This is hit straight and hard and into the netting. So there's Zach Tribe in front of us. He dropped the catch. Got hit in the face.
Credit to Hayward. He's just eaten it. And I don't think have a look at this. Straight.
He closed his eyes too.
Gets a bit of finger, but not a lot. Wow.
I'll say to 4. That's been pulled away for 6.
In the branches, 150's up. Dudley, it's a bit of a sleeping giant, by the way, of the Royals. I know that when he's been in the lineup, sometimes hasn't had a hit, or hasn't had much of a hit, but he's a very good player. He's 16 off 5. Yeah, the nose seems to be intact there for Hayward. That's good news.
It's a good partnership between these two. Another 6. This one's huge.
Dudley does have this power as well. He's hit several trees in this over. So what's that now? 165 with 2 to come. You just wouldn't say that they're even heavy favourites. They're probably slight favourites, but with Spitfires having so many good batters, the score isn't safe.
The wickets that fell in the 2 overs before of Shenton and Davies, you'd think that and they're only about 120 odd. You'd think that the Spitfires are going to keep this Royals lineup down to 140, 150, and it's not the case. They've been absolutely hammering the bowling of Davies and Shenton.
I mean, they're not easy shots. These are kind of in between length. You still got to judge them. They're not super short, but it's just kind of a standing swipe. If you do judge the height of the ball well when you get in the middle, of course we know the balls have been flying over the rope. So 2 to come. Dudley 22 off 6. bringing the innings home with a bang. Or double slide step maybe that time.
This is in the air, player going back, big hard catch, and they've cut off the boundary. They'll come back for 2.
Yeah, they will. It's a good stop at least. It's one of those ones. I think 2 fielders were after it. None of them, or neither one of them really put a big name on it. So 167, where the ball to go. We have seen a 170 chase in the series.
Have to be pretty close to this one. See what comes with the last, and that's going to be 6. Nothing Giles can do about it. Scatters the dog.
Well, the Picnics had a double dose of Grizzly during that 10 overs. But I think the sandwiches were moved out of the way that time. So, hey, they will swing their way into the 170s in the end. 173 for 5 off the 10 overs, with Dudley finishing with a real handy 30 off 8. Crocker 19 off 5. So you combine those two, that's 49 off 13 balls. So even with the wickets falling quickly, they didn't really waste too much time. And yeah, the computer was about spot on. Thought it was going to be about 170 all the way through. They finish on 173.
Didn't look likely with a few overs to go, but that was some big hitting towards the end. This is the one that, well, Zach Tribe almost got hold of. I thought it was in trees and just kept on hanging in the air. And we'll see. Quite a bit of good hitting early on from Carlyon, but he did lose his wicket. That's the one caught by Joe Everett there in the covers. And you thought, with Khalid really not hitting the ball well, that they might be in a little bit of trouble, the Royals. But there were good performances throughout the this innings. Jack Kemp stepping up and hitting the ball well. This is Khalid's wicket. Just didn't get a hold of it, and it wasn't his day. Khalid, we will see him back a little bit later.
Yeah, it was funny because he was the only one that really burnt balls, because everyone else, okay, they got out, but they scored runs. You know, Patita was 6 and out. You know, Carlyon 33 off 11. And then, yeah, pretty good kind of 300 plus strike rate. So again, it's the reason the Royals have been so good, I think, that they've had a lot of different players stepping up. Neil was asked to come on and did a pretty good job. We saw the one catch was a little bit uncomfortable for Giles. Caught the next one easily. Well, Hayward just completely schnauzed that one, didn't he? Straight off the nose. But he just took it like a champ. Got a lot of respect for him there. They didn't even concussion test him because I think that he hadn't shown any obvious signs of discomfort. But Dudley goes bang, bang, bang. Last over goes for 28. The 9th goes for 21. So 49 off the last 2. Get them to 173. Just the 4 extras in there. So at least wasn't too bad from the Southern Spitfires. Kemp, let's not forget his contribution. 71 off 22 balls with 8 sixes, 4 fours in there. Carlyon with 33. And Dudley and Crocker bring the show home. And Royals will be favourites, no doubt, with a 173. But it's not a score that is completely safe when you look at that Spitfires batting lineup.
You're right. It's the bowling. It's okay from Everett first up. Didn't get a wicket. Langford took one. A couple for Dewhurst and Davies, but especially Neil Davies went for a few. 23 and over. Very expensive, his wickets. But 173 didn't look likely with a few overs to go with Dewhurst and Davies taking those wickets. In the end, a very, very good total there for the Eastern Royals. The Spitfires will have to bat very, very well to get there. They've got good batting on top with Zach Tribe.
And we'll take
Ed Giles.
We'll take a break then. We're back in just a few minutes with 174, the victory target for the Spitfires to have the free passage through to the final. Or can the Eastern Royals defend this fairly handsome score? Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hudacek. We'll take a break. Back in Jersey, live. You're watching Finals Day here in the ECS Jersey Liberation Series. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
And welcome back to Jersey for this European Cricket Series match between the Eastern Royals and the Southern Spitfires. It is the qualifier. The winner will get straight through to the final. The loser will play in the second eliminator against the Central Commanders, who had a good win against the Western Towers in the game earlier on. So, Eastern Royals, well, they lost a few wickets in about the 7th over, and 7th and 8th overs, and they really looked like they were struggling. And then, out of nowhere, it was Joel Dudley and Nigel Crocker who really got them up to a good score, 174 to win. We'll see. Very good young bowler on Luke Bozio opening the bowling. Left armour, be bowling to the captain of the Spitfires, Zach Tribe, who want to get his team onto a good start. So we're up for the second innings of this game. Bozio to Tribe, and too short. That's been hit towards spectators who don't really seem too bothered with the Grizzly being launched in their direction. That's 6 runs to start off with. Not a great start from Bozio, but perfect for Tribe. Joe Everett is the opening batsman with Zach Tribe. We saw the Joe Everett up the top of the batting order a couple of days ago. Didn't really work, but let's see. Maybe he's a pinch hitter. Oh, it's a good ball from Bozio. It's beat the outside edge of Tribe. Very good bowler is Luke Bozio. Good contest between these two. You wouldn't want to drop it too short. And this one's flicked down to backward square. No run. Good bowling. Difficult to bowl on these pitches against a quality batsman. Too short, you get smashed. Too full, you get smashed. Slow ball. That's got smashed. Well, it's quite a few spectators there. As you can see, Liberation Day, it is a holiday here in Jersey. This one goes pretty straight between the commentary tent and the sight screen. It's retrieved by Robbie Forrest. He'll protect the spectators, hopefully protect us in the commentary box. Well, no protecting anyone there. That's going up and onto the path. That's one of the spectators will come and get that one. Nice shot there from Zach Tribe, who's been in good form this tournament. I want to see the back of him as soon as possible. It moves on to 18. The score is 18. So we've got the required run rate off this over already. It's 17 and over from here on in to the Spitfires, who went 3-0 yesterday to get into that second spot. They just beat out the Central Commanders for that. I saw the Commanders though with a big win against the Towers earlier on. Bozio comes around the wicket now, and same result. That's over the top, past the side screen, and into the netting that is protecting the spectators in front of the clubhouse. Again, a nice shot there from Zach Tribe. Difficult player to bowl to. So, nice shot down the ground. And 24 off the first over. 66 matches since the last golden ball. That was last Wednesday. And wow, wouldn't it be great to have a golden ball finish here in Jersey? It's been a fantastic tournament. It's high quality cricket, all round good bowling, great fielding and fantastic stroke making. Barney Aston, the new bowler, bowling right arm over. On to Joe Everett, who just plays that one on the leg side, gets Zach Tribe back on strike, which is a good thing. for the Spitfires. More Tribe gets to face. You feel the higher the score, if he stays in for a while, it's going to be difficult to beat these Spitfires. It's down leg side, called a wide. It's slightly wrong. And Vinny's back in the tent.
I'm back. I've got to say, I've had a bit of a cameo in the kids' game with mixed results. But it's great to see so many kids playing cricket. And there's some good players out there as well. And you look at someone like Posio, he's only 15.
Yeah.
Might be too long before those kids might be out there. All right, now Special Agent Aston.
He couldn't be too old either, I think, Vinny.
Yeah. Aston is again another good youngster. We've seen him obviously playing for Jersey as part of the baby Jersey team almost that we had last year. I mean, Aston he's about to have a birthday actually. He will be 17. He's still 16 right now.
Shows a lot of trust in these two youngsters up at the... Oh, just going to fall in front of the fielder.
Good pace though, Barney, doesn't he? And even that one, he hit Everett high in the bat. I know they tried Joe opening last night. I think they just like the idea. He's like a shot to nothing, to use a snooker term.
Yeah.
It just says go out there, really attack the power play. And obviously there's more batting to come. But he'll take a bit of pressure off Tribe to be uber aggressive. Tribe would be a bit more selective, I think, depending on what comes his way.
Oh, that's what's just come his way. And it's going to be fetched by one of the kids that you were playing with. How was the pitch playing, by the way?
I had a bit of a dodgy bounce once, but I knew I was starting to hit form when I was picking out individual people and trying to target them, like someone that was minding their own business at the top of the hill. But we had another teenager coming on. I think she's still a teenager. That's actually going to be part of the ECSW tomorrow, and also an ECCW trophy winner. So, Danny, if you like, would you like to go and protect the kids for a couple of overs while I bring someone?
I'll definitely stand in the sun. I'll stand with some spectators and have a bit of a chat for sure.
It's one of those days where I'm just a little bit jealous of because it's such a nice day to watch cricket. We're a bit protected with the tent. Anyway, this one isn't protected. It's going to be short, and Tribe is going to bang it over backward square for 6. A maximal. Yeah, Danny, so why don't you go? I'd like to see you have a bit of a bowl. I know that you've retired from organised cricket, but
Dodgy
kids
shoulder.
cricket, it's my level. So it's 2 overs down, 40 without loss. Yeah, so Danny, would you like to hand your headset over?
Absolutely.
We'll get you back in a little while.
There's a couple of guys there with pints. I think I'd rather do that. I know I can't.
Yeah,
later
you can
in the game.
definitely hold a beer. I think there's nothing in the code of conduct that prevents that.
Oh, it'd be too tempting. I've got a thermos of tea.
Well, I mean, that's something. That's also a very crickety drink.
Yeah.
So Danny's going to step out just for a few overs, and then he'll be back before the end, unless it's a very fast chase. But got a special guest commentator. Again, your comments are welcome. Here's Carl Lyon. And that's going to be in the air and caught. Lonsdale in his trademark floppy hat. Just a miss hit from Everett. Didn't have too much to do while he was out. There he goes. Third ball. This game's locked at 50-50, but maybe a slight advantage to the Royals now with that wicket. The 50 partnership not quite brought up in the end. It's 40 for 1 in the third over. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, and joining me once again, not for the first time, is Grace Weatherall, Jersey national team player, ECCW winner as well. Grace, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Really nice to be back. I know that we're always happy to have you on the commentary. We had you a little bit during ECCW last year. And although you are Jersey through and through, but you're at school at the moment in the UK, right?
Yeah, playing at Millfield and playing county for Wiltshire.
Yeah, and I know that you must be pretty excited to be part of the first ever ECSW in Jersey as well.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. I think it'll be really good, especially playing against some of my own players will be good fun.
Well, that's what's made this series so interesting as well. One of the things for sure is the way the teams have mixed up. They've mixed up really even, and you'll be playing for the Eastern Royals?
Yeah, Eastern Royals.
So this is your team right here in the blue. Pretty accidental foot fielding there from Jack Lonsdale, but we'll make the stop. But how have you been since we last saw you, of course, in December when you won the ECCW?
Yeah, it's been really good. I've had lots of hockey and lots of cricket within school, so it's been very, very busy.
That's going to be in the air. Now, is it going to go over the line? It does, just despite the best efforts. There's Dudley down there who tried to contort himself to keep it in play, but the result's going to be 6 runs. Have you caught much of the series this week, though?
Yeah, I've been sat watching it in my VTech lessons, keeping up to score with all the teams and stuff. A bit more fun than lessons.
That's going to be up, and that's going to be out of the ground as well. Maximal 6 runs. Yeah, so I suppose you're a card-carrying Eastern Royal supporter then.
Yeah, definitely. I've been
Played
watching
blue.
most of their games. Got Harrison as our coach on this weekend as well, so
Yeah.
be good.
I heard he's quite a popular coach as well, Harrison. Right now, he almost has his head taken off by this one. It's going to bang off the sight screen. Oh, the run's coming thick and fast, but a lot of runs still to go. So let me take you back, though, to December when you won the ECCW. And I know, actually, Trinity was saying you had games the next day, so you couldn't really celebrate too hard, but it must have been a great feeling.
Yeah, it was a brilliant feeling for us to be able to win that. We worked so hard as a team for Jersey. We all put so much effort in, especially with not having training with each other, as we used to train together as a massive team, and we've all been moving to the UK and stuff, a lot of us at uni and school out there, so we'd never really trained together anymore. So it was so good to be as a team and be able to win something together. It was a really good atmosphere, so it was really enjoyable. And then our lovely 3-hour drive down to Gibraltar the next day.
Yeah, it's always better to do that as a winner, though, isn't it? And obviously, that means that you've been promoted into the Premier Division this year. It'll be a good challenge for
Yeah,
you.
it'll be very, very challenging coming up against Netherlands, Ireland, Scotland.
All right, so we go to Adam Bradbury now. The first one all the way along the carpet. The Tribe, even when he doesn't quite get them in the middle of the bat with good players, they still go to the boundary. This is a good example of that. So how do you feel about the weekend? Now, you've got a big schedule. I think you guys play 4 matches tomorrow, right?
Yeah, 4 matches tomorrow, both back-to-back.
First 2, last 2.
First 2, last
Yeah.
2. But it'll be good to get out there and show off what we can do. We've got a good team coming through with quite a few of the youngsters, so it'll be good to see what they can do.
Bradbury. Oh, big filthy full toss. It's almost caught. And it's knocked over the line. This is pretty borderline for height as well. So I guess we'll see if it was a genuine chance or not. Sam Patida might have lost a finger or two there. Check this one out in the replay. That probably is. That's probably a no ball. So I don't think it would have been out anyway. Just looking at where he hits this. Yeah, that's going to be a no-y. So it'll be a 7 up. What do you think? Obviously the boundaries will come a little bit. It'll be regulation women's boundaries 45 metres. But what do you think a good score might be in the women's tomorrow?
I think a good score on here would be, I'd say, 140, 150.
Free hit then. So it doesn't matter if it's caught or not. I think, Caroline happy to let this one bounce and just be a single. Yeah, 140, 150 I think win you a lot of games. Also, I suppose it's a really nice opportunity to see some of the women's players that we haven't seen as part of the national team before.
Yeah, definitely. There's quite a few new people into the Jersey side that came to Cyprus with us over Easter. The likes of Nia Gregg, Tallulah Spry and Hannah Rigby. They're all new young players into the team. Nia came with us to France back in 2019. So it's good to have her back on the team, and they'll be playing this weekend. So it will be good to see what they can do.
Yeah, for sure. It's Bradbury. Short. Beats him upstairs. Bit of pace there from Adam. Apparently he's called the Iceman. That's his nickname. And his younger brother James is called Ice Cube. Actually ran into James last night. He was doing a bit of coaching at Farmers. So I went and I had a bit of a tour of that ground. So I've got Grace here with me for a few overs. And so questions are welcome. The first question's come in from Sahil. And we'll come back to that in a second. First is Bradbury to Giles. He's a big hitter. He jams him up here. A pretty good Yorker. Only be a single. And he wants to know, Grace, from what age did you start playing?
I started playing cricket when I was 11. I never played softball very much. I went straight into hardball, straight into my first tournament in France. So yeah, so from the age of 11, but properly since the age of 12.
That's great to hear. It's going to be a single as well. So Bradbury doing a pretty good job. 14 off this over. If he keeps this on the field of play, then I think he's held his own. And now he's 17 at the moment?
18.
Yeah, 18 already.
Yeah.
Well, that's trouble. Of course, we had the Yorkshire Cricket College here, a mixture of 16, 17 and 18-year-olds. I think think some of the 18-year-olds had a pretty entertaining week when they weren't playing. That'll be upstairs to finish the 4th over as Bradbury. I think I'm going to check if this is a second for the over, but I don't remember one earlier in the over. Have a look at it on the replay. This to me probably is over the shoulder, even of Giles, who's a bit of a man-mountain. But yeah, I think that's not above the head, so I think it'll be okay. It will be the end of the 4th, and the score 72-1. So why don't you tell me, one or two players that you're looking forward to playing with, and one or two that you're looking forward to playing against in ECSW.
Players I'm looking forward to playing with is Finty Trussler. I've seen that she's now moved from the Western team to the Eastern team.
Move, yeah.
So I've heard a lot about her and done my research as I do. So it's going to be exciting to see what she's like and to bat with her, which will be quite fun.
All right, that's going to go, and it's going to go miles, going, and gone. Maximo, luckily the kids' game broke up just in time, as you have spent a bit of time in the crowd. You got to pay attention, don't you? These balls are flying.
Yeah, I'm also quite excited to play with Trinity Smith, as one of my teammates been for maybe 5 years now. It'll be good to play with her as my captain and have her by my side.
Trin was in the commentary box actually earlier in the week as well, as this is lifted up as well, going, and gone once again. Maximo, 6 more Tribe. Well, he is one guy. If he gets going, then this 174 will be under attack. This is Crocker who's come on, but that length's about a metre short of a Yorker. Just lifts it up and it sails into the crowd once again. And it's good actually, a couple of Guernsey players making the trip as well.
Definitely.
I think adds to the competition. And MCCW, which I think is going to make it really interesting and quite challenging. I know that a couple of players we saw play in the Valletta Cup last year from MCCW. I think I got one of the Norwegian internationals I covered recently in Portugal as well, Amadi. And so, a really nice mix of players.
Yeah.
But you're going to have a big workload, with the 4 matches tomorrow and then 2 the following day.
Yeah, we've definitely gotten the unlucky part of the draw with our game schedule, but it'll be exciting.
Goes a little bit too wide. Proximo has a question here for you, Grace. Do you have a cricket role model or a favourite cricketer?
Well, that's a tough question.
It is always tough, isn't it? I'll give you a moment to think about it, because Crocker is trying to pull this over back. Does pretty well here. Just concedes a single. I mean, is that something? You've played a lot of cricket now? Played 5 or 6 years cricket, 7 years cricket. But do you get a chance to watch much cricket, or?
Yeah, I watch quite a bit of cricket in my free time. I've watched Lauren Bell quite a bit with her bowling.
Well, this one could be got. Forrest. Oh, great effort as he tries to pull one back into play, but this will be a Maximo. And Tribe moves up to 69. Great effort here from Forrest. Maybe took off from the rope, but did everything he could. This over's gone magical now from Crocker. Yeah, Lauren Bell's a fantastic player. I suppose if you're playing in England, obviously there'd be a pathway for you maybe to even one day represent England.
That's the hope.
Just bringing it up, because might need a bit of new blood. I know they had a bit of a disappointing Ashes series recently, although it's never easy, I will say, going to Australia and playing in Australian conditions against a very confident Australian team. End of the 5th over here. Right now, they're ahead of the game. The Spitfires 94 for 1 after 5. Let's have a look. And funny enough, we've got Greece and Germany going head-to-head right now. Germany, of course, the team that you beat in the ECCW back in the Challenger final back in December, taking on Greece, who I'm really excited to say are going to be at the Carlton Oval for the first time. And you might know, you might not, that we've gone from 2 divisions to 3 divisions this year. So that means that we have 15 nations represented. Isn't that exciting for women's cricket?
That is very exciting for women's. It'll be really good to have more teams involved.
This is in the air. Fielder drops it. Lonsdale just palms it. Kind of hard hands there. Does keep it in the field of play. But that's Tribe dropped on 70 and a big moment in the game. Oh, dearie me. He's not a guy that's going to give you a lot of opportunities. remember that. Next one worked away, just be a single. But yeah, Tribe has threatened the three figures a few times this week, but yeah, right now he'd love to do it here on finals day. Yeah, so we have 3 divisions this year, and you can have a look at them here. So obviously you've gone up to Premier Division now, so you'll take on the English, the Scots, the Irish and the Dutch. We have Cyprus taking your place in Challenger Division, who are a new side, but we saw them actually sweep Czechia in a series that we did just last weekend in Prague. And then the Emerging Division, Czechia go down to that. Malta, who we saw on the weekend, and Croatia, who we saw on the weekend. Greece are playing right now, and Sweden, who we haven't seen for a while, actually. We saw them play in T10 cricket back in the first period of 2023 in Gibraltar. But I'm actually off to Sweden next week, and we have our first ever ECSW there as well, so we might see some of their players.
Oh, very exciting. It's good to see Cyprus coming up. We played them over Easter, and they had some very strong players as well, so it'll be good for them to move up into that.
Yeah, quadrangular series there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, tell us a bit about your trip to Cyprus. I've been there a few times.
Yeah, it was really good. It was very hot conditions, but we were able to win 6 from 6 against Isle of Man, Cyprus, and Denmark. Yeah. Yeah, I was forgetting who it was.
It must be a great life though when you're flying around to these destinations to play cricket. I fly there, I just don't get to play, except bullying the kids a little bit. It's gonna be a wide, it's a genuine upstairs up from Bradbury. They'll have to re-bowl it.
The only issue we have when we go on like tours like that is we never actually have time to go like do any sightseeing because we have so much cricket.
I'm hearing you.
So
yeah.
When we go to Rome in May, it'll be quite nice. We've got a couple of rest days, so we should be able to go out into Rome. So when we came over for the Meltel Shield, me and Chloe didn't have much time to go.
It is true. The ICC T20s are a bit of a doddle compared to the schedule.
Yeah.
Rest days, 1 game a day. But obviously they're very important matches as well. And obviously, you know, I was speaking to Lee Malloy earlier in the week, and he was talking about how proud he is of how the women's program's going, and players like yourself, and obviously it'll be a great showcase over the weekend.
Yeah, it should be exciting.
Down the ground, should be stopped by Forrest, and a very good fielder. Does keep it to 1. Tribe maybe scared straight after being dropped on 70. I suppose this is the double chance game, so these two teams have earned the right to lose and continue in the competition. I was just going to look up, I think, there was a question about Lucy Barnett from Isle of Man, who I think is playing over the weekend. Is that the same Lucy Barnett from Isle of Man?
Yes.
I would say it is.
Yes, it is.
But I'm just going to see who she's been playing for. It's the end of the over. Bradbury goes for 18, finishes with a dot. And yeah, probably a bit of a draw with 19 and over required from here on in. The score is 98 for 1 after 6. Yeah, so
I think she's playing for the Western.
She's a Western Tower.
Yeah,
see that, and she's a late addition actually. Catherine Perry and Georgia Mallet also.
Yes.
Late addition. There's a few rejigs, but it's a great concept, isn't it? Just trying to create for a new kind of history, I suppose, in real time with the Eastern Royals Western Towers. It's been really successful in the men's. I'm sure it'll be great in the women's.
I'd be excited for the Isle of Man girls to come over because they were supposed to win my team at the start, and then it switched to.
This could be gone. Carline's not going to drop that, and there is the big wicket, so it doesn't cost them in the end. Tribe just trips this, turns in his hands the bat, and Carline will take it. It could be a critical blow as he gets the staggers in the 70s. Zach Tribe out for 72. And it's Robbie Forrest with the big wicket. The Spitfires 98 for 2, and another big momentum swing in this game.
That would be a big game changer for the Royals there.
So I always like to finish with a random question. I know you want to get back to your spectating. Maybe we'll get you on a little bit later. But I would love for you to do a bit of commentary, particularly on Sunday. I know when you've got a couple of games off, and I'll already be on the way to Sweden. Yeah, that would be fantastic. James Smith comes out, he finds the gap first up, and that's going to be 4. So he just timed that pretty well, James, and Forrest goes for 4 runs. But tell us something outside cricket. Tell us a little about your hobbies and what makes you tick. What's something people wouldn't know about you that you like?
Well, Well, I'm at school most of the times when I'm not playing any sport. It's either working or going to the gym. I go to the gym almost every single night.
All right. Do you have a favourite exercise or
Um,
machine?
I
Forrest,
quite-
well, I think this has gone through the legs, unless my eyes are deceiving me. Let's have a look. It's going to be given 4 runs. I just had a funny feeling that this is a mega, but maybe I'm going crazy in my old age. Let's have a look. Straight through the legs. 4 runs. The old draw shot. Yeah, go on, tell us.
I quite like just doing like arm workouts and stuff. So just free weight stuff like bicep curls and stuff like that.
Probably good training for a cricketer.
Yeah.
All right, it's going to be 6 this time. It's swatted away from leg stump, and Smith, he'll be hoping that he can get them close or maybe even over the line. More spectator fielding, 6 runs. And tell us finally just your ambitions for in the longer term. What's your ultimate dream with the cricket career?
Well, my dream is to become a professional, so that's why I've started playing some county cricket in the UK and slowly moving up the rankings. So I'm hopefully trying to move to Glamorgan's next year.
A bit of a connection with Jersey and Glamorgan. This has cracked into the gap, and that's going to be 4 more. So Smith has come out firing. He's 18 off just 4. Yeah, Glamorgan would be a great place to play.
Because where I play at the moment, Wiltshire have good connections with them already. So most of the Wiltshire players move into Glamorgan. So that'll be from there, and then to go out and play in Australia, I guess I've got some family out there.
Yeah, wonderful.
So just trying to get into the more professional environment.
Well, you're getting well looked after here, hopefully. It's going to be a great weekend. Just quickly, I know that it's not confirmed yet, but there's a series in the works in England, another one potentially. During the 100, the Northamptonshire ground isn't being used, so we might be doing a series there, maybe men's, women's ECS, an extra one. But so there's just a little one, depending what your movements are around there. Get you out of school for a little bit anyway. It'll be the end of the 7th over, 117 for 2. Grace, thanks so much for joining us in the commentary. I know we might get you back a little bit later in the day, definitely on the weekend. And good luck for the weekend. Hope that you go well. We'll certainly have our eyes on you.
Perfect. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, that's Grace Weatherall. And I know a lot of our viewers remember Grace from the successful Jersey ECC W team that won the Challenger Division back in that December 2024 edition. And now they have been promoted to the Premier. All right, here we go with over number 8, and it's going to start with a drop, although Carline does keep it on the field of play. It's the next best thing. It was drilled at him to his right, and so it's Smith who started well, but he gets a life on 19. Carline, it wasn't an easy one because he was on the move. Another guy on the move. He was in the fan zone. Now he's back. It's Danny Hudacek, and this game's delicately poised right now.
It is, and well, look, there's a big wicket of Zach Tribe in the previous over. And Barney Aston comes back on. Unlucky not to get a wicket first up. It was hit pretty hard by Giles, who does hit the ball very, very hard.
Well, at least they do stop the boundary. Rates about 20 and over from here they need.
Oh, dropped again.
It was low. Again, stops the boundary. At the moment, anytime you can keep the ball in play, then it's a big win. But this time Bradbury, he gets a finger stinger. We're on a hat trick of sizzlers getting dropped.
Oh, I tell you what, I would hate to be fielding out there. It's a beautiful ground to field on, but this ball's been hit so hard. There's 3 of them who can't feel their hands at the moment. I know one went off.
Oh, swing and a miss. So Giles, he probably hasn't quite hit his A game so far. He's 19 off 13, can hit the ball a long way, we know that. Aston, credit to him. He's willing to try and beat him for pace upstairs.
Really impressed with Aston. Again, with a lot of these players, it'll be interesting to see what they're like in a couple of years. Comes in again and called it wide this time.
Down leg sides, that will be called. Yeah, Royals, I mean, they've done all the heavy lifting. They've got a big score on the board, and they've got that rate up to almost 4 a ball required now. Team that only lost the 1 game, which I found quite remarkable that one team would have such a lopsided record. At one stage they were 6-0, but they've just clicked. Just been playing good cricket. They seem a well balanced side. They got lots of options with the bat and the ball.
Yeah. Now they're Good team.
Big three balls here coming up. Aston is none for 18 off 9 balls. So he's only going at 2 a ball, and that's fine. 2 a ball, the whole innings is 120. They've got 173 on the board.
Yeah, need some big boundaries here soon. There's one of them. That's hit a tree. Oh, I've got news for you, by the way.
Please.
There's a row of cars parked on the road just above the hill.
Oh.
I think that might have just, I don't know if it's hit one, but it did rebound in an odd way.
The trees have defended well so far. There's been a lot of branches that have been hit. But isn't it nice to see, by the hour actually, we're having more and more people coming down. I mean, it's still only 1:30 in the afternoon. We've got the whole second half of the program to come.
Yeah, it is lovely. Great atmosphere. And yeah, I was just chatting to a couple of the guys.
Friendly crowd as well.
Very friendly.
Yeah.
Recommended a good beer for me.
Feels so welcome here. It's been a great week. Here's Aston with the comeback ball.
Oh.
Not a good one. It'll be a no ball. I suppose the only saving grace is that it was mistimed by Giles. He'll be kicking himself. It'll be no ball +1 and the free hit to come.
Yeah, Smith to face it. Well, they do have 2 very good bats out there at the moment, do the Spitfires. And I mean, it's 22 and over, but I really can't pick a winner. Coming again. And gets away with it, just a single.
Yeah, and I think they didn't pick up the no ball, but it's definitely a no ball. So there'll still be a ball to go here. And the score, 128 on the board. So they need 46 off 13 balls. And Barney, he's held his own here. He's still in the 20s. Love to keep this on the field. Giles will want to get it out of here.
This one is out of here. It's into the trees again, and just listening for a car.
Well, we didn't hear the sound of ball on windscreen, but we did hear ball on bat, and it was a large one from Ed. And so, Barney may be going to get carried away with the short ball there. I think when he tried Yorker, it went 2 for it, and he got no ball. So, just had a bit of an identity crisis towards the end of the over. 8 down. It's 134 for 2 with 40 required off the last 2 overs. Carl Lyon is going to take the ball as the skipper, and he'll be hoping, whoever wins this over is basically favourite for the game. They need
agreed.
40 off the last 2 overs.
Well, they need to plunder as many as they can. All happens in the 9th, remember, Vinny. And this is a huge over in the context of this game and also probably the series.
It's very good knowledge from Robbie Forrest, who just turned to us and said it all happens in the 9th. He knows his ECN. So expect the unexpected here as Harrison tries to win the 9th.
Oh, could do that. Player under it. Takes it. It's Sam Padita, who cocked one on the fingers earlier on. Takes a comfortable catch that time.
Yeah, Smith, again, it's an example of about having a life, but then not being able to make the fielding side pay. Remember, he was dropped moments ago by Carl Lyon down at long on. But this one, he was trying to go leg side. A bit of a leading edge out to Sam, who takes a catch. It was a comfortable kind of catch. So Harrison with the early strike in the 9th. The score 134 for 3, as this looks like Sam Dewhurst coming to the wicket.
You'd say it's a dot ball in the context of the game. There's plenty of wickets left, but it is a big wicket that
See, Smith just a bit annoyed that he tried to go across that. But now it's not even easy for the new bat. I think this was a miss actually from Dewhurst, but it gets away from the keeper. That's Kemp who's doing the job. So that's what it does do. It changes the strike and it gets the set batter, Ed Giles, back on strike.
Yeah, it was 32 of 16. He's not as fluent as what I saw him maybe earlier in the week or yesterday. That was not out, says the umpire.
Yeah.
But another dot ball.
Carl Lyon's an ideal guy to bowl this over as well, because especially he's a different kind of character. He's got a good change of pace as well without changing his arm speed too much. Looks like they've done enough here, Royals.
Well, there's 6 more to the total, and there's a plonks next to a tree up on the path.
Yeah, so 33 off 8. So the thing is, even if you hit both these for 6, you still need 21.
Yeah.
It's a tough ask, but yeah, Giles, he's timed the ball reasonably well. at times.
I've seen crazier things in ECN. This is another 6.
Oh, that's gone over the 10. So 27 off 7. And look, we've got to finish. I mean, even if this was a dot, you can get 27 in an over. We've seen it happen before, and it is all happening in the 9th. We've had 2 6s, a wicket, a bye, a miss. And the last ball coming up.
6 here would make it a bit easier for the last over. But, well, could we see a golden ball?
Yeah, I wouldn't put it off the table. It's the only thing we haven't had this week, really, in Jersey. Ed Giles is 44 now.
No hat-tricks either.
Yeah, no hat-tricks, true.
Come close. In fact, Stefan was on a hat-trick yesterday.
Hey,
Guess
they
what
brought the
happened?
mid-wicket in to try and save a single. That's also pretty clever. But I don't think Giles is thinking single here. Like, he'll take one if it's there, but he wants a boundary. Last ball, the over.
Oh, that's massive.
Well, there's a collective gasp from the spectators here as that left the bat of Giles at speed. So we talked about what happens if they go back-to-back boundaries or back-to-back 6s. It was 6-6-6 to finish the over, I should say. And that bye, actually got Giles on strike in the first place. He did eat a dot, but then whacked 3 maximos. 153 for 3 after 9. 21 required off the last over of the game to go straight through to the final. 20, of course, would be a golden ball.
What would you do here if you were Dewhurst? Would you just...
I think you try, and I don't think you can just look for a 1. I mean, you don't want to have it kind of comes down to what you get bowled.
Yep.
You don't want to have a wild swing and a miss and a dot. But also, if you're smart here, even if you miss it, you kind of get Giles to run, and then you sacrifice yourself at the bowler's end. But again, we don't see that happening too often. Well, what a big challenge this is for young Luke Bossio, the 15-year-old. He's been good bowling the 10th before, but this is the cauldron, isn't it, with Dewhurst facing up. 21 required off the last over of qualifier 1.
Oh, good
that's
ball
exactly
first
what they
up.
couldn't afford. Oh, you said it as well.
Bosio, though, he sometimes drops too short. Not on that occasion. That was a perfect line of length to Dewhurst. And
Kemp was very quick to kind of come forward and make sure that there was absolutely no chance that they could even cross if they tried to run.
21 off 5 now. And, well, they get the single.
Something. And by the way, Giles, he brought up his 50 with that monster 6 to finish the night. So they need 20 off 4. 2 6s, 2 4s or better. That's what they're thinking. And young Bossio, well, for a youngster who had to miss a day of the tournament due to school, well, he's getting a real-time education in pressure right now.
I like the skippers chatting to him as well. And I think it's more encouragement, a bit of advice. But it's a really good there from Carline, I think.
Is you can handle a 4 more than a 6. So you get a wide York. If you absolutely get that length right, you're still in decent shape.
Oh, there's 6 of them. That's within the slot there from Bosio, and Carline's going to have another chat to him.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. You don't want him. You don't want this kind of length. It's kind of metre and a half in front of the crease, and Ed just such a pure swing of the bat. He's put it out on the ground. So 14 off 3 now. 174 would be the highest chase in the series so far. The other thing here, you got to think, if you get a dot ball, pretty much game over. So like I said, you can handle a 4 more than a 6. So you try and give him something that's hard for him to get under. Wide Yorker is probably what I'd be going for. Now he's going to go around the wicket. So at least he's changing something. So that's another thing you could do, is just change the angle. But
well, he's dot ball.
Southern Cross Field in play as well, with Carline straight down the ground. Pressure on.
Dot ball will get them to 13 runs needed. That'll be 2 6s for a golden ball. Oh, that's massive. That's towards the road. And just bouncing at the top of the hill.
Probably favourites now. 8 off 2 required, and the Giles factor cannot be underestimated. He had a slightly underwhelming start to his innings, but he's caught up, and he's caught up quickly. Could we be going to golden ball 77? We haven't had one in May yet. The last one was 30th of April, which is only a week and a bit ago, but it's over 60 games ago now already. But let's come back to live action here with 8 required off 2. Again, if you can get a dot here or a wicket, you pretty much guarantee that you win. Here we go.
Oh, full toss. 6 again. He missed it with the Yorker.
And yeah, he tries the Yorker. You're right, Danny, but it gets over-pitched and it gets out of the ground. So now we are on golden ball watch. There's 1 to tie, 2 to win last ball. So if Bosio, even though this over hasn't gone right for him really at all, to Giles anyway, who's hitting for 3 sixes. By the way, that's 6 sixes in a row for Giles. 3 in the 9th, 3 in the 10th. But this is kind of a golden ball before a golden ball because 2 to win. Okay, let's say it starts with the bowler. If the bowler gets it wrong, well, forget it. But if he can get it right, then it's up to the fielders to make the play and force a run out. Again, if you could keep it on from the outfield, if you can run Giles out, then he can't face the golden ball. Again, it makes you a little bit more confident. But really, it's a big moment for the youngster who, if he can just get him out of this spot, he will feel $1 million. But we're going to the last. 1 to tie, 2 to win for a spot in the Liberation Series final tonight. And here we go. Sit back and enjoy it.
Bosio to Giles. And be a golden ball.
We've got it, Danny. We've got a golden ball here in Jersey in the Liberation Series. And credit to Bosio. He just scrambled the circuits of Giles there. I think it was a leg by. But we are tied at 173. It's the second highest total ever to force a golden ball. Let's have a look at this last ball. Just dropped on him. You know, the funny thing is it was down the leg side. If he'd got inside of it, it would have been a wide. But we are going to golden ball 77 and our first ever golden ball in Jersey. And Danny, you have a bit of a reputation as a golden ball magnet, and you've brought one here.
Haven't had one for...
Croucher coming on giving some instructions, and so we can tell you about the golden ball rule, which basically says that the batting team has 1 ball to score 2 or more. If they do that, they win. If they don't do it, they don't win. So it's as simple as that. You can't tie a golden ball. These are the rules. You can see that the batting team has 1 wicket in hand. Anyone that's not dismissed in the match can face the golden ball. And this is a fairly new condition. The golden ball bowler must have bowled in the last or the second last over of the match. So it's either Bosio or Carl Lyon. Who would you bowl out of those two, Danny?
I'd bowl Carl Lyon. I mean, he's the captain. I mean, it's a lot of pressure on a young man in Bosio.
So both of the potential bowlers have the same record to Giles with basically 3 sixes and a miss. They each bowled 4 balls to him in the previous 2 overs. It's also, you know, Smith, Giles, I should say, has kind of gone cold a bit in the break. You know, there's a 2 or 3 minute gap before you bowl the golden ball, just for the instructions. Hey, and this year we've had 8 golden balls. 4 have been won by the batters. 4 have been won by the bowlers. So, golden ball, the first in the Liberation Series, and it will be Carl Lyon to bowl. And yeah, this is drama in the first degree. In such an even series, any team can beat any team, and to have that passage to the final versus having to go through the Commanders and Julius Sumarare and these kind of players.
There's no one straight here for Giles.
Golden ball 77, 2 to win. And they're got to force the run out. They're going to go for 2. A good throw, it'll be game over. Keep out to make a lot of work to do. And have they done it? We're going to the replay. Wow, the throw was wild. It drew the keeper Kemp away. He hands it off rugby style. Now, has Giles got back or not? This is too close to call. This is the difference between going straight through and not. And I've got no idea who's won this cricket match. Golden ball 77 is a photo finish job. Let's have a look. It was well bowled from Carl Lyon. He couldn't get under it, Giles. He's not necessarily the quickest turner. Look at that. And hand it off. Oh, I think that's out. But we have to go side on. Side on will tell us the story. I just got a feeling he's just out. So the decision will be made. Clever work by Jack and good extra cover there. It is so close. He is...
Oh, no way.
1 frame back. That is so... I'm so glad I'm not making this decision. It's kind of between frames. That's 1 frame before that, I think. I think he might be in.
I think he's in.
It's so close. I'm so glad I'm at a loss for words. Now, are the bails off there? They've been touched, but are they off?
But the bat's over the line there as well.
I think he's in.
Yeah, I think he's in.
I don't even know how we know, just by whichever team celebrates. The batting team's won. He's got home. So the Spitfires have won in an unbelievably close call. But I think the right decision's made.
Absolutely.
I don't think, because the umpires called it not out on the field, I'm sure, and you couldn't say with surety that that he was out. So that's the closest ball we've ever had in 77 Golden Balls, Danny. A real thriller. But the Spitfires, unfortunately, or fortunately for them, I should say, they have chased down the highest total so far to win a game here in Jersey.
Well, have a look at this. This is the golden ball. And Giles actually chatting to the lads by the while you were speaking to Grace, and it said that he wasn't very quick, Giles. Well, he's just quick enough. Let's have a look at this. And good work by the keeper. Good teamwork.
It was such quick thinking, honestly, from Kemp and also to Bradbury to go to the stumps. But yeah, I wonder though, if Kemp didn't have anyone there, he probably would have thrown at the stumps and probably would have hit them, and then it would have been out, and it would have changed the result. So that's a proper ECN job there, wasn't it? But in the end, it's going to be the narrowest of margins, and the Spitfires have booked a place in the final. The Royals will have to go the hard way through the Commanders in qualifier 2, which is coming up in about an hour and 25 minutes. But what a game!
What a game indeed. And that will be a hard game for the Royals as well. I mean, they're a good side, but the Commanders, they're a very, very good team as well. Anyway, one of those teams will play the Southern Spitfires in the final later on in the day. But what a game. We're going to see some of the highlights, and there are plenty of them in this game. It's, well, the first qualifier, and it's the Spitfires who qualified. It was a good start there from Tribe, but an early wicket, and that was the experiment gone wrong again, that of Joe Everett. But Zach Tribe kept on scoring. That's what he does. And that was the attempted catch there. Would have been a no ball anyway. Sam almost losing a finger. As did quite a few of these Eastern Royals. Sure there'll be a few taped up. That was a big wicket. That was Robbie Forrest that took the wicket, and the skipper taking the catch. It took a while for Giles to heat up, but when he did, he went on a heater. Ed Giles, the match winner in the end. For Southern Spitfires.
Giles, the real hero. But who would have thought it would be his pace that would get him home, and rather than the ball striking? He looks up and he thought he was a dead duck, I think, when he went to take that second run. But the throw just pulled Kemp away from the stumps far enough. And then you could see he decided to hand off rather than try and go direct. And it was a millimetre job. But 173, 173. The Spitfires scramble to off the golden ball and find a place into the finals. And yeah, we'll say before that, the golden balls in 2025, 4 to the bowlers, 4 to the bats. And that pretty much was as close to either as you could get. But Giles, 68 off 24, the hero in the end. Tribe did the heavy lifting with 72 off 24. Giles, to be honest, he was a bit slow at the start, but he certainly caught up very quickly. Brave effort by the Royals in the end, but not quite enough to hold on.
Yeah, it was a fantastic effort from both sides. And that would have been a worthy final. But, well, the Spitfires in the final, definitely.
Times like that, I'm so glad I'm not the third umpire because that was a real tight one. I know we're talking about potentially having impact with the stumps rather than having to judge when the bail's removed, and then that might have even swayed them, but I think they made the right decision under the circumstances. So we'll take a break. You can turn over to the Greek series as well, Greece versus Germany. It's happening right now. Nish is there, and then you can join us in just over an hour and 15 minutes time when we return for the second half of Liberation Day here. You're watching ECS Jersey, and there's plenty more to come this afternoon. See you shortly.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
No one is an island, but everyone likes to visit one. In Jersey, you're only ever 10 minutes from a beach, or a historical monument, or even this. And if that's not enough, our island doubles in size when the tide is out. So you get twice as much to enjoy. Jersey, where sea meets soul. Come and pay us a visit at jersey.com.
Hello and welcome back. Well, it's great to see so many youngsters here as well. We've got Charlotte, Will, George and Elizabeth here. Are you having a nice Liberation Day?
Yeah.
And you guys have been playing cricket. Some of these hits have been going pretty close to you. Do you think you're okay?
Yeah.
You're going to keep your eye on the game?
It's quite a hot day.
It's quite a hot day. You know, it is for Jersey. 16 degrees. But anyway, we're going to move on to the second half of the day now with qualifier 2 between the Eastern Royals and the Central Commanders. Did you see that last game? It was a tie. It went to a golden ball. It was absolutely crazy. Let's see what happens at the toss now with Charles Croucher and the two captains.
Thanks, Vinny. Liberation Day Finals Match 3. Eastern Royals, Central Commanders to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it is a tail.
We'll have a bat, please.
Eastern Royals have won the toss. They're going to bat.
So the news from the toss is that the Royals have won the toss. They are going to bat. As we're seeing right here, some pretty good cricket techniques here in Jersey. By the way, they just had a crazy golden ball. The Royals were literally this far from a spot in the final. And well, I'm sure we will see a good array of shots in this one. Though, yeah, got to be a little bit careful, I suppose, because there are a lot of people around here today. Central Commanders, though, if anyone was going to do it the hard way, it's probably them. Julius Samaria has been beast mode, hasn't he, in this series, and there's really no score that's safe with the right of the reply for the team in red. So, look, I'm really enjoying my Liberation Day here. Who do you guys think is going to win this game?
England cricket. Southern Spitfires.
Wasn't expecting that, but we are going to get ready. Are you ready to run off? Let's get ready for the game. We've got to get off the field. Here come the players. All right, the news from the toss is that the Royals are going to bat first. Over to Danny. Who to check in the commentary box?
Thanks, Vinny, and welcome back. Great to see the kids out. Quite a few spectators still here in Jersey for the European Cricket Series. We have the second eliminator coming up between the Eastern Royals and the Central Commanders. The Royals went down in a nail-biter to the Spitfires in their previous game. And the Central Commanders, they had a convincing win against the Royals to make it into this game. So, qualifier 2. Look at the records of the two teams. Eastern Royals 7-2. It's the narrowest of losses for the Royals. And the Central Commanders, well, they've got some good players up top. It is the Royals who won the toss, elected to bat, which is surprising. It's not what's happened recently in the games. Chasing teams generally have, well, that's what they want to do, is chase the score. Hasn't been too successful for some, very successful others. For others, the Eastern Royals, slight favourites, not much between these two sides. Some very, very good players on both teams. And we'll see them coming out now to start up this all-important game. Winner goes in the final, loser goes home or gets to have a beer at the clubhouse and watch the final being played. Of course, both of these sides will have lots of friends in the final, regardless of who is actually playing. These teams are mixed from all the club sides on the island. Bit of a draft system. Just about ready to play. It will be Scott van Breda to open the bowling. Man of the match performance in the last game. Bowled very well, but also hit 100 in not many deliveries to get the Commanders a good win against the Royals. Sorry, against the Towers. Playing the Royals here. So Kemp and Carl Lyon, the two batters. Kemp batted well in the last game. Carl Lyon started well, but didn't go on with it. Nice shot and 6 first up. Just pitched it up a bit too much. Van Breda and Kemp was right onto it. There's been some quality batting in this series. The top orders of all the teams have been excellent. Yes. This is going to be hit through the point area, and that's another boundary for this time. All along the ground, nice shot. Kemp in good touch. Just watching it onto the bat. Van Breda. As I said, he was very good in the game earlier on. Of course, the Commanders just missed out on second place with the loss to the Spitfires yesterday. Let's get down the ground to somewhere just for a single. Van Breda coming into Carline this time, who absolutely hammers it over the players' tents for 6. As you can see now, it's a big over for the Eastern Royals, who I think basically undefeated until yesterday when they lost to the Spitfires and lost to the same team again just earlier by the barest of margins in the Golden Ball. It was a fantastic game to watch. It was a run out that almost was. Going for the second in the Golden Ball. This one's going to be a single. Carline just being tamed a little bit. I've been joined in the commentary box by a small friend. And Breda comes in again. And it's tucked away behind square, and we'll get to the boundary. Lovely shot. Just quite subtle. Turn it around the corner. Big chase for the fielder. Couldn't get there. So, at the end of 1. Good start for the Commanders. I see this is the second qualifier, Eastern Royals against the Central Commanders. The winner goes to play the Southern Spitfires in the final. It should be a great game, starting at 7:15 local time. Well, sorry, 7:15 European time. A little bit earlier local time. So 21 off the first. It will be George Hutchinson, the bowler, bowling to Kemp. Has to sit down the ground. And Julius does well to stop that one. He's in front of us, protecting the boundary and also the commentary tent. Carline back on strike. It's going to be a wide. Easy decision for the umpire. Of course, if it's slightly off that matting, it'll be called a no ball. It's pretty close to it. So look. Well, kept on going away. Hutchinson comes in again. And this is a bit edgy, going towards the boundary. I think it's gone over. It has. So it was a thick outside edge. Went over backward point. And another 6 runs to the total. Yeah, swings at the ball hard, does Carline. See one of the little fans out there going to chase that one. So 29, still on second over. So good so far, going about almost 22 and over. The Royals. What a good start. They bat pretty deep though. And that's 6 again. Lovely shot over the top. That's, I think it's gone to the Bowls Club pretty much. Being chased by some random. And as you can see, just leant back on it. Lovely shot. Carline Earlier in the week, I think he was batting very well. He's come out today and got a start in the previous game. Didn't go on with it. Let's see how he can go with this game. He's looking in good touch. And Hutchinson. Try again. Slow ball. And just tucked onto the leg side for a single. Carline with his head up in the air, wondering why he didn't smash it onto the hill. But kept it out well. So that pretty good delivery, low full toss. Surprised the batsman a little bit. Kemp on strike, 36 the score. Slow ball again, and well, same result. Just a single, leg side. Pretty good bowling from Hutchinson. But, one ball left, 16 off the over so far. Kemp's on 13, Carline's on 23. And that'll be 6. Again, nice shot. So, well, good decision to bat at this stage for the Royals. Hitting sixes all around the ground. Carline, especially in looks like in very, very good form. He's very still when he hits the ball, and very compact. Does well. 29 off 7 so far. 43 the score. So going, but the just in the second over, going over 20 and over. As we see here, this is what's coming up. Greece is going at the moment. It's a series of ECIs and ECIWs, T20 IWs in Greece, between Greece and Germany. Then Landskrona starting on Monday. Whoa, bit of a dodgy edge. They'll go for 1. It's pretty comfortable in the end. Went straight to the fielder. It's Will Ray who's down there. A bit of a breakthrough here. It's Ashraf, the bowler. Well, Palikaran goes. It's one on the legs of the batsman. That's Carline. You just don't do that. That's been hit up onto the road. Apparently there are cars there, so hopefully that hasn't struck any of them. Didn't hear a bang. And it's been fetched by someone. It'll be Scott Van Breda, who's at the top of the hill on the path. He'll get the ball back. There we go. And I'll throw it back in. Quite a few volunteers here that are helping out with the fielding. And quite a few near the clubhouse enjoying a beverage. Beautiful day for it on Liberation Day here in Jersey. And that's a good ball there from Palikaran. Right up in the block hole, just outside off stump. Unable to do anything with it to Carline. A bit more of the strike than Kemp. They're 50 up, by the way, with that 6. Still in the power play. Gave himself a bit of space. Didn't quite get onto it. Just be a single there. It's Kush Patak, who's at square leg. Bring Kemp back on strike. A little bit quiet. But he's a very good batsman, is Jack Kemp. As the sun is streaming into this commentary tent, getting pretty warm. Comes Palikaran again. And hit down the ground through the gap. And 4 runs. Fielding done by one of the Royals. Nice shot there by Kemp. He moves on to 18. Just a full toss again, given by Palikaran. I've seen quite a few full tosses, but the bowling generally has been very good throughout this tournament. Oh, that one's not good. Van Breda picks it up though, but it will be called a no ball for sure. And I think it's been called on field. Another check. Let's have a look at it. Has that not been called? Yeah, it is. Pretty simple call there for the umpires. And a free hit signal. Palliakaran. Let's see what he can do. Try to avoid Carlyon smashing him out of the ground. And he does. Good ball. Oh, it's called a wide. Well, that's a little unfortunate, I think. Yeah, bowler doesn't like it. Carlyon did move quite away to the offside, but of course the line does not move with the batsman. Let's have a look at this one. Yeah, comfortable. Comfortably a wide. And this is high in the air. Won't be a catch anyway. Palliakaran, I don't think he remembered. All right, so end of the over. And after the power play, after 3 overs, it's the Eastern Royals that are 59 for no loss. Vinny has come back in to join us.
Come back in, just taking a bit of time away from the masses. What a great crowd it is here as well, and it grows as every hour passes by. And really, these two teams, not much between them at all. What was the win predictor saying at the beginning? Wasn't too much in it, I'm sure. But it's been such a great even series. And Eastern Royals, 55% before the first ball. You can understand that, given the week they've had. I just don't think you can count out a team with Summerell opening the batting. And there's still the whispers he might bowl at some point today, but probably only if absolutely necessary. Blampede is going to get over number 4, so end of the power play. Up to 5 outfielders are allowed from here on in.
It's not just Summerell. We've seen Healess get 94 odd, 95.
Yep.
Also a century in the last game.
Blampede's due with the bat as well, isn't he?
is.
And Van Breeder, Van
hit
Breeder
100.
scored 100, you're right. Wow, in the air, Julius. Oh, brilliant catch. Incredible catch. Carlyon's going to have to go. It was in the mid-wicket hole, but the anticipation from Julius Summerell takes it two-handed, moving to his right. Blampede strikes first ball, and it's 59 for 1.
Great catch there. And he made a lot of ground to his right to take that. It was pretty hit hard and flat.
You know, we see all kinds of fielding standards in European cricket, and a lot of them are, let's say, below par, but some are incredible. When you think about how hard this ball's hit, the anticipation, the way he has the hands in the right position, the first step of Julius is very, very quick. And the way he picks up the flight of the ball, that's a top-class catch.
We do see freakish catches all around Europe in any competition, but that's not a freakish catch. That's a really good piece of fielding.
It's solid. This one is to his right again, but this time along the ground. Khalid, interesting, he keeps his spot at 3. Just kind of had a bit of an off game in the last game. He'll be hoping he can get going this time around. So they do trust him in that spot. Kemp, again, he's a key player, isn't he? He's 19. And facing. Well bowled, though.
With Khalid, it's not just the last game. I think they struggled in the previous game they had, the Eastern Royals. But earlier in the week, he looked unbeatable. He was just absolutely hammering the ball to all parts of the ground. And he's just not. It's something. I don't know if it's something that's just clicked in his mind.
Yeah, batting's a confidence game. When you're making runs, it seems so easy, and when you're not hitting the ball so well, it just seems hard. So, I mean, mate, he can turn the corner. I mean, he batted very well earlier in the week. But he's got also a pretty awkward bowler here in Blampede. There's a bit of an X factor to his leg spin. No ball called. He's overstepped there. You don't ever want to see this, especially when you're bowling spin. So a free hit coming up, and probably a perfect opportunity for Khalid to tee off.
Yeah, absolutely. And all it takes is sometimes just one right out of the middle, and just clicks you back into finding that middle again.
He does hit it pretty well. That's going to beat the field. 1 bounce 4. It's a good straight strike from Khalid, his first boundary. Hey, also going to mention, had a question yesterday, or the day before it would have been, where's all the Perchets? Because they've been pretty key in the Farmers team that have come to the ECL. 14 minute. This is well bowled though from Lampedio, and he goes for 8 in the over, and included that no ball. So he got out of jail, and yeah, things evening up a little bit. Royals 67 for 1. At the moment, Charles, aka Chuggy, he's actually on holiday this week. Just happens to be. I suppose it is a week that's only a 3-day working week here as well.
True.
So a few people might have taken that opportunity. So he's off with his fiance. I don't think they're married just yet. And then James, again, he's on holiday. Actually, I think in Malaga at the moment.
Okay.
James took one of the all-time great one-handed catches to complete a hat-trick back in ECL a couple of years ago. And Will, he's at school at the moment, so he's St Andrews, so that's why he's not here. But still, what I love about this series, and I said this a bit earlier, the fact that everyone that nominated for it basically is available, and they only have to take 3 days off work, really, if you have a regular job, because Monday and Friday are holidays.
Yep. Look, and it's been such a tight series. All the sides we've seen have been fantastic, and there are quality players in every lineup.
Got a great comment here as well, but first we're going to see this sneaks past the keeper. This is going to be, no ball. It must have been called for off the pitch. Palmer, he's just kind of disputing it, saying, but I think it's on the pitch. Let's check it out. It is off the pitch, so I think Reece needs to adjust his prescription. It'll be a no ball plus 4 by. In fact, it wasn't even close to being on the pitch. I love this comment. Of course, Julius not bowling because of that slight ankle injury. Just watch the free hit first. Khalid gets another freebie, and this will be another confidence boost. In fact, this one is much, much bigger. Maximal, 6 runs. Geez, that was a good-looking shot. You can see why they like him at number 3.
That's exactly how he was batting at the start of the week. And, well, this is dangerous now.
Well, first ball's gone for 11 off the bowling of Palmer. That's not a great sign. But, Julius not bowling at the moment. But I'll try and get that comment out after this ball from Palmer. He's around the wicket now. And I'll just get squeezed out for 1. But it says, Shahan saying, look at his athleticism. Ankle how? With a pensive stroking the chin emoji. I will say kind of fielding and general field work is a bit different to the pressure you put on your ankle when you're bowling. Anyway, this is going to be another laser beam through mid-wicket, and it's going to slice through the crowd. Maximal for Jack Kemp.
We had a little friend here in the commentary box a while ago who's chased that all the way to the hill. So, he's thrown it in.
Yeah, well,
sure we'll see him in a jersey shirt in a few years.
If it was baseball and you got to keep the ball, I think we'd be out of balls by now. every time the ball's hit into the crowd. He goes wide, but a bit too wide. I do like the pace that Palmer bowls. He for a genuine off spinner, he does actually have a good, basically what's an arm ball. And that one just misses the mark. Now this is in the air. It's still going to go. Gone. Maximal. Once again, the Kevin Costner style. Protect the children. Protect the next generation. That's not a genuine drop for me because it's safety first. Sitting in front of the wall is a risk.
For me, it's get out of the way.
Oh, another one. This is Picnic. Oh, it's going. What a great bit of fielding in the crowd. One hand, one bounce. The future is bright. There's someone, now he deserves to keep a ball for that at the end. See me at the end of the day, young man. How has he fielded this up the hill? Look at this. Bang. That's a snare. And I'm just glad, again, didn't upset the picnickers.
There's no high fives from his mates next to him.
Acting like it's cool. I mean, it's probably that age where you're trying to act cool. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That'll be the end of 5 overs, so pretty heavy scoring for the Royals despite the 1 wicket loss, and 99 for 1.
Yeah, it's been a good start for them, despite the loss of Carlyon. And these two are going pretty well. Got to say, Khaled's got a couple of freebies with those 2 free hits.
Yeah, just I think what he needed to potentially get going. Because I think in the last game, okay, when you think about the fact that the game was tied and how they finished the innings, and I don't think we've seen a retired out this week, have we?
No.
It would have been a candidate, I think, and maybe they could have got. But then having said that, they had a bit of a collapse and then recovered, so it's not really an obvious thing, but there's certainly a time when you do need to make a strategic change. I like what Sports Highlights are saying in the chat as well, saying nothing is impossible here.
True.
Absolutely true. And here's Will Ray, another bit of a fan favourite, coming on with his mediums in over number 6 and almost gets tackled by the umpire. And here comes Andrew Elliott from square leg. Let's see what's happening.
All right.
It might be the white elbow protector he's got on.
Well, we've seen that during the week.
Oh,
We've
we've
seen
got
quite a bit of
a
that.
double walk over here. Oh, let's see what we got.
No. I mean, I remember one of the Yorkshire lads who had big strapping all over his arm. So, don't know. Let's see what's happening.
Yeah, all I can think is maybe it's the elbow guard. It's on the bowling arm, or even if it's not non-bowling arm, the batter could ask to take it off.
Well, there was a chat, but then they've just gone back to where they.
Maybe the batters have said it's fine, but I didn't really see the batters being part of that conversation. Almost a perfectly executed umpire clothesline there, just sticking the arm out as Ray was about to come past.
Interesting. Well, he's going to continue with that white elbow guard.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fascinating. There's another dog here.
Yeah, they're really coming out there, aren't they? All right, here we go. Over number 6. First one's pretty good. Close to a Yorker, and Kemp can't elevate. Has to settle for 1. 100's up as well for the Royals with 29 balls to play.
It's good batting by the Royals. Commanders, though, get a feeling they can chase anything as long as the wickets don't tumble.
Yeah, true. It's well bowled as well, Ray. Kind of taking the air out of the ball a little bit. I do like he's trying to go full. Yeah, I would say if there's a game that before even a ball was bowled, you said there's a chance of the highest chase record going. Probably this game and even the final, whoever's playing, would be good candidates. The 173, 173 tie. Don't forget, a little bit earlier. It's going to be 3 balls from Ray now that haven't gone to the boundary. 3 singles. A good start to the over for the Commanders.
Yeah, he's bowling very well as Ray, despite whatever happened in the between the umpires. I don't think it involved him, actually. I really don't know what it was about.
Yeah, not really sure. Anyway, Khalid doesn't hit this one in the middle of the bat. And the result, again, just a single, Ray. Just getting away with it here at the moment. 4 consecutive singles.
Yeah, handbrake applied.
Now I would be requesting to take the elbow guard off. Try and throw him off his game a little bit.
As long as his arm doesn't fall off.
Hopefully it doesn't. Kemp again can't get it. 5 consecutive singles. Little picket fence here. Ray, who's like a slow motion destroyer in the 6th, destroying the run rate. Khalid, for me, he's got to start firing. So he's going to bat way outside the off stump. He's just trying to throw Ray off his game. That's in the air. It'll pitch. It'll go for 4. So finds the gap. And so Ray, still a very, very good over. Single figures, only 9 off it. And it's 108 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, well done by Will Ray. And you don't see him often get a bowl in this side. But that was an excellent over. So let's see who they turn to next. Looks like it's going to be Patak. He'll bowl that left arm around the wicket. He does run in front of the umpire. And again, a useful bowler. Has gone for a few runs, though. Occasionally has Patak.
Yeah, Patak is definitely a good left-arm spinner. And I suppose on paper it's a good matchup with 2 right-handers. Interesting to see how Kemp goes. Hopefully we're still on the air. Yep, we are. So that's good news. I saw the scoreboard melting away there. Here we go with Patak. This up in the air. It's going to pitch inside. It will be stopped. They're going to come back for 2. Pretty good running, actually, from Jack Kemp.
Yeah, just slightly mishit. And Patak just made this a little bit more difficult by Pushing out wide, right off the toe end of the bat.
So the whole field's melting. I'll call you through it though, because Patak gets this drilled back at him, almost takes out his kneecaps. That's going to be 4 down the ground. Kemp moves to 48. Again, apologies. I've got a slight issue, I think, with the signal right now. You can just listen radio style for a while. But the Royals, after a bit of a dead spot there in the 6th over where they had 5 balls that were only singles. Since then we've had 4-2-4. Looks like we're back. Hopefully we stay back. Kemp to 48, knocking on the door of another half century. Teen sensation. And he will get it. This is a full toss, and it gets slammed down the ground. Maximo! Jumping jack flash to 54 in just 20 balls. The Royals up to 120.
Yeah, lovely shot, straight down the ground. And again, a gaggle of small children wrestling to try to get that one back to the fielders.
Patak with the comeback ball. Sets himself again, and that's going to fly over the sight screen. Maximo, 6 more.
Yeah, lovely shot. And Patak, well, he is a good bowler, but sometimes he takes stick, and it's one of those days for him. He's taking quite a bit of stick from Jack Kemp.
So after the kind of dead spot to Ray with 5 non-boundaries, since then we've had 4 boundaries out of 5. 4, 2, 4, 6, 6. Again, apologies for the signal, but we'll try and rectify that in real time. And they're 126 for 1 off 6.4 overs. There's a third of this innings left. Let's see who wins it. This one, he's not really able to get under. Sumaret really makes a mistake in the field. We'll keep that to a single.
Yep. Oh, just the ball before. The skipper, Don Blampede, went up and had a bit of a chat to Patak, and it's a better delivery. Not sure what he said to him. Seemed to have worked for a couple of balls, so good end to the over.
I think it's nothing against Khalid, but I think I'm yanking him only because of the other options you've got up your sleeve. You've got options that were good earlier on today. You've got Dudley, who finished like a flash in that earlier game. You've got even Crocker. You've got Patida as well. Let's quick look at what's coming up tomorrow. Hey, really excited for our first ever ECSW here in Jersey. Again, it's another Liberation Series. So Eastern Royals and Western Towers represent the Jersey Jersey player group with a few guests, again, from Guernsey, from Isle of Man even. I'm also joined by MCCW, and the format, that's pretty simple. 3 teams, they'll each play 6 matches, and top of the table will win that series. So 9 matches on the way this weekend. And of course, we've had Grace in here, we've had Trinity in here during the week. Looking forward to that series. Starts the same time tomorrow as our regular time, which is 11:15 in Europe, 10:15 local. If you are local, we'd love for you to come down and support the women's.
I'm sure there'll be a few people down here. I mean, it is the weekend. It's a holiday today for Liberation Day, but Saturday and Sunday there's some fine women's cricket here at the Jersey National Cricket Centre.
Khalid's batting a long way. He's kind of daring Ray to bowl at the stumps. Ray doesn't fall for it, but will be up and over the top. Maximo! Yeah, Ray just giving a bit too much length that time. See, didn't really get out of the middle either. Khalid's, I think, frustrated with himself. Interesting that kind of bowls it where he's standing. It's a tough one for the bowler to decide.
Yeah, this one
could be gone. It should be gone. Blampede, well, no, it just kept on keeping on, didn't it? And it climbs over the boundary. Maximo Khalid hitting his stride at just the right time for the Royals fans.
Yeah, just got the right club length out and got right under it. I thought Blampede had a chance, and it just kept on sailing over him.
The wind took that, didn't it? I think the wind's definitely slightly in that direction. Ray. That's in the air. It's not going to carry. So it's funny, in such a high-scoring series, you know, your red line for what you'll tolerate as far as a strike rate for a batter probably has to go up as well. If someone's not hitting minimum 200, then they're in jeopardy. But you can see Khalid with the 6s in the over. He has gone up above that mark now.
I think he's capable, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Is that you know that he's got it in his locker, but he's just not hitting it as clean as what he has.
Well, the thing is, they're not going to run out of wickets here. And
No.
I'm not saying they should, or they shouldn't retire him out. I'm just saying that it's a funny one, because that you often, one of the factors about if you do it, partly it's who's bowling. You know, 14 balls, you might have had 10 perfect Yorkers in there. So it's not just on what you're scoring, but it's also on what the alternatives are. So these are all the things you weigh up. Ray done a pretty good job. Has to be a wide, left to bowl it again. Good keeping from Hewitt.
The other thing is that you've got this in mind as a tactic, but I don't know if necessarily the captains have this in mind as a tactic all the time. I mean, of course, they're very knowledgeable of cricket, but to look at a batsman that you see week in, week out getting runs, and then decide to yank him.
Oh, this in the air. This should be out. Fairly regulation catch for Van Breeder. He'll take it. And so Khalid will go in the end. At least gets a bit of a move on towards the end. He'll be caught out for 32. Ray deserves that wicket. He's bowled a good 2 overs. He'll finish with 1 for 25. And with 2 overs remaining, it's 143 for 2.
Yeah, I agree with you, Vinny. Comfortable catch there over the shoulder there by Van Breda. And we'll bring Joel Dudley out to the centre. He did hit the ball very cleanly in the last game, you're right. So we'll see how he goes in this one.
Khalid does get 3 6s, 2 4s away. He is a brilliant player. This guy's got county second 11 experience. He's a talented guy. I think he's frustrated. Just hasn't hit as many balls in the middle as he had. Having said that, he does go a 2+ ball. Good question from Danush here. Which ECS event has the most number of?
Hand up, takes the responsibility, and that's what you need from a good skipper. And we'll see with the bat for sure.
So I did that once in a game. It was a social game, and then everyone accused me of pulling the stump out of the ground. They didn't believe that it was bowled. But sometimes if you've got your gloves in the right spot, the stump should go into your gloves.
Yeah, true.
I was accused of cheating by the opposition captain in my work-friendly game. Novel tactic of just trying to pull the stump out. Yeah, in that French series, it's 6.3, so that would have been right up there for wickets that have fallen. A total of 360 wickets fell in that series, Danush. Anyway, Robbie Forrest, he'd love to make a good contribution towards the end.
I remember keeping in a game of indoor where I knocked the ball onto the stumps and I appealed, and the umpire asked. I honestly just said yes, I knocked it onto the stumps.
Yeah.
And one of the spectators from the other team wanted to meet in the car park later.
Ooh, take that.
And called me a cheat.
Always a dirty word to use. As well, Bob O'Brien, Pete. The question about Malta Spring Series as well. That was 5.7 wickets per innings, which is still on the high-ish side, but more normal. This series, let me look it up. What are we up to here?
Couldn't be many.
Yeah, I feel it's less. In the air, Sumare takes it. Such a short pair of hands, and Kemp, again, a half century that couldn't be turned into 100. Still a very good contribution from Jack. Blampede's been an absolute star. He's got 3 for 10. He still has the ball remaining in his spell. And a bit of it's a game of runs at the moment, isn't it? They had the slow run, then a boundary run. This is like a wickets run now, because that's 3 wickets that have fallen in the last 6 balls. It's 145 for 4.
They're on 200 pace at the 5th over, pretty much. And look how much it's changed. It was good overs from Will Ray, and also a couple here from the skipper.
Going into today, it was 5.1 wickets per innings. I'll tell you one theory I have on that in a minute, but first, left-hander out there, it's Crocker, who was good earlier on. Misses out on this one, and that'll be the end of 9. It's 145 for 4. I think one reason that the wicket rate is in the 5s, otherwise anywhere else it might be in the 4s. I just think the quality of the catching here has been very, very good. So when catches have been offered, I think a higher proportion have been taken than in some other places.
Some of the catches have been unbelievable as well. Not necessarily spectacularly like you see one-handed sort of just plucked out of the air type catches, but just things that have been absolutely hammered, like the one earlier with Summerer. It was absolutely smashed at the fielder. Just took a nice catch. Again, we've got quite a few of the kids watching this cricket, and lots of spectators here. And this one has gone down through the slip area. Don't really think it was edgy. He just sort of flung a bat at it. Forrest gets another 4 runs. Van Breda in the final over. Went for a lot off the first. Went for 21. Some good batting up the top from Jack Kemp and also Harrison Carline. But it's got Crocker and Forrest out there at the moment. Both good bat, right-hand, left-handed combination. Comes in again. And that's got through the point fielder. And just dragged back in. They'll come back for 2.
Okay, the 4 is a good start to the over, but it's looking 159 expected. I've still got a feeling we're looking at 160s here, but as we've seen, that's not a score that's safe. I'll actually, if it is 160, I'll be interested to see who the computer thinks is ahead. Yeah. I think 160 for me in this game is probably my 50-50 score.
Another golden ball. We've had 2 in a row.
We've never had 2 in a row. I'll come back to that in a second. Van Breda gets lifted up. It's going to go close to the boundary, but not quite there. And it's well taken. Forrest not quite able to get the journey, as that's a pretty good catch taken by the captain, Dom Blampede out there. Van Breda chips in with a wicket in the last over, 151 for 5.
Yeah, comfortable take. Didn't really get onto it though, Forrest.
So I will say that this innings promised a lot more. 99 in the first half. So far, just 52 in the second half. Okay, still 3 balls to go. So we've never had consecutive golden balls on ECN. There is a ... to that. But first, let's go back to live action. It's going to pop up in the air. It's just going to get over the fielder, and it's going to run away for 4. So a bit of a lucky one first up, as Sam Patida comes out and somehow manages a 4. Now look, we've actually had a game since that game finished. So technically on ECN it wouldn't be back-to-back golden balls, but you'd still count it, I suppose, consecutive golden balls in the tournament, because we had Greece-Germany, which finished in the meantime.
Oh, I'm talking in a tournament.
Yeah, it's very rare that you'd have a game like this anyway, overlapping. That's dropped. Big edge. And it just kind of got Hewitt too quickly. Should be run out though. I think it is. Yeah. So still a ball to go. And so I suppose it cost him 1 run. Either way, Patida is out. And it'll be 156 for 6. Yeah.
Going back to the consecutive golden balls, I mean, yeah, on the network if you're looking at that. But then again, can you get a hat trick in 3 different countries? It's possible.
I'm just saying it's funny because that's how we, how we have X matches since the golden ball. So
that would be rough.
It's a good debate to have. But first we need a golden ball here.
Yes.
I think you'd still call it consecutive. It's a tournament with consecutive golden balls. We've never had that.
Yeah.
All right, last ball coming up. Bradbury to add to the score. You'll get 1. Well, shades of the golden ball in the last game. Is it a better throw this time?
No.
Oh, no. It was a proper boot scooter, wasn't it, for Hewitt, who had a bit of a last over to forget, to be honest. That shot down between his ankles. So Bradbury will get 2, and the Royals 158 for 6. And the computer has them less than 50% despite putting 150 plus on the board. So Royals, despite dominating in the group stages 7-1, they go down here, they've lost more on finals day than they've lost in the previous 4 days. But still the Commanders, they have to score the runs, and there'll be a couple of big fish at the top. The Royals will want to get early.
Absolutely. And well, there's big fish up the top here for the Royals, who scored runs very quickly in Carline and also Kemp. And they got the Royals off to a very, very good start. And then here's that catch. Fantastic catch from Summerer, the bowling of the skipper. And then slowed down a little bit. Carline being out. Khalid came out and struggled a little bit. This was the one that just got over the top of Blampede. Jack Kemp, he continued with the stroke making until he was dismissed. It was Van Breda with a catch. And well, the turning point, I think, was Will Ray's over, and then the 2 overs by the captain, Don Blampede.
It's a good point. I mean, we talked about the fact that the second half was a lot lower scoring than the first half. In the end, it was 99 in the first half and 59 in the second half. But the second half started with those 5 singles in a row off the bowling of Ray. And even though he went for 4 last ball that over, it was only 9 off that over. And the other thing is Blampede in the 9th, he was able to shut things down. No boundaries at all. He took 2 for 2. And that's probably the difference between chasing 175 here and chasing 159. So, yeah, it's quite unusual. There were 4 single-figure overs in that inning. Sorry, 3 actually. There's an 8, 9 and a 2. I believe that last over only going for 13. I think that the Commanders are confident if they bat well that they should win this game. But plenty still to be played. Kemp with another excellent contribution at the top of the order. He scored 64, was the top scorer. Carline, 37 before he went to a very good catch from Julius Summerer. And also, you'd have to say that Khalid battled well through some tough periods. Ended up with 32, but then below him, to be fair, they didn't really produce what they would have liked. Blampede with 3 for 10, absolute superstar, 2 overs from him. Will Ray, though, 1 for 25, battled, did a really good job. Van Breda had the other wicket in there. And really, you don't want to go anywhere because this game is in the balance. The Southern Spitfires are waiting for the winner of this, and we're no closer to knowing who it will be. 159 will be required for the Commanders to shoot from 3rd seed all the way to the decider, or can the Royals regain their winning touch and defend 158? Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hudacek. We'll take a break and see you very shortly for the exciting conclusion of Qualifier 2 here on Finals Day in the ECS Jersey Liberation Series. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
And welcome back to Jersey for this Liberation Series. And what a game this is at the moment. European Cricket Series, Liberation Day, big crowd out to watch this second eliminator. And 159, the target. So it was a bright start from the Royals. But they got dragged back a little bit by the Commanders. Some good bowling from Ray and also Blampede. Let's see how this starts. It'll be Harrison Carlyon to open. Bowling to Julius Sumare. Right in the block hole. Good start there by Carlyon. The captain, again, taking a bit of responsibility. He was the captain of the Commanders that started off the reducing the runs. Brilliant spell by Blampede. So left-handed opening partner of Sumare is Ben Mealis, who's been fantastic during this season, this series. He's only a youngster. Scored a lot of runs throughout, including a sparkling 94 odd. So Finney's back in the tent.
Yeah, I'm back. Well, I thought I'm safer in here than over there in the danger zone part of the crowd. Although I don't know. We did have the roof savers before. I don't know if maybe Carlyon was in the way there and they wanted to check on the wide, but I don't think we got the replay, so he'll get away with it. But Hearless, yeah, gets his chance here. And Carlyon, I really like the fact he's bowled the first over.
Yeah, me too.
Because it just throws him a little bit off. I mean, normally you would get pace in the first over. We have seen a fair bit of kind of spin in the power play, but more like kind of second or third over. So far, so good for the Royals. Now this is in the air. We'll have to find it first. Bossio, he won't. And he will get a long single. That was an uncontrolled shot off the outside edge. It looped over, but it fell safely.
I'll tell you what, though. It was Blampede that really put the brakes on with wickets and very few runs from his over. And I think Captain Carlyon is trying to do the same thing, trying to lift his team, trying to get a...
Well, that's more of a strike. That is right off the meat of the bat. Luckily, it's up the hill. It's gone over all the kids. Told him to watch the game. Maximo 6 runs.
Well, there are quite a few of them there. And
luckily they're not very big targets at the moment. Just have a look. There we go. Heads up. And it fell nicely short of the top of the hill where someone was quietly walking their dog. Right. Last ball of the over coming up. And that's going to go as well. This time it's offside. Heads up. It's another one. That's out of the ground. Maximo. So Carlyon wins most of the over, but goes back-to-back sixes to finish it. It's probably about a draw. It's 14 without loss after one.
Yeah, that was a good start. And then those two big sixes for Sumare. As we say here, one match since a golden ball.
Exactly. And you had a question, had we ever had back-to-back golden balls in a tournament, let's say? Almost. In Gibraltar, we had one game in between. So that was when it was 2 games a night. So we had one golden ball game, then one non-golden ball game, then a golden ball game. So this is a potential to have consecutive golden balls for the first time in a tournament. As this is going to be Barney Astons, the special agent. Not 6-1-1, just 1-1 in this tournament.
Interesting that Bosio hasn't opened. He's been doing that throughout the tournament. But
I think they like him at the end, even though, ran into a bit of trouble in the last game. But I suppose you potentially can bowl him 8 and 10. But they decided to go to Carlyon first up. This is cracked and very awkward one for the fielder. That's Dudley there, who kind of had to decide whether to go forward or back. I think either probably would have been trouble, as Hearless will have his first boundary.
There's a dog getting excited by the ball coming close. And, well, as long as he doesn't try to catch the moving ball, it's travelling pretty quickly, that'll be okay.
Well, that should be out. It's a miss hit, and it is gone. And it's Thurkettle that does the job. So Hearless goes 4 and out here, and Barney Aston, he's a very good young bowler, isn't he? Hits the pitch hard, hits the bat hard. It's one teenager getting another here in the second over. Commanders lose the first. It's 18 for 1.
He just cut under that. He's it's been unlike Hearless today. He's been batting beautifully throughout the week, and today he's just not really fired, which is a shame for him.
I suppose he doesn't waste too much time either, though. Run a ball 5. So I suppose, a few balls down the drain. But Scott Van Breeden, not a bad guy to come to the crease. Coming off his maiden ECN 100. Actually his first ever 50 on the network, but he turned it into a monster knock. So this is the key partnership. You've got the 2 century makers from the series together. Either one of them could win the game off his own bat. It's the special agent Barney coming into Scott Van Breeden, who just tucks this one round the corner. And he's not just a thrash and bash player. Big Scotty makes good decisions at the crease, and he starts with a pretty no-nonsense boundary.
Yeah, clever shot that. And the temptation when you get a low full toss on leg side is to try to smash into the trees, but just held back. Which is, well, he's a rugby player, normally pretty intelligent, unless you're a forward.
Well, this could be trouble. Fielder almost pulls it off. Almost jumped into the left hand. It ends up across the boundary. That's Adam Bradbury there. It was almost just like a left-handed lurch, and the ball hits the hand. It didn't hit the middle, though. Have a look. It's an awkward one. He probably misjudged it slightly. Ran under it a bit, but a bit of fortune for Van Breeden, who's dropped on 4.
It would have been a good catch. Hard taskmaster, Vinny, if you think that's a drop.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a drop because
you got a hand to it.
Yeah, because he got a hand to it. I also think it was a slight misjudgment, and I'm not criticising because it wasn't an easy catch running back with the flight, but he ran a little bit, I have to say it, left to right on your screen, whereas if he had stayed a little bit more left, maybe he would have kind of had it in front of his eyes a little bit more, would have had a better look at it. Sumaret to finish the over. It's a good one, though, from Aston. Can't really do too much with it, so he'll just have to settle for the single. So a pair of 14s to get this game started. It's 28 for 1 after 2.
Hey, good over there from Aston, and picks up a wicket. It's a pretty big one of Ben Hearless. And, you're right, with Scott Van Breeden in with Sumaret. I've got a feel for the bowlers because there's no respite. These two are going to try to hit the ball as hard as they can.
Yeah, you've got Blampede, who's listed next. Then Hongeka at 5, Hewitt at 6, Reece Palmer at 7. Just think, you got your 2 in-form players there right now. You'd love them to stick around for a while.
Yeah.
As far as us, we won't be sticking around too much longer here because we've got the weekend series. Then we'll start in Landskrona on Monday, as we see Bradbury getting a chance to make a difference with the ball. First one inside edge onto the pad. They'll get through for 1.
That was a good ball. And see the bit of swing in. And, well, if it wasn't an inside edge, I think it would have been a pretty good shout. It was going to be crashing into those stumps. Don't think it did too much. Breeder now facing Bradbury.
Another miss hit this time. It's going to sneak past Crocker. Again, only a single. Yeah, I think with that, we're probably looking at 50-50. 52%. It's amazing how the percentages change every ball.
Yeah.
One way or another. It's a succession of micro battles. Yeah, there we go. 50-50 game right now. Toss a coin.
Well, let's hope he doesn't pitch it short, because pitching it up is working for him.
Well, Danny, you've brought it on maybe yourself, as Bradbury does try and go upstairs. He had some success with this kind of delivery earlier. But Julius just stands tall and he hooks him behind square for 6 runs.
The first two got inside edges. He's getting in swing and troubling the batsman. So sometimes bowlers don't really think of what's working.
Maybe trying to be unpredictable. So I understand that theory. And
Yeah.
Sumaret, 21 off 6, continues his good form. It's another one that's short. That one's going to fly as well. Maximo! That one over the hill. Julius is doing Julius things here once again.
Well, as I said, the first two were pitched up and they got 2 runs from them. And then he's tried to bowl short and it's been 12. So where's he putting it this time?
Yeah, you've got to try and make him. You've got to try and draw him forward. You've got to hit the block hole. That's really all you can do. Try and pitch the ball on the crease line. Or you can not bowl at all. That's one way to not be hit.
The block hole's not necessarily the case because he's getting good, at a good pace he's getting in swing. And even though it is in the hitting arc of the batsman, he got 2 inside edges in the first 2 balls.
That's true. I don't know if his luck will hold with that kind of length though. Needs to have mishit too many. You know, strike 2.
Could be long over.
Missed strike 2. We'll say the team's been very good with the pace of the game.
Yeah.
Partly, I suppose we haven't had as many extras as in some tournaments, some places we've been, but we never even really looked like a team running out of time. All right, third time.
Well,
oh, it's the old strike 3 for Bradbury. He's forgotten how to walk. You need to get the old podcast on left, right, left, right. I think it's him losing his run. I don't think he was asked to abort.
No.
2 to come in the over. That's in the air, and that's going to be 6 as well. Maximo, straight as the day is long. We had 3 kind of false starts when it was time. That's what I'm talking about, that kind of length. Anything that bounces on the way up, Julius is so good at lifting it out of the ground. He gets 6 runs there, Julius, 33 off 8.
There are a lot of spectators here, and again, that went very close to a small child. And
just pays to pay attention today in Granville.
there are a lot of people there warning, though.
Last ball of the power play, and it's high. Is this staying on the field? With the wind, it's going, and it's gone. Just wind assisted from Sumaret as Bradbury's over goes for 26. The 50 comes up, and it's 54 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, just got under it a bit, and there was a chance there for the fielder. That's Patadar, but it just kept on going with the wind. You're right, Vinny.
Yeah, so 18 and over through the power play, 15 and over required from here on in. And even the supercomputer thought that 158 isn't necessarily a winning total. As we have a look at the 3 overs so far, 14, 14, 26. But have a look at those 3 overs, 8, 9 and 2. The fact you could have any of those kind of overs, okay, it's kind of spoiled by the 32, the supersonic in the first innings, but they did bring it back. And here's a good young bowler that's really had a breakout week. It's going to be Luke Bossio, the 15-year-old, to bowl over number 4. So I thought maybe they'd keep him for the end, but they're going to give him 1 over here early, and they'll probably keep his second for later on.
He can't hold the ball short. He does that occasionally.
It's a big task. Oh, this is in the air. This should be out. Bossio should strike first. Ball, he's dropped it. Oh, well, Dudley got the yips a little bit in the field. Okay, I wouldn't say the sun was in his eyes, but he just let that get very low on him, and it's a big life for Van Breeda, who's made 100 today already. Oh, just remember that. He's dropped on 10, and it gets Sumaret back on strike, and he's just going to hoik this one over deep fine leg for 6 runs. Maximo, and the pain comes quick for young Bossio.
Yeah, unlucky not to have a wicket. Van Breeda should have been gone, and then that one just over-pitched it on leg stump, and you can't do that with batsmen of this calibre.
Someone's saying that Sumaret is the last hope for Commanders, but let's not forget Van Breeda scored 100 earlier on in the day. So
and you said also that Dom Blampede has missed out.
He's
due.
He's due. Comeback ball for the youngster. Good one. That's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of length that is hard to elevate. Okay, you still might get driven along the ground for 4, but you take that over getting whacked for 6.
I love the fact that the skippers are giving responsibility to young players. You've got Healis who's opening the batting for the Commanders, and Bossio and Aston.
All right, this is a chance. Forrest, he will take it. And so it doesn't cost him really anything at all. Dudley sprints over and says, yep, thank you. Because Forrest is covered him. Only cost him a run in the end. Van Breeder out for 11. He's not able to make too much of an impact in this chase. Another piece of the puzzle for the Royals at 62 for 2.
Yeah, it's and a good piece of bowling there from Bossio. And, well, he's had drop catch.
Good catch. It was double the pressure for Forrest, especially because we just saw Van Breeder dropped. I've never seen Dudley move so fast. He certainly didn't move that fast on the golden ball. He ran across to say, thank you, Robbie. So that's a bit of a dream result. Here is Blampede. I said he's probably due to fire, but there's a lot of pressure on him. We're at the other end, cruising on 46. Blampede happy to take the one.
Simmer out. Well, whoever it was in the chat said that he is the key. He is the key, but even if he does lose his wicket, there's still a bit of batting to come, but it'd be much simpler for the Commanders if Simmer were there for another, say, 4 or 5 overs.
Van Breeder is a huge wicket, make no mistake. This is a low full toss. And Dudley, it's a less bothersome fumble that time for Joel. That'll be the end of the over, so Simmer retains the strike. Into 4, it's 64 for 2. And Bossio, what a great over from him as well. The teenager continues to impress, takes 1 for 10.
Yeah, good young bowler. And, well, they've held him back. It normally opens the bowling, but the middle overs are just as important as the opening overs. I
do find it amusing that Scott Van Breeder has now accumulated the nickname, or he's got the nickname Lady, because you thought he was a lady from when he was walking in the distance yesterday. I don't think anyone would say it to his face.
I'm not.
Yeah. Not that there's anything wrong with that. But pretty sure he isn't a lady.
There's a reason why I wear glasses, Vinny.
Yeah, true. But it is the sort of nickname that would stick. If anyone is listening from Jersey Cricket instead of watching live right now. Crocker gets the ball here. Keeper up to the stumps as this is launched and out of the ground. Everyone hits the ground. Well, shades of 1945 there for a second, because everyone stopped, dropped and covered up. It's 6 runs.
Nice shot. And you're right. I'm sure we'll see the kids. There we
go.
But
you know what? The more balls that go, the better drilled they are. There was a quick, watch out. Everyone went down and made themselves small. Simmer brings up his 50, by the way. Almost slipped under the radar. 53 off 13 for Julius. Now he's going to move to 59. Another one that's going to fly. And it goes very close to breaking a window. Maximal, says Mas.
Do spectators get danger money?
If there was one more window to the left of this, it's in the dining room. Look, he hits.
Yeah. Is that door open? There's one of them is open.
I think it's a whiteboard there or something.
There is one. There are one door open.
If the door, I don't know what's worse. A broken window. If it's through an open window, it's probably just as dangerous.
Well, it's a door.
Pick your poison.
We would do walk through doors, and that would line up with the bar. That could be tragedy.
Protect the equipment would apply in there as well. Okay, Crocker with the comeback. This is a full toss, and that's going to climb over as well. Take cover, Maximal. It's 3 on the spin, and Crocker is having a tough over here. It's gone wide, 6-6-6 so far in the 5th over.
It's, well, Crocker's having a crocker. Barry Crocker.
Hey, I want to say hello to Darren Whitlock. Good to see you, Darren. And he's got a trivia question, and I will answer it. He wants to know who's the youngest player to play on the network. And it's a record that I don't think will be broken anytime soon anyway, because under the regulations, this isn't allowed now. Meanwhile, Julius going to launch another one. He's eating into this target very, very quickly. That one's in the car park. Maximal and Crocker. I don't want to call it a Crocker shocker just yet, but it is 4 sixes out of 4 legal balls this over.
All right, so that question, is it men's game or women's game?
Well, there are rules now. Certainly internationals. Marianne Gerasim actually became the youngest player to play in a T20 international at 14, but now you have to be 15. All right, that is in the air, and that's going to fly just over the rope, maximal. So this one's a 50.2 metre job. Actually, if Forrest was on that line, he probably would have caught it pretty easily, but it was just a bit too straight for him. And I'll come back to that in a second, because right now we're on a perfect overwatch. 5 balls, 5 sixes in the over. Samaria for perfection, and he'll bring it. It goes, another monster strike from Samaria. 37 in the over. We saw it yesterday. We see it today. And it brings up the 100 as well. They're on magical pace. 101 for 2 after 5.
Spectacular. And, well, we thought it was a big power play for, or big 5 overs for the Royals. They were 99, but outdone by the Commanders. Looking pretty good at the moment. That's what's happening on the network soon.
Yeah, Landskrona, our next stop, which is just outside Malmö in the Skåne region of Sweden. Estonia after that. Romania after that. So, so the question was, what's the youngest person? And this will not be a household name. It's Kavin Shankar Meenakshi Sundaram from Gothenburg CC. He played in the Landskrona tournament, essentially, the Malmö tournament, back in 2020. He was 13 years and 52 days old. Gothenburg sent basically a kids team to play in that ECS, and just for danger reasons, the policy was adopted. Again, 2020 was the Wild West. Now we're trying all kinds of things. They thought it's good for the youngsters to have a, but you're playing a game against men. Yeah, it's just too dangerous, and so.
Well, the kids here are better than the average kid, if that makes any sense.
But I mean, obviously, you got to protect the players as well. That's going to be hooked away. That'll be 7 sixes in a row. As Blampede will get in on the action. They're making light work of this right now. And it's a bit of a finals day nightmare. Remember the Royals were millimetres away from being in the final, and now they're a few bad minutes away from getting knocked out of the tournament.
What about Mimi Sochekova?
Yeah, so
she was 13,
I think she was 13. So there were a few 13-year-olds in, and that's, Josephine, you're right, for the Czech team. I think she was about that age, but now, I'll tell you, there are certain different rules, as this is going to be a 4, so just breaking the run of 6s, but the run's still coming thick and fast. Yeah, so in T20 international cricket, you must be 15 now. Yeah. So I know Suryavanshi is purportedly 14 playing in the IPL. Again, that's not an international, it's a domestic event, albeit a high-level one.
And it's probably 26.
I won't go there, but there's a debate about it. All right, well, that's going to be a rare non-boundary, just be a single. In ECN cricket, we also have kind of rules that really we're looking for people to be 16 to play, but if they have established they're playing a high level of cricket or senior cricket, we'll allow 15 or even in some cases 14. But it is the idea is that you're not playing 13-year-olds under really any circumstances. Oh, that is going to be in the end. Now, here is a chance. Somewhere on 83 will get dropped. And really the Royals, their nightmare day continues. Patida out there, deep cover, had the opportunity. But Julius is not a player you can afford to drop. He's had a couple of issues, I think, with his hands at times. That time he didn't really get the pinkies together. Is that the last chance saloon?
That's a big opportunity. I mean, Julius is 84 off 19, and you drop him, and it's a regulation catch.
He's on for a 22-ball 100 here. Before that ball, he was on for a 21-ball 100, which is the record. Astro Butt holds the record in Barcelona. 21-ball 100. I still think one day we might see a 20-ball 100. We have seen a 9-ball 50 actually happen 3 times. All 3 times have actually been in the last 8 months.
One was in France. And then, we've seen a 10-ball 50 here as well. Don't remember who it was. Probably Julius.
I remember thinking 10-ball 50 wouldn't be beaten, but it has been. Barney gets a bit short. That one's been hit hard. Again, time to take cover in the crowd. That will be a maximal. And so, the runs are They're drying up fast, aren't they, that they have on the board. The Royals look like they're going out in straight sets here.
It's gone towards the picnickers who are no longer there. All their stuff's there.
It's probably smart. They might have moved the picnic inside. There's a full toss, but a very good cricket shot. Plays it safe, plays along the deck, finds the gap, finds the boundaries. So that'll be 22 off the over. So that's 59 in the last 2 overs. And I think that let's just say that the bigger person's choir might be warming up in the background. 36 required off the last 4 overs, 123 for 2.
They need wickets. That's a big drop in the last over, but they need wickets, especially the one of Sumarao. But Blampede's going pretty well at 22 off 6. And still got batting to come, but the wicket of Julius Sumarao is vital to win this game. The Royals
need a miracle over. Carline, no surprises, he comes back. He bowled a pretty competitive over first up. Did get whacked last 2 balls, but had 4 wins before that. The Commanders, this time yesterday, they were, or maybe slightly later yesterday, they were in the battle for the double charge, which they missed out on. But the way things are shaping up, looks like they're going to get to the final anyway. I like this. Well, they actually ran into each other, and that would have been out. Well, that's bizarre. I think they were both watching the ball. Blampede gets in a tangle with his teammate, and it almost cost him his wicket.
Let's have a look at this, and yep.
It could have been ugly, actually.
Like it wasn't Van Breda.
That's
would have been
also
a
true.
flattened batsman in the middle of the pitch. It was a neat sidestep in the end, but would have been gone if he'd hit.
Just saw each other at the very last moment. No full toss. Pretty well bowled by Carline. So it'll only be a single.
Yeah, they do need something to change. And it's a pretty good over, but they do need a wicket here. They get the Royals. Can't see them at about 9 and over. Missing out here, the Commanders, with lots of wickets left in
you
hand.
need a big run of wickets. And we have seen it happen before. I mean, I'll take you back to opening day when the Western Towers. So at one point, they had the opposition score going backwards. But you got to be taking every chance. And really, with hitting like this, it's not looking likely. That's just eased away over the leg side. Blampede, well, he's playing his role to perfection as well. Maximal, 6 more.
He's looking good for a player of the match, I think, Blampede. He's playing his role here, but with these wickets and going for very few runs, I think he's a good shot for it.
Yeah, we'll have to settle for a single this time. Yeah, both captains, they play similar roles, don't they, for these 2 teams. Carline, hard-hitting batter that can bat at the top, and to be honest, Blampede could easily as well, but also with their kind of slidey spin that they're able to bowl. It's asking something slightly different of the bat. That's going to be flying out of the ground as well, and no one's catching that. It's up there. That's 6 on any ground as well. So Sumarao at 91. And really, it's hard to see anything else now than a Spitfires Commanders final on Liberation Day. After 7 overs, the score 139 for 2, 20 required, and still 3 overs to go.
Yeah, it's almost as the qualifier 2, as you can see. The loser of this game goes out. The winner will play the Spitfires in the final, starting 5:15 local time, 7:15 in Central Europe, and well, 11:15 India Standard Time. I'm sure people will be staying up to watch this final.
It's definitely worth. And okay, breaking news. We hadn't actually mentioned it today, but IPL has been suspended, so now this is the best cricket in the world, and there's no debate. I still would have argued that yesterday. But yeah, 20 to win, and for Forrest, we'll be hoping for the Robbie Forrest miracle over here. Blampede on 30, and he's happy just to push and run. They'll have to hustle for it. Almost hits the stumps. So over to Sumarao, who is going to take strike on 91.
Excuse my ignorance and not being up to date with the IPL, but why is it suspended, Vinny?
Because there's that political tension at the moment, and there's some fears for safety.
Okay, fair enough.
And that's why. Let's just say they don't make the decision lightly to be postponing. I believe it's 1 week.
I remember when the IPL was suspended during COVID, and our little Czech tournament, this Czech Super Series, is only cricket on the planet.
Yeah, true.
Got quite a few viewers.
Oh, rare miss. Look, here's the thing. it's almost the exact situation where we saw Western Towers win from on day one. And could you get 2 of those in a week? You're going to have to get probably both of these. Maybe tie a guy's shoelaces together so he takes more than 60 seconds to get to the wicket. 18 or 16. All right, in the air. This probably should be caught. Patina's going to get another chance and drop it. Just has lost confidence out there. I know he must have sore hands. We saw him take a blow earlier. But Summerare will survive. He's dropped in the 90s. And the Royals, well, a small window of opportunity. Feels like it's slammed shut with another drop catch.
The fielding's been so good this week as well. Disappointing.
Blampede takes over. Well bowled, actually. It's a good over from Forrest so far. He's only conceded 3 and 4 balls, but really should have had the big wicket of Summerare.
Yeah, they do need to get these two, especially Summerare. He's been dropped twice in 2 overs. It's by the same player as well.
The other thing with Julius, he never faced a dot ball until the 7th over. That's a little stat for you. Oh, he almost gets taken out by his teammate, the friendly fire, as Blampede hammers this. Shades of Jack Kemp wearing it in the rumpus this morning here, but Julius still has good reactions, gets out the way, and 4 more to the total.
It's an awkward height as well, but almost foot fielded. The spectator behind us.
Blampede is going to get another 4 here. Goes up and over the top, so 9 runs required now. And Julius seemed to have plenty of runs to bring up his century. But at the moment, they need 9. He needs 8. He will be on strike, though. End of 8, it's 150 for 2.
Well, I think it's about done and dusted here for both teams. The Royals, as you said, they've lost more. They would have lost more today if they go down here than they have in the tournament during the week. Whereas the Commanders are coming from 3rd place. They lost a tight one yesterday against the Spitfires. And they look like they're going to get into the final with the same team again this afternoon. It'll be Bossio to bowl.
All right, 92 for Julius. Miss hit. This guy, I want to say he's off the boil, but not boiling hot anymore. Now, I think you might see a deliberate single push now. I know you don't want to mess with the result too much, but 8 off 11.
I don't think the skipper's looking at that. If he's got an opportunity to hit it, I think he's going to hit it.
Yeah, he's going to get 3 a ball himself, Dom. He probably wants 1, but he'll get 4. It's cracked through the offside, and just 4 required now. I will say, probably changes the thinking as well. Summerare, before this week, he had a high score of 98 not out. Probably deserved 100, never had one. But now the fact that he's got one, probably it would be nice if he brought it up. I think the most important thing is that the Commanders are going to take the spot in the final. 4 to win now for Central. All right, they won't get a run here.
Got to say, though, my man of the match, player of the match, is the skipper, Dom Blampede. He and Will Ray cut down the scoring of the Royals just at the right time.
Then
he's played a good role with the bat as well.
2 for 2 in the 9th over is golden.
Yeah.
Absolutely golden. 4 to win now. That's in the air. It's game, set, match, and the Commanders will make their way into the final. The Royals with an exit in straight sets on finals day. They were millimetres away from a spot in the final earlier, but in the end, that 150 score just doesn't hold up in what's been a crazily high-scoring series. They'll bring up the win. In the end, Summerare stranded in the 90s, but to be honest, probably should have been out moments ago. But yeah, for me, I agree. Blampede with 47 off 16 and his bowling. For me, he's the player of the match. We'll see what the officials go with. But one thing's for sure, we have our final matchup with the Spitfires to take on the Commanders in the first ever Liberation Series ECS final.
That's going to be a great game. It was a good game yesterday, and well, it'll punctuate this week, I think. You see here, Spitfires Commanders on Liberation Day.
And you're exactly right. They were battling in the last game last night for the double chance. As it was, they've both gotten there anyway.
Yeah.
And for the Royals, you've got to feel for them. They had such a great week, and I'm sure they'll reflect and be very positive about what they achieved here. It's just one of those things in T10, which is a highly unpredictable game. They seem to just pull a couple of their slightly off performances, and they're only slightly off. That it cost them a spot. Cost them a spot in the final, I suppose, despite going 7-1. But yeah, early on, it wasn't a bit of a sniff of a chance. They needed to get some big fish, though. They were able to get Healers for 5. They got Van Breeda for 11. But yeah, a couple of these drops kind of coming back to bite them. And one thing you would say, though, Julius Summerer is a class act. He's just been so great in the format this year. And another monster score from him sets up this chase of 159.
Another thing that happened during this innings, he hit 37 off an over, which took the pressure off the run rate quite a bit. It was a nice catch out there, taken by Forrest, who was, again, good with the ball.
Kind of said that Blampede was due as well. I mean, that one would have hit a window if there was one more window to the left. But yeah, they do go Dom Blampede player of the match, and I think that's very sensible. Not that Julius didn't deserve it either. Obviously, any game where you get 93 not out of 25, normally you would be the player of the match. But I just think the fact that because of Blampede, they were chasing 159 rather than 175 or something like that. And as we know, kind of the bell curve, once you get above 170, it gets very less likely very quickly to execute a successful chase. Sumerello top scores in the second innings with 93 off 25. Didn't hit a single 4 in his innings. He hit 14 sixes though, and he struck at 372. Healers went early. Van Breeda not able to follow up after his century, but Blampede with a very important 47 not out gets them home. Bowling wise, well, it was tough going, but once again Bossio, I think he's such a great talent. He finishes with 1 for 19 off 10 balls bowled. The other wicket went to another promising teenager, Barney Aston, and Forrest bowled a very good over to try and keep the game alive. But I think Carline, he's a guy, Harrison, that we'll see coaching a little bit over the week in the ECSW. I thought he had an outstanding tournament, and he wasn't the only one. Jack Kemp probably deserves a mention as well for the Royals for what he did during the week. But yeah, in the end, it just wasn't to be. The Royals will have to be watching the final from the sideline. Speaking of the final, we'll get underway in about an hour and a half, so that's plenty more time to enjoy Liberation Day here at the ground. You can enjoy yourself as well with Belgium probably to come later in the day as well. So plenty of ECN cricket happening. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hutchek. We'll take a bit of an extended break, then back with the decider. Set your alarm. Make sure you're here because history is about to be made on a historic day as well in Jersey, with the Spitfires take on the Commanders in the ECS final when we return for the final match of this Liberation Series. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. What a week of cricket we've had. Our first ever ECN cricket in Jersey. The Liberation Series has been such a huge success. It's an historic day here and we're about to make some more ECN history. Welcome, this is the final. This is the ECS Jersey Liberation Series and it starts right now!
No one is an island, but everyone likes to visit one. In Jersey, you're only ever 10 minutes from a beach, or a historical monument, or even this. And if that's not enough, our island doubles in size when the tide is out. So you get twice as much to enjoy. Jersey, where sea meets soul. Come and pay us a visit at jersey.com.
Hello, wherever you're watching from around the world, and get ready for a huge game of cricket here in Jersey because it's our very first ECS Jersey Liberation Series final. Mr. Maximo here, taking you through what's been an amazing Friday of action so far. Finals day has been so unpredictable. We've even had a golden ball. Remember, 3 locations on ECN today. So now we are getting ready for the decider. This will be a big one. It's Southern Spitfires taking on the Central Commanders. Neither of these teams finish at the top of the tree in the group stage, but one of them will finish top now and take home this trophy. Where it will live, I'm not really sure, but let's get ready for the toss now with Charles Croucher and the 2 captains.
Welcome to the first ever Liberation Series Grand Final. Southern Spitfires with the Central Commanders to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
We'll have a bat, thanks.
Spitfires won the toss. They'd like to bat.
So there is the toss, and it is the Spitfires that will bat first. Now, one of the issues we've got here is with Zach Tribe, who I know has to play club cricket in England tomorrow, but I think he is available for the first part of this match, and so I expect to see him opening the batting. Now, the Spitfires have had some ups and downs. I mean, let's not forget the game that they somehow didn't win on game 1, but when they've had to win, they've found a way. They ended up securing the double chance and winning in a thrilling golden ball. Honestly, it was this much Ed Giles got in by earlier on, and that's why they had the quick way here, if you like, through finals day. But for the Commanders, they are a commanding side, aren't they? And Julius Sumaré, I think he's got to be favourite for MVP, even without bowling, Julius, because of his fielding and, of course, the fact he scored so many runs, narrowly missed out on a century earlier on, 90-something not out. And Blampede, though, he came good at the right time as well. He was player of the match in that last game for his bowling as well as his batting. So I think it's a very, very tight one. Too close to call for me. It's been great to call these games, though, with Danny Hudacek this week, and this should be a real show. A Liberation Day special here, the first ever final of an ECS in Jersey. The news from the toss is that the Spitfires will bat first after winning it. Over to you. Let's get ready to make some more history.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome back to everyone for the final here of this European Cricket Series in Jersey. It'll be a match between the Southern Spitfires and the Central Commanders. 2 very good sides, packed full of talent. And it's, I think we're going to get the final we deserve here. And let's see here the 2 sides. So the Spitfires, led by Zach Tribe. Elliot Corbell comes into the side as wicketkeeper. And there's Julius Sumaré, Ben Heelis up the top. But here's the Spitfires won the toss, elected to bat. Giles has been in good form, as has Jamie Smith. So let's see if they can put a good total on the board. Central Commanders have won 2 games today. Let's see if they can go 3 in the trot. Spitfires are 55% favourites, but nothing in it between these 2 very, very good teams. Liberation Series, it is Liberation Day here. It's been beautiful, the weather on this this Friday. Been a big crowd in, lots of kids running around, hitting a softball with their plastic bats. A couple of kids around. You can see one with a wooden bat out there. They were playing out in the centre earlier as well. Lots of people on the hill and in the clubhouse. I have to avoid a few missiles though, because these boys hit the ball very, very hard. And it will be Corbell to open the batting. He's at the non-strikers end with that man, Zach Tribe. Will be facing the first ball. It is Scott Van Breda who will be opening the bowling for the Commanders. Set for a start. And the umpires ready. Just checking with the officials. Hope you're enjoying this back home, wherever you're watching this. It's been a fantastic series, and this is the final game of it. So, we're underway. First ball of the final. And this is coming towards us. It's hit the top of the 10. It was, well, no chance there for Julius, who was in front of us. As soon as I saw him turn around, I thought, okay, my face is safe. First ball, going for 6. See if Van Breda can come back. And edgy over the top of the gully area. And that's 4 runs. Good start here for the Spitfires. Van Breda not doing much wrong. Just bowling to a very good batsman. Of course, they know each other very, very well, these two. And edgy through the slip area. Another 4. Good start here for Tribe and for the Spitfires. Well, Spitfires had to win 3 games to get into second place and get the double chance. They didn't really need the double chance, did they? After that win earlier on. It was a thrilling one where the big man, Ed Giles, was in by the barest of margins in a golden ball finish. That was closest, I think, golden ball finish in ECN history. It was centimetres in it. Well, maybe even less. But the right decision made when he did ground his bat as the bails were taken off. And here comes Van Breda again. And hit down the ground. 6 more into the side screen. Well, Julius is tall, but not much you can do about that one. So, fascinating game this, fascinating final. And it's been a great series between 5 good teams. And the quality of cricket here in Jersey has been astounding. Here comes Van Breda again. It's hit nicely into the covers. We'll just take a single. A bit of relief there for Van Breda, who's gone for 21 already. Corbell gets to face his first delivery. Corbell, it's his second game of the tournament. Good ball by Van Breda. It's a dot ball. Ends the over at the end of the first. The Spitfires are 21 for no loss. Vinny has come back into the commentary tent.
Yeah, a few fascinating things at play. I'll come to that in a second, but this is how these two teams got there. Spitfires, you mentioned, it was a proper by the barest of margins. It was millimetre stuff that got them here without having to play qualifier too. That actually was the end of the Royals, who went down to the Commanders. But yeah, Corbell coming in, and he actually is a journalist. He actually has been doing some great write-ups in the paper. So, but because of work, he hasn't been able to play too much. Now today's a holiday, so he is available. But it's also a big task to go straight up the top of the order. He got rushed there, didn't he? Van Breda actually gets a few false shots out of Zach there, I think. But the other thing is Zach has to play club cricket in England tomorrow, and so they had to make a tough decision whether to play him or not. And I'll tell you why. That was a tough decision in a moment. Here's George Hutchison, though, first, over number 2. Miss hit. And again, this won't be a run. But Zach has to leave at 7 o'clock. Exactly. Cannot stay. So that's probably, it might be the whole innings, or it might be 1 or 2 overs earlier. So he won't be allowed to have a sub fielder. Here's the final, and I don't think, I suppose you could allow it if you're the other captain, but I wouldn't be. I'd be saying, well, you know, bad luck. You should have picked someone else.
Unless he pulls a hammy right at the end.
Fake injury would be a possibility. I think everyone knows it. And right now, we also know that Tribe is in the team for one reason. That's to make runs. He goes up and over the top of backward point. Maximal 6 runs.
Well, they'll definitely miss his bowling as well and his captaincy. But
100%.
I'm sure there's
So they're
someone
going to have
else
to
who can.
field with 10 because he's in the side.
Well, let's see if they can. He can justify his spot. It's looking pretty good at the moment. 27 off 7.
Hit a couple of teasers down the ground to the Sumerez zone. And tell you what, if he hits Julius, he's probably not going to survive to tell the tale. Now this will be hit over mid-off this time and over long off. That's going to be another 6-up. Maximo and Tribe. Well, he's making hay while the sun's shining. He's 33 off 8 and we're into the second over.
I'll tell you what, they've extended that fence, I think. It's
good idea.
Yeah.
I'm pro more fence.
Still worried about the open doors. There are 2 open doors now on the clubhouse. One of them leads straight to the bar.
Hutchison with a comeback. That's up in the end. That's going to go as well. Maximo. 6 más. Tribe is a man on a mission, and it's a bit like Jack Bauer in that show 24 when he's against the clock as well. It's 39 off 9 now for Zach.
Well, he's got 40 minutes, Vinny. He can bat through the whole innings, can't he?
Potentially. I mean, that clock on the board, on the scoreboard, is probably a pretty good approximation of how long he's got. So, 30 minutes.
Tell you what, if he's batting like this, after another 30 minutes, it could be anything to score.
Well, he's batted 6 minutes and he's 39 so far. It's a good start. Now he's going to whip away. Not too much pace on that one from Hutchison, but the timing is there. Cuatro carreras más.
Yeah, lovely little flick away. Good adjustment there by Tribe. And I don't think Hutchison's done too much wrong. Most of the bowlers don't do too much wrong in this.
Yeah, true.
This
I mean,
venue.
that time, okay, it was a slowish ball outside the leg stump. It's not an easy shot to time, we'll say that. But Zach did time it. He's 43 off 10 now. Last ball of the second. And he goes up and over cover. That one is going to go the distance as well. Maximo is 49 without loss after 2 overs. And all 49 runs are off the bat of Zach Tribe. Corbell's faced 1 dot ball. He will get the chance to face. But the Spitfires, well, they wanted to bat first. Remember, if they hadn't won the toss, there's no doubt the Commanders would have said, well, we'll bat first, so you can't bat.
Yeah.
So he won the coin toss, and right now he's winning the battle, 49 after 2.
They're going to miss his bowling, as I said before. I think he's got a knack of breaking through partnerships, and especially with the batting lineup that the Commanders have, it might be a big thing in that sense, as well as not having an extra fielder. Oh.
Don't forget,
So.
we go to T20 cricket in Greece tomorrow, and the first 2 T20 internationals between Greece and Germany. And that niche is there, and this one is going to be lifted up out of the ground. Well, heads up once again. That one is going to fly over the spectators. Maximo Corbell. Well, it'll be a handy little bonus if he can get going. That was a little bit of a half tracker, and it got lifted up and out of the ground. So 50 comes up, 50 partnership as well. Paliarakan getting this 3rd over. Yeah. With this first innings, though, a little bit of Michael Douglas in a 1980s movie. How much is enough? I mean, how much would you say they can't chase? I can't think of a number. All right, in the air. This should be out. Should be the first wicket of the final. And it's gone. So Corbell goes 6 and out. Doesn't waste too much time. He was put up there to try and kind of move along in the power play. They probably felt he was a little bit dispensable coming out with very little cricket under his belt this week. That's hit a nice 6, but he goes the very next ball, and that's the first wicket down. 55 for 1.
Yes, well, in for a short time, right? And Corbell, open the batting.
And Dom Blampede's not going to drop a catch like that, especially under this kind of pressure. So Elliott, he does hit a 6. He'll feel better than if he didn't, because otherwise he wouldn't have made any at all. And it does mean that James Smith comes to the crease. Now with Corbell in the side, they've decided to pick Corbell to keep, which means Smith can just concentrate on his batting here.
And still got Ed Giles as well, but that's been smashing the ball pretty hard.
Giles, what a factor he was. That one's a pretty good looking shot first up, straight to Dom at cover, who's called into action once again. We'll get to see Tribe's 49 already, and he's going to be going for his 50 here.
Well, You think he'll get it, Vinny?
It'd be a brave man to bet against it. Ashraf trying to keep him quiet. That one will be cracked through the covers. A classical drive, and it is 50 to Zach Tribe, the man that led Farmers to the ECL trophy just a couple of months ago. And that is a lightning 50. And he's faced most of the strike as well. That's the thing. 53 off just 12 balls.
It's amazing how quickly 50 comes up when you consider just normal cricket.
He has made 50 in less than 10 minutes. I know there's a few stoppages on the clock, for example. I think that's probably 10 minutes now gone, because 1 minute was added for the wicket.
Oh.
Short and hooked. Asked a different question, does Palirakan, but gets the same answer. That's a monster strike out of the ground. 6 more.
That's not a good delivery from Palirakan. So, Palikaran, sorry. And
I'm going to throw something out there as well. But meanwhile, the ball, someone's trying to find it. But is this the game that we see Julius with the ball? In case of emergency, break glass.
Maybe.
Julius emerges. Maybe, maybe not. Last ball of the power play coming up. It's hit up over the top, and that will fly through the spectators once again, this time on the bounce. So that's pretty close. It's the third highest score by an individual in the power play. He scores 63 in the first 3 overs, and the team score is going to be, I think that's 66 or 70 now. 70 runs in the power play, 70 for 1.
Well, he walked up to the crease, didn't he, Julius?
Maybe a few mind games there. Probably just getting a bit close to have a little bit of a swipe at his regular teammate, Zach Tribe.
He hasn't bowled a whole tournament, and he's a handy bowler, I'd say.
I had a bit of a figure in my head. How many runs is it worth him? Is it worth it him playing and then fielding with 10? I kind of arrived at 65. He's already 63. We're only 3 overs in, but I like this move as well with Dom Blampede to bowl. Again, it's something a little bit different. Just might throw the timing, but first we're going to see Smith on strike. First one's lost out legs. That hurts actually, because it doesn't even count as a ball, and it gets Tribe back as Heward behind the stumps, not able to glove it cleanly. A tough take.
Blampede bowled beautifully in that second eliminator, and really changed the game.
He deserved the player of the match as well.
Absolutely.
All right, this is an A-grade contest now, 1-on-1. Fraction short, and he slams it down the ground into the protective netting. Maximo, 6 more, Tribe to 69. One thing he hasn't done in this series, he hasn't scored 100. If anyone's looked like it that hasn't got it, it's probably him. Has he saved his best for last?
Well, it'll be a good spectacle if he can get to that 100. Don't know if the Commanders will like it too much.
Up over the top, that's going to go as well. Whoa. And wow, the Red Sea parts. Maximo. Tribe now 3/4 of the way to a ton.
I did hear that someone got hit earlier, turned a back on it and got hit in the shoulder.
Turning your back,
fine.
Of all available options, turning your back is not the worst, because most of the time the more valuable things are on the front of your body, including your face. A small win there for Blampede, who cramps in for room and beats the bat.
Yeah, it's you're right. Little victory. 75 though for Tribe at the moment. It's any little victory they can get at the moment. I think
Tribe's
the Commanders.
High score on ECN is 84. That was during the week against the Western Towers. This is lifted up, and that will be 6 more. Maximo. Succession of ball retrievers just dotted around that zone. That's a confidence booster for Jamie Smith as well. His first boundary's a 6.
Yeah, he's batted well during the week. I don't know if he's slowed down a little bit, but he started off the week really keeping up with Zach Tribe.
In ECN cricket this year, Zach Tribe is averaging 63 at a strike rate of 315. As Smith will have to settle for 1 here, and Blampede will get 1 more crack in the over at Zach Tribe. Bit of captain-on-captain action here.
Could be a dangerous one for Zach as well.
I also think he's a little bit more careful here unless it's begging to be hit. Could always just knock a 1 and keep the strike. Kind of tries for a big shot, doesn't really hit it, but there's no one back on the leg side, so that's going to be 4 as well. So The heavy hitting still coming at 79 for Tribe, and after 4 overs, 96 for 1. Now, not since Nabi was taken away in an ambulance in the ECS France final have we seen such drama of a player that is going to have to leave the ground early in an ECS final.
Yeah, well, unless he just misses his flight. But I don't think he's going to do that.
You've got to be, when you're hitting him this well, you've got to toy about missing the flight, or maybe sending someone to the gate and trying to cause a hold up to buy another 15 minutes. I don't know how many flights they go out of Jersey, but it's not that many compared to some other airports. All right, well, here we go. This will be interesting because Will Ray, he was the guy that came on and stopped the bleeding last time. He had 5 non-boundary balls to start when he bowled the 6th. They're going to him a bit earlier. He's bowled the 5th. So Smith faces up. Big swing and a miss. And yeah, Ray is just a funny in-between pace. I think one of the tactics the Commanders will use here is they will use kind of pace-off options rather than feed the velocity to these two.
What is it about bowlers like Ray that are just a bit sort of confusing for batsmen?
Kind of innocuous, but it kind of suits the format. But again, Ray, he's bowled very well. He's put it in good spots. Even this one, you see dragged from outside the off stump. Just be a single. So here's the Ray versus Tribe vibe coming up in the 5th over.
97 on the board, and not quite halfway through this innings. Let's see how this contest unfolds.
Ray's in form. So's Tribe. Fraction short. A lot of bottom hand in this. Sets a bit of a task, but yeah, it's Van Breeder down there. It's very good all-round cricketer. Slides in, and I suppose if you can't get him out, the best thing is have him at the other end at the moment, Zach Tribe. But he's 80 already. We're not even halfway through this innings.
Well, that Ray factor, it's pretty amazing as he comes in again.
Miss Smith plays a really good shot down the ground. It's a brilliant cricket shot, really. Fairly straight hit, elevates it straight over the umpire's hat. 4 runs, and the 100 comes up in the 5th over for the Spitfires. They're firing right now.
Yeah, really nice shot. Just maybe a fraction over pitched. But
wasn't really a half volley either, though, from Ray.
No.
He just hit it very, very well. Slightly slower one. This one is also going to disappear over mid-wicket. Maximal, 6 runs, and again, some good crowd fielding there. Smith, he's actually played some very good shots as well. Takes a bit of the pressure off Tribe. He's got a strong bottom hand. He's a very good hockey player, James Smith. Ray with a comeback. Need to break this partnership. This one kind of ties him up. Sweep shot straight to the fielder. Well handled there. That will be the end of the 5th over, and a breakneck speed so far in this final. It's 108 for 1. The Spitfires, after winning the toss and electing to bat in the first ever Liberation Series final.
We haven't seen a score over 200 in this this series so far. This one's on track, but they'll just have to keep on going. That those bleachers there, Vinny, it's kind of like the adrenaline zone. So the ball going out there, scattering, and you can see them the air of excitement and danger.
He was spot on. It is the adrenaline zone. Couldn't have said it better myself. Yeah, we've had a reasonably high scoring tournament, even by modern Grizzly standards. But yeah, high score we've got this week is 191. That was the Commanders against YCC.
I thought there was one bigger.
Yeah, I thought so as well. Anyway, this one will be up in the air, and that's going to disappear as well. Maximo 6 carreras. I
think
thought I
there's
remembered 198, but
198.
Maybe I imagined it.
No, I remember 198 as well, but maybe it's a...
I'm going to go to my second source.
I think it's not a delusion. What's that? A shared delusion? Is that what it's called?
It's a Mandela effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, 198. No, it's because it was this morning. I'm only talking about the group. So yeah, you're right, 198. I knew we didn't imagine that. That was Commanders as well, by the way. That was against Western Towers. And 191 was the high, though, in the group stage. And they go to Palmer here in over 6. Oh, almost takes an amazing catch. Does take a bit of the sting out of it, I think. Just a single. So again, slightly different bowler. I like that they're at least trying different options, different sorts of bowlers to try and break this partnership.
Absolutely.
Having said that, Tribe is 14 off the century. That's well bowled from Palmer. Just drops into the low full toss zone, and Tribe can't get under it. Just a single.
It's such an enthralling final between two really good sides. I've really enjoyed this series, Vinny.
Something a bit different this series. There's kind of shots we're seeing played. Low full toss, pretty good. Palmer's been using all of his experience. He's just got a good temperament for a slower bowler in this format, Reece Palmer. Doesn't get flustered very easily. Tribe won't get this either. Samaret. It's such a luxury to have such a good fielder down the ground. We've seen a lot of good fielders, by the way, on the boundary in this series, but Samaret is just like a wall, isn't he? Down there. 12 off the over from Palmer. It's pretty good. And he should get away with this too. It's handled round the corner. So Reece, very good effort from him. Only a dozen conceded in the 6 as things approach normality. Just the 1-6 in the over. It came off the first ball. They couldn't get him away after that. It's 120 for 1 after 6.
Still going at 20 and over, Vinny, though. It's and they haven't. Well, they've made one breakthrough. Still some good batting to come. Ed Giles can come in and smash a quick 20.
6:35 p.m. This is where you probably have the big clock up on the screen as well with the current time. He's meant to. I think he needs to leave the ground by 7 o'clock. But it's probably, got to go pack up the things. This is where you need the team butler in there just packing up his things. Maybe wear his pads on the plane. Who knows? Anyway, time for some more spin with Patak, who gets this one. And it's going to disappear first ball. Maximo! As Tribe moves into the 90s. He's 94 in the final. Zach Tribe, he's never scored an ECN century. It's been a day of firsts. It's been a series of firsts. Could he have his first ton? Oh, that was the one to hit as well. It's miss-hit, though, and he'll have to walk down the other end on 95.
Tell you what, Patak was lucky because that was a little bit too short. That should have been on the road.
It was a drag down, wasn't it? Smith takes the wheel. And he'll go in the air. Now, this might be catchable. Fielder comes in and takes it. An excellent piece of outfielding down there. And that's Hearless, who's had a very, very good series for the Commanders. He gets the dangerous James Smith for 21. Patak with some spin to win. A wicket in the final for him. It's 127 for 2.
Hearless is only 16, I think, isn't he?
Yeah, no, he's. I think that's right. He is.
What a cricketer for a 16-year-old. Fantastic up the top of the innings.
Just seems to be so unflustered.
He does.
But he's still 16. He'll turn 17 during the summer. Yeah. But he's a star of the future. He's a star of the now, really.
He is.
The way he's playing.
And he just fits right in with this team. There's respect for him because he does everything very, very well.
Not a bad time to get Giles out there, though, with 3.5 overs remaining. Drag down first up. He's going to hit this into the hole, and that's going to be 4 as well. That's going to go into the little mini stand. You call it the adrenaline zone. I like that. But the nerves are jangling here. Giles, well, who would have thought it would be his speed between the wickets that would get them here? Looked twice over his shoulder on that golden ball while he was coming back for the second as well. Now this is going to go, and it'll be 6 more. Maximo! So 2 for 2 for Giles, who goes 4 and 6 pick-up sticks. Patak, despite taking a wicket, he's finding it hard to keep these bats quiet. He's not the only one.
You're absolutely right. This is the perfect time for Ed Giles to come in, and he's proving it. This one's going to go again. That's huge.
Yeah, he hits it on the up. It could be caught. It is caught in the crowd. Well, we haven't seen many taken. Been a bit of the old self-preservation factor, but a nice snare taken behind us. At least the catching standards have remained high. But Giles goes to 16 off just 3 balls. It's the end of the 7th over, 143 for 2, so they're still in that 200 pace. Now Julius jogging over. I wonder if he's considering having a bowl here, but he hasn't bowled out all. Maybe it's just a bit of a chat with his captain. Does look like Ray's going to come back. Don't forget, coming up tomorrow, we have the ECSW. So the Royals and the Towers will represent Jersey in that series, East and West, and MCCW. Marlaman Cricket Club, very, very famous. Could say the most famous cricket club in the world. They'll be on the network once again. We saw them in the Valletta Cup in Malta last year in T20 cricket, but it's their first time playing T10 on ECN. Join us the regular time tomorrow. Anyway, they do go back to Ray. Rolling cutter first up. That'll be 4. He moves to 99 now in just 25 balls and a I won't say a hush, but a certain bubble around the ground as we're about to find out if Zach can go to his first ever century on ECN.
He definitely deserves it. The way he's played this week and the way he's batted, there's an aura around him, and it would be harsh if he were to lose his wicket now.
Yeah, taking the term good toss to win to strange new places. 99 for Tribe. And that'll be his 100. Zach Tribe, in the biggest game of the tournament, has saved his best for last, a 26-ball ton. He brings it up with his 12th six, and Zach Tribe, well, up to now I would have said he's one of the best players on the network to never have a ton, but he's not part of that club anymore. He has an ECN century.
Yeah, fantastic inning so far from Zach Tribe, and there's still plenty to come. There's almost 3 overs left. Let's see how far he can take this.
Ray with the comeback. And that will be 6 more. It's a full toss, and that's going to fly out of the ground. Maximo, he goes to the Nelson 1-1-1. This man is in borrowed time, and right now he's making the most of every minute.
Yeah, that was a full toss. Well, Ray bowled well in the last over, and also in the previous game. This one has gone for a few, and 159 for 2. Expected score is still 202. Well, if he stays there...
Scary thing is they could make 200. I still think that it could get chased.
Yeah.
Slower ball, rolling leg cutter this time, but he hits straight through the V, and that's going to be 6 more. Maximo, as Ray's gone 4-6-6-6. Has 7 boundaries in a row since that wicket of James Smith. Giles and Tribe working really well in tandem.
This is a fantastic final so far. But we're not even halfway there to seeing who is the winner of the ECS in Jersey.
Slow ball this time. It's hit, picks out the fielder. So, yeah, like I said at the start of this 10 overs, is there a score that I think's out of reach for the Commanders? And honestly, if one team can do it, the other team can do it. So that's how I feel. I'm not saying it's likely. I'm not saying they're going to be favourites in the second half. There's still 20% chance, but that could jump pretty high if they have a couple of big overs in the response. Last ball for Ray. He's got none for 35. It's a bit of a miss hit, but Giles will take the one. He'll retain the strike. So it'll take us to the end of the 8th over. It'll be 167 for 2.
So you mentioned that anything's gettable. The things with the Commanders is they're not going to look at the scoreboard. They're not going to worry about the scoreboard. They're just going to bat like they bat.
Yeah.
I mean, Julius is going to go out and he's going to bat like he's been batting all week. So honestly, it doesn't really matter how many the Spitfires get, because the Commanders are just going to, well, not just chase it down, but bat like they normally do.
There still is an element of scoreboard pressure, though, kind of knowing that if you, like normally if you miss one or you just have to take a single and eat a single, you just play the next ball on its merits and probably whack it out the ground. But it does creep in your head a little bit, I think, when you need a 20 and over to start with. Anyway, not a bad change here, I think, with Van Breeder coming back to bowl the 9th over.
Who's going to hold them back, do you think?
Well, Van Breeder would be an obvious one, I think, to come on. Well, he did go for 21 the first over. Rare win for the Commanders in this first half of the final. A dot ball on Giles.
But I'm talking about the Spitfires bowling. Who's going to hold the Commanders back?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, you look at Spitfires. Obviously, they've had some success early on with some of their pace on bowlers, but just talk about that in a second. But first, this is going to go over the top here. I think ran out of room anyway. That's going to go Maximo, 6 runs. One that came to mind would be Joe Everett, but of course he's not in the final here. So yeah, you lose 2 overs from him, 2 potential overs from Tribe.
Langford's a good bowler, but his slow ball's starting to get a bit wayward.
So, Neil was actually really good earlier on the day, Neil Davies. Obviously you got Shent in there, another spin option. That's going to be launched. Well, that's Windows. Heads up.
This guy's just
it might have been more roof than windows, but that one is a step hit quite left, and Giles pounds that one into the pavilion.
Yeah, score keeps on going up. 179 for 2. Still an over and a half to go.
206 expected. They're on 211 pace though right now. Looks like it could be the highest score in the final. I'll give you another one. I don't know if it'll go down, but highest score in a final ever on ECN, 222 in the first ever ECL by VOC Rotterdam. That was all the way back in July 2019. They'd have to, they need 43 and 9, but the way things are going, maybe it's possible. short. That one's going to also go for 6. Heads up in the crowd. It's going to be 6 carreras más. Once again, Giles coming to the party in the late overs.
There's a confused-looking greyhound there who's on the lead, who's just sees this white ball going around. Tried to chase the first one, almost got hit actually.
I mean, your biggest threat as a bat here might be RSI, because there's been so many of a similar type of shot. That one cleared it by about 5 metres. Big Ed. It's going to go again. He goes to the hill. Someone's going to have to fetch that. Maximo. He's 41 off 9, and it's a thunderous double click from these two in the final. We talked about Giles. We thought it was a good time for him to come out in that 7th over, and he certainly hasn't let his side down.
He's a monster when it comes to hitting the ball. He just, there's nothing subtle about him, is there?
Van Breeder on the verge of an unwanted half century as well. He's 45 conceded with 1 ball to go. Of course, Scotty will have the right of reply as well. Last ball of the 9th. That is a slight miss hit. It's still going to go. And it's going to pitch just inside. It'll be 4 runs. And a full toss that's high-ish. I think it's probably just okay. But we'll have to check it on the replay. Yeah, I feel like it's trouser high. And
it's, I think it might have gone.
It might have gone for 6, you know. Or maybe not. I think it's bounced just inside. The fielder, to be fair, the fielder called it. I think the fielder called it 4.
And on the rope is...
if it hits the rope at 6, though,
yeah.
It's an interesting call. So, I think it will be... Oh, wait for the signal. Here's where we go with the umpire's call here. And also the fielder called it 4. He was a lot closer. It's a long way from the camera.
That's true.
In the end, lucky number, it is given 4. So, 28 off that over. It's 195 for 2 after 9. Corey actually said that he said that 2-2-2 in the final is probably a record that will never be broken.
Wow.
When we talk about records that never be broken. But if they get 28 off this over, it will be broken.
It's Ashraf Paliakaran.
Paliakaran. I'm with you. I got you back.
It's been a long week, hasn't it?
He's been reasonably good in these positions, but it's going to be a bit of a lucky edge there for Tribe. I mean, a bit of a callback to over 1 where he did get lucky-ish a couple of times, but he moves up to 122, and that is 199 now on the board. We are going to see our first 200 in this European cricket series.
Paliarakan.
There you go.
There you go.
Danny's commentating on delay now. A rare win though. That's a good ball from Ashraf. Puts him outside the off stump. Yeah. I did say this before the 3rd game though. If we're ever going to see the highest chase go down, it's on a day like today.
Yeah.
It's
a bit special, isn't it?
You got in-form batters. It's going to be the 200. It's going to be a rare miss hit that brings it up. Credit to the bowler here, Paliarakan, who wins a couple of battles. I think about this innings, it's been remarkably fast in that he still has 13 minutes before he has to leave. He probably wants to keep this innings going to an 11th or 12th over.
Well, Giles will be facing the next ball from Ashraf. No, he won't.
That's one option I'd be taking against Giles, just refusing to bowl, because he has been on a heater on finals day.
He was on for an 11-ball 50, which is, it'll be...
It's not easy to upstage a guy who's already 100.
It'll
be
one faster than Tribe as well if he gets it.
And he
does.
will get it. That's going to be flat batted down the ground into the car park. Maximal 11-ball half-ton for Ed. And they're 206 with 2 balls remaining.
Well, Gullah Mustafa, start the car. Hold on. Bit early.
Do not start the car.
Do not.
Keep the car there, because 2 teams are going to bat. And you've got probably the most informed European cricketer, Julius Summerer in particular. And you've got Van Breeder, who's made 100 today.
I hope you didn't put the mocker on him. He's right in front of us.
It's unjinxable, as this will be a rare, only a single. So it looks like that 2-2-2 in a final record will stand up, unless we have a 7-up or something like that here, or a couple of them.
But this is an ECS final, not an ECL. So
that's true as well. All right, so last ball, it's going to be probably out. It is out. So Tribe bats the full 10 overs, finally falls for 123. The Spitfires 207, and for sure they're heavy favourites. But it is the kind of conditions, perfect batting conditions. You've got two guys who've scored a century in the tournament. That's not even mentioning someone like a Healis as well. Blampede as well was in good form earlier today. But, well, Zach, you've never seen a guy score 100 and want to get off so quickly because he's got to pack his bags and leave the country. Don't forget, they're also fielding with 10 because he elected to play knowing he couldn't field and he won't get a sub. Now, most of the fielding was done by the crowd in that 10 overs, but hey, let's find out. We've got a real final on our hands. 208 is what the Commanders will need to do. It's uncharted territory, but that's what they'll need to do if they want to win this final and win this trophy.
It was just brutal batting from Tribe, and it was just non-stop, relentless hitting. Fantastic innings by Zach Tribe, and then he was well supported as well. There were a couple of wickets that went down. That was the first one. But it was Corbell.
Yeah, Corbell 6 off 3 again. Went early, but didn't waste any time, did he? You know, did hit a maximo in his 3 balls. Got out off the third one, obviously. This is I like the adrenaline zone as a pocket of the ground. Again, and hopefully it stays this way, but no one has actually been seriously hurt so far because the amount of sixes that we've seen has been out of this world. 24 sixes in that innings and 11 fours. That's 35 of the 60 balls not staying on the field. And really, the Commanders, I like their approach. They tried to throw the ball around. They didn't bowl same bowlers in a row, but really, for the most part, the batters just continued to be on a heater. Smith batted pretty well for 21. Giles came out, though, almost a good time to lose a wicket to get him out there. He ended up with 52 off 12, not out. Tribe, you saw there, caught off the last ball of the 10 overs for 123. 207. As the supercomputer says, it's maybe a
50-50.
15-20% chance is what it's giving the Commanders. That's going to be, if this record is broken, the 208 chase is achieved, that's a record that could stand for a long time. 123 to Tribe, who was in a hurry in more ways than one. 33 balls faced, 14 sixes, 8 fours in that innings. Smith with 21, Giles with 52 off just 12 balls faced. 9 of those went to the boundary or over. The bowling figures are violent, although I will say Paliraka did pretty well to keep the last over to only 12. And he finished with that wicket, so he finished 2 for 33. Patak also bowled 1 over, 1 for 23. Palmer, bit surprised he didn't get another one after he only conceded 12, but I mean, they're at a bit of a loss. They were just trying things, but well, Danny, it's always great when we see some ECN history. We had some earlier in the day with Golden Ball 77. Who knows what might happen in this last 10 overs?
207-run Golden Ball, maybe. We'll see. That'd be a beauty, wouldn't it?
If it is, it won't be Zach Tribe who's bowling it. We'll take a break. We'll allow you to just settle yourself down, get that heart rate down, and then come back because the adrenaline zone is everywhere here at Gradeville this afternoon. Will it be a Liberation Day special for the Angels when we return? Julius et al. Will have their right of reply. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hudacek. We'll see you shortly for the exciting conclusion of the first ever ECS Jersey Liberation Series. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox. Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the exciting conclusion of this Liberation Series. As we get ready for this, it'll have to be something that's never been done before. A 200 chase is required. In fact, 208 to be precise, by the Central Commanders, who have had to go the hard way. Missed out on the top two yesterday. They won the Eliminator. They won Qualifier 2. They're taking on the Southern Spitfires, who have that 207 on the board. Bit of news here because Zach Try, because he has to leave, he won't be fielding, so it'll only be 10 fielders. Having said that, he certainly made his presence felt when he was here. 123 off 34, the 23rd century of the ECN season. We've had 2 today on finals day. Of course, one earlier in the week with Simmerare. And these are the highest chases of all time. The highest chase was set last year. 186 was chased in Barcelona. That was in December 2024. And we have had 2 183 chases. So no one's ever done a 190s chase, never mind a 200 plus chase. But if it's ever going to happen, it's probably in this game with Simmerare, potential MVP of the series, to open up. Danny, who to check with me, Mr. Maximo, as we get ready for the second innings.
Looking forward to this. And look, this is the partnership, I think, for me. There is some batting to come as well. Don't write off anyone in this this lineup for the Commanders, but Simmerare, if they get close, he needs to score big and quickly. Heeless, a little bit out of touch, but the right-hander, left-hander combination, I think, is good for the Commanders at the top. Here we go.
Here we
Final
go.
innings.
Starts everything here. Need a huge power play, and the first one actually hits Julius. Might have inside edged that onto his body. A rare miss. First up from Simmerare. Checking out the replay. No Everett in the side. Well, maybe there wasn't any bat in it. There was just an uncomfortable landing place for that ball. So Langford gets the first over here. He's kind of the stand-in for Everett, who isn't available for this game.
Good start here from Langford. See if he's shaking Julius up at all.
Well, this is up in the air, and mind yourselves over there.
Oh, good
again,
fielding.
The crowd fielding in this game has been second to none. That's about 200 metres off the bat, but it's been taken on one bounce. Maximal, and we're away. We're off to the circus here in the second innings.
Yeah, that's well, he was worried about it hitting him. Ended up doing stopping it nicely. The gentleman on the bench.
Way too far for us to see who that was because it's miles away from us. Comeback ball for Langford. And it's another win for the bowler. There's Neil with a little bit of foot fielding. Not something we've seen a lot of this week in Jersey. So Heeless has been chosen to open. We had talked about this off air. We thought, do you open with Van Breeder or Heeless? Heeless, I think, being left-handed, that helps as well with the left-hand, right-hand combination. Also, these two did put a monster chase together. 160 plus in less than 7 overs earlier in the week. He's still got Van Breeder to come in at 3.
Yeah, he's missed out a bit lately, but during the week he's been superb as Heeless, and it would be disappointing if he didn't reward him by opening him in the final. I think he's deserved it.
But he's really got no time to waste. He's got to pull his weight. The teenager. He gets a good slow ball from Langford here. He's not able to contact. So the thing with these kind of scores is if you don't get these magical overs, that required rate balloons so quickly. And once it gets out past 4 a ball, it's really tough because then even 4s bring the rate down. They're creeping up.
Yeah.
So far, Langford, credit to him. He's got that good back of the hand slower ball. He's not afraid to use it any time. Pace back on now. Heeless picks out the fielder and he's gone. And Rick Firth, the Vegemite kid, out at deep point, staring straight into the teeth of the afternoon sun. He'll get Heeless for a duck. Langford has won the early battle here against the Commanders. He's got him 7 for 1.
Yeah, fantastic bowling from Langford. Nice catch there. Almost jumped over the boundary,
I
didn't he?
thought he might have jumped over the boundary, but he knew where he was. And Rick, a bit of a cult figure. It's probably quite late for all the fans down in Adelaide. I think it's 3:36 in the morning, but in Adelaide there's nothing open at that time. They're probably watching ECN. And with still 200 to go, Heeler steps aside. And now this is the key partnership. The two Centurions this week for the Commanders, batting together with a huge mountain of runs that they need to chase down.
Well, Langford has got one ball left in this over. He's taken 1 for 7. It's been a superb start from him.
Can Van Breeder recapture the form this morning? Oh, it's interesting. He just kind of lets that one hit the bat. It'll be 4, almost like a getting your eye in shot, but it still brings in 4 runs on the little guy down to deep third.
Yeah, it was a clever shot. Didn't want to hit him really, did he? Could have had a swing at it, but...
Here's what's crazy, Danny.
Yeah.
That's 11 for 1 off the first over, and a brilliant over, by the way, from Langford. That golden ball earlier, we've already had 3 completed matches since that.
Yeah.
So that's how quick. And how many hours ago was it? It wasn't that long ago. It was about maybe 5 hours ago. That's the ECN universe we're living in. Looks like Giles is going to bowl. Now, one thing we talked about with no Everett in the side, no Zach Tribe taking the field, is they're going to have to find some overs from somewhere. And even in key positions such as power play overs. So Giles gets the nod here in the second.
I did like Giles' bowling though. And well, I still wonder who is going to take those extra overs.
Samaria launches leg side. That's going to go for 6. Maximo! Early blow in the second for Julius.
Yeah, nice shot. And he'll have to go like that for the whole innings.
Yeah, and beware if you're in that adrenaline zone, which includes the embankment. But it's the pressure of this for Julius, even for a player that's so informed. He's the informed player on the network. One miss hit and it could all be over. This one isn't hit particularly well, but still good enough. It's going to be 4, I think. But there will be another 4 to the score. See, the run rate required about 3.5 a ball. We'll have a look at this one on the replay. I think it just bounces inside.
Not a good piece of crowd feeling, by the way, of the man on the bleachers. Just checking it. As the sun is starting to get low, isn't it? It's nice on the skin, but
I think
hard on
they're
the
going to have
eyes.
to go on-field call here. And, I mean, yeah, 4 runs is given, which I think is the right call. So Giles is gone for 6 and 4. Somewhere. Well, it's up in the air. Neil's after it. That concerns me slightly. And in the end, it will run away. It'll be another 4 runs. And credit to Neil. He spotted straight away, but that ball was always going to win the race to the boundary, and 4 more to the Commanders.
As soon as it hit the toe of that bat, you thought there was a chance, but he just didn't get...
The thing is, for Neil, though, he did have to take a quick step to the left. And it's very natural for him. He still wasn't going to stop it.
He'd taken that jump to the right, though.
And that one's also going to be large out of the ground. Well, these are monster hits. Another one up on the hill. Maximo. And that's covered the boundary by a good 35 metres as well. So Commanders, as we thought, they're not going down without a fight. Maybe they're not going down at all.
Yep, look, while he's still there, he's going to be hitting 6s. And the longer he can stay in, the closer they're going to get to this 208 target.
All right, Giles has gone magical already. Still 2 to come in the over. That's a rare miss hit from Sumarare. Just a single. But the thing is, okay, 21 run over. Let's say you can keep this a dot. It becomes basically a draw in the game.
Yep.
They kind of need 21 as an average.
More than that, actually. 21 and a half.
Yeah. Yeah, we started at 20.8, and you're right, it has gone up a little bit. Only a little bit. Van Breeder. He's going to work this way, and that'll be 4. So they do get 25 off the over. But it's a power play over as well, so you'd probably be expected to get a few more in the PP. That will be the end of the second. 36-1, that's Andy Brown. It looks like he's doing the fielding out there.
Good boy. Wants to play with the ball. Wants to play with the ball.
There was, I'll mention this because Andy's probably not going to watch it live. There was quite a debate about how good Andy Brown was as a cricketer last night, and the general feeling was he was pretty good. So there's been nothing to suggest that that's a lie. But yeah, we've got from Andy Brown to Brown Dog.
Give him the ball. He wants the ball.
Or is he going to get the cricket
He's
ball?
he's trying to
I mean,
brainwash his
do you
own.
think we should allow dog-based ball tampering to try and bring the scores down? I don't know. Okay, change bowling. And Dewhurst is going to get it. He bowled really well earlier, but right now he's going to get lit up first ball. Going, gone. Maximo. Sumarare starts with 6 in the third.
Yeah, it was not the greatest delivery there. 42. Answer to Life, the Universe and everything.
You would absolutely love Jim's dog. I don't know if you've seen Jim's dog yet. It's
I like all dogs, Vinny. Oh,
yeah, well, that's going to go as well. Heads up. Another one that will fly into the net. Maximo. We have had a lot of boundaries, obviously. But
yeah.
in the last, I'm going to count them up, 7, 8. Since the wicket, we've had 8 boundaries in 9 balls. We've only had 1 non-boundary, which was the miss hit from Sumarad down the ground late last over.
Question for you, I'm not sure if you can answer it. What are the most number of sixes in a game?
In a game, I'll tell you.
Oh.
That's up for grabs. That's even bigger. That's going over everybody. That's one of the biggest of the lot so far. Maximo Dewhurst, who had a bit of a purple patch early, but now he's just getting bruised. 3 balls, 3 sixes from him.
Yeah, that was short rubbish and put away. Is he going to come around the wicket? I think he will. See if it makes a difference. And does.
Oh, well bowled. Good comeback. Okay, the most sixes in a match is 51.
Okay.
And that was actually in a Western Shield game not too long ago. It was a very high scoring match.
Really?
Obviously.
Guessed.
It's going to be 4, so it won't be a 6 this time. And I'm just going to I'll tell you what match it was first, though. It was 25 in the first innings, 26 in the second. And Simura was playing in that game, actually, where British and Irish Knights 203 defeated Europe 197.
Wow.
Right now, it's a good comeback from Dewhurst. It goes a little bit slower. So in the end, he again almost gets a draw over.
Yep.
Although he loses it probably on points. 23 come off that one, but there were 18 off the first half, 5 off the second half of the over. It's 59 for 1 at the end of the power play.
This is still just such an even contest, and it is these 2 batsmen that need to stay in for the Commanders, especially Julius Sumarad, who's going hard at it.
So in the first innings, we had 24. So you need to have a lot.
Yeah.
You need 27, in which case I'll probably win. And the most sixes in an innings for one team is 30, which has been done twice. And one of them was Czechia against Romania in Hungary last year.
Yeah, where they got bouilloned.
Sazi Bouillon, yeah. And the other one is Talon, which is coming up in just a couple of weeks. Talon strikers struck 30 in an innings. Most by an individual is 25 by Ahsan Amjad when he scored 183 not out, 183 out, I should say.
Wow.
All right, change bowling and no change in the scoring because that's a full toss. By the way, Sumarad has brought up his 50. He scored 51 off 14.
It's a little bit slow, Vinny.
Yeah, and he is in the market for more. Almost like an elaborate cricket version of a dance-off here with Tribe setting a cracking pace and Sumarad trying to better it.
Well, Tribes is waiting for a plane. I wonder if he's watching this game.
I bet you he is watching this game. Hi, Zach.
How you doing?
Well battered. And how are you feeling? Hey, jump in the chat, Zach, if you can. All right. So, Shenton will get a slight mistake out of Julius. This is going. It's still going to go, though. Over the rope, Maximo. Sumarad is 63 and 16 rocks.
This is just unbelievable hitting in this tournament, especially in this game.
Yeah, the 2 Tribe overs have been real handy, I think. I mean, he might have gone the journey anyway, but it's just he's a different kind of proposition. Shenton's got big shoes to fill here. That one's going to go. It's going to ask for it. It's going to get it. It's full toss outside leg, and that's into the rugby field. Maximo, 6 more.
You just can't make any type of mistake as a bowler against this guy. Same with Zach Tribe, to be fair. They're a class above. And 69 off 17.
And Shenton, by the way, the first ball was actually given a no ball.
Yeah.
So that's it. It's 13 off the first ball, and then another 6. And
Yes.
Yeah.
Go, son.
I wish they love their dogs here, and we've seen plenty of them around.
Absolutely.
Right, Shenton. This could be a very big over, depending. As this will be 6 more. Maximo. So 25 off the first half of the over. He tries a change of angle, but I don't know. It's early days. Looks like Charlotte down there. She's very fast in the field. I've got her down maybe 10, 15 years to be the best fielder in the country. She is whippet-like. All right, it's well bowled by Shenton to get a small win here, just to single down the ground.
It's only about 4 balls. It's gone for 26 already. But that run rate's come down under 20 now.
They're ahead of the rate, which is a crazy rate. Oh, it's pretty close. Maybe with the angle of Shenton, it might just be heading in the wrong direction. Also see the impact here from straight on. I mean, it hits him in front. It's pretty close. I don't think you can give it, though. I think going so wide of the crease, it's not like it straightens down the line.
Yeah, bowling left arm around as well.
Meanwhile, Sumare will have to settle for 1 here. So credit to Shenton. I mean, his first half of the over went for 25, and the second half of the over went for 3.
Yep.
So that's how quick things can change. It's 87 for 1 after 4.
There are a couple of bare overs for the Spitfires as well. A few overs of 12, but here it just seems to be, apart from the first over.
3 overs of 12, and every single other over went magical.
Yeah.
The top over was 28. In the second innings, though, so far we've had overs of 11. That was Langford early. Maybe someone you'd consider bringing back. Then Giles went for 25, Dewhurst for 23, and Shenton 28. Anyway, they're going to go to Hayward. Steps a long way across, and he's given. And so that's a huge moment in the game. As Sumare gets across a rare miss, and it's Hayward that gets the key breakthrough. And at the start of the 5th over, the score is 87 for 2.
Well, 87's unlucky for some. And Sumare walked right across, and, well, I think that's absolutely plumb.
Hits him right in front of off stump, so had to wait for a miss from Sumare. It's barely missed any of those kind of balls in the series, but always first ball of a new over, new bowler. It's small margin of error if you're hitting across the line. What a great series from Sumare, though. He's given his team a shot. 77 off 21 in the final. And he will have to step aside. Hayward, though, be feeling 10 feet tall. And a fairly ordinary kind of cricket shot by the new batter. It's Blampede, but Blampede was very good early as well, so not prepared to put him out just yet. Still about a 30% chance. Quite remarkable.
Yeah, look, Van Breda hit 100 off not many earlier on. Blampede is a very good bat as well, but I think just giving the strike to Van Breda. Mishits that one down the ground.
Big 5 minutes coming up here, because the thing with these kind of chases is they can go off the rails very quickly, and there's no real way to pull them back. So, yeah, it's a lot of pressure on these two. Got no time to settle whatsoever.
Been a great over so far from Hayward. He's in again.
Wow, it's a bit of a miss hit. Kneels after it. Skip step to the left. But it will run away, and that will be 4 runs. So still 4's bring it down somewhat. Be happy with that. I'm not happy, but I mean, you're happy at least you got a false shot. If you're the bowler there, instead of 6, it will go for 4.
Yeah, well, they need this. There's only 6 off this over so far. Wicket, big wicket as well. A couple of balls left. Well, might bring up 100 in the next 2 deliveries.
Before Sumare got out, they were 41%, which is quite amazing. Steps across. Hayward, what an over. He's only conceded 6. He has the wicket of Sumare, and it couldn't have gone any better for a guy that got hit in the face earlier today, where it might have knocked him into some kind of Superman bowling form. Blampede certainly looked in good form. Good touch earlier. He was player of the match. But this is a new challenge for him.
Still fairly even, except for the fact that that big wicket of Sumare has been taken.
That's a very tough stop out there, but he does well to get down there. They will come back for 2. It's the end of the 5th over. 95 for 2 at the halfway point. Normally you'd say you're miles ahead in the game, but they will need 113 in the last 5 overs to win this. Just a reminder that later in the year we will have the ECC. Once again, it's in 2 divisions. And Jersey, I know they had a bit of an off tournament last year. They were kind of lucky not to get relegated. but they were still quite competitive at times. They had a very young side. I think that they'll go quite well in Group C. They've got Scotland 11 in there, as well as Portugal, Finland, Sweden and Switzerland. And they'll play from the 3rd to the 6th of October. And if they win their group, they'll come back from the 16th to the 18th of October for the championship group. Slightly different format this year with 6-team groups and just a 5-team championship group, which is 3 days.
You know, on evidence from the quality you've seen, I think they'll do very well in that group.
Well, that's a pretty good shot. Straight pull. They've been busy on that hill. So this is where the rubber meets the road, really, in this chase. You got to go magical over after magical over there. That's a pretty good start for Van Breda, who pops that one straight back over the bowler's head.
Well, Giles, he's a devastating batsman, and he hit a very, very quick 50. And well, having a chat, Glenn Peters talking to his bowler. And in fact, it's Haywood that's speaking to him.
Okay, Giles, 31 off the 7 balls he's bowled. A little bit of a work around the corner this time. It won't be 6, but it'll be the next best thing. 4 runs, and once again a very good bit of crowd fielding, as of course it's not easy to defend on this field at the best of times. They've gone past the 100 as well here in the 6th over, the Commanders.
Yeah, well, again, just a delicate from Van Breda. Not really not something you would associate with him normally, but delicate.
That one is going to go the journey. That's a pretty big one as well. Maximo! Another good crowd catch. The crowd catching has been first rate here in Jersey. Cool as a cucumber. The score climbs another 6 runs.
That was a great catch. He's back on his phone as well.
Yeah, probably just looking back at the replay of him catching it as well. So we've had more catches off the field than on the field now.
Well,
good comeback though from Giles. Gets that one to bite, climb a bit off the wicket.
to be fair, there's been more hit off the field than on the field.
Yeah, that's exactly right. If they were allowed a subfielder, I think I'd be kidding him up. Okay, so 97 off 26. The rate's still below 4 a ball. As long as it is, I think the game's still alive. A miss. Giles. He's just happy. I mean, if you can create 2 balls and over that don't go to the boundary, then it's suddenly quite a competitive over. It's Western Shield type tactics, which that's what Corey was talking about. If you can just create 2 non-boundaries, you've done your job. It's just about readjusting the goalposts, about what you're trying to achieve.
That run rate creeping up to 23 and over. It was below 20 a couple of overs ago.
That's going to go for 6 though, so they're kind of back in business as Giles will finish none for 47. And with 4 overs remaining in this first ever Liberation Series, it's 118 for 2. The equation will be 92 required off the last 4 overs. That's a rate of, well, 90 I should say, off 24, which is 22 and a half and over.
It is. Well, still capable, and we can still get there. But get another over of Haywood, I think, coming up. He bowled beautifully in the last one.
You know, a funny decision. So someone like Shenton, who went for 25 in the first half over, but then went for 3. Do you consider bringing him back on the basis that he finished well? Obviously, maybe a bit different. There's no Summer, but I mean, you've still got 2 very informed players and destructive players at the crease right now.
You've got Neil as well.
Yeah, Neil has been pretty good. Yeah, I think he'll definitely get a bowl somewhere. But no, it makes sense you go to Haywood. He had a brilliant first over, took 1 for 8. Can he double down? First one's pretty good. Can't get under it. It'll only be a single.
Yeah, he's been very impressive, has Haywood, in this this innings. And he's just tightened things up, hasn't he, Vinny?
Yeah, you know, it's great for Adam as well, because he was pretty close to becoming a meme when he fielded a ball with his face earlier, and now he could be the hero in the final. At the moment, he is. But right now, it's a bit of a reality check as this one's lifted up onto the hill as well. Maximo, Don Blampy trying to keep this game alive.
Yep, oh, that's a good shot from the skipper. And he's going to fight to the end for sure, as will Van Breda. There's no retreat from these guys.
For me, the total alarm doesn't go off until it goes above 24 and over required. And they've just kept it in that zone of between kind of 20 and 24 for a while now. So they're kind of keeping up with that rate. And that's also with a few wins for the fielding side, including Haywood's over and a bit. Asked a slightly different question, just dragged it down short of a length, and beautiful pull shot in front of square from Blampede as 4 runs.
You know, you should never pick sides as a commentator, and I'm not picking a side. I really hope they get close to this total, just to have a grandstand finish, and it would be fantastic to see them. A 208 chase would be incredible.
So the other thing is, the most runs in an ECN match is 403. That's a record that could go down here. Works around the corner, plays that shot well. Does Blampede? It's 4 more. So 4's pretty much keep it in check. It'll put the rate down a touch. 6s will make it come down even quicker. Obviously, any ball's not a 4 or a 6 or a wide or a no ball, the rate will go up quite dramatically and quite quickly. Yeah, so 403. There was a game in Barcelona back in 2022, which often we say it's the start of the Grizzly era. In November 2022, Badalona Shaheen 229 versus Men in Blue 174. But then also in an ECC match last year, Hungary 216 defeated Germany 187. But that could definitely go down here. Walks at this, finds Giles in the outfield. So for that record to go down, they need to score 197. That's still a long way away. The rate's creeping up towards 4 a ball. Big finish coming one way or another.
If they do have a big over of over 30, again, we haven't really seen one for a while.
Last ball for Hayward, and it's a win for him. So that's a brilliant 2 overs in the context of this game. He goes 1 for 24 in the final. A sensational bit of work. And a lot of people were saying the most important thing he'd do in the final was win the toss, which he did. That allowed Tribe to bat. Right now, 134 for 2 after 7. And that rate has gone above 4 a ball for the first time. 24.66 required in the last 3. This is what's coming up tomorrow with the ECSW to take over. And some pretty familiar team names in there with the Eastern Royals and the Western Towers representing Jersey. And also Marlaman Cricket Club, the MCC, will be here playing their first ever T10 cricket on the network, which I think is great. So we're starting at a regular time of 9:15 a.m. GMT, which is 11:15 in Central Europe. It's 2:45 in India. 10:15 local if you are coming down. All right, well, here we go. They go back to Dewhurst, and the first one is hit Miles. Maximal. And it's now or never, basically. The next 3 overs determines who is walking away with this trophy.
It's a big hit. And they needed it. They need to get these, well, they need to get a 6 basically every ball, don't they?
Feels like it. I mean, Hayward, he only concedes 4 boundaries in the 12 balls he bowls. Honestly, it's a very, very good performance in what's been a very, very batting-heavy final, to say the least.
Yeah, he has turned things around quite a lot.
Dewhurst tosses it up, and that's also going to go. It's well hit by Blampede. He had to wait for it. Had plenty of opportunity to mistime the ball, but he judges it. Another one for the crowd. Maximal, 6 more.
Could this be the over that pushes it towards the Commanders?
It was good bowling from Dewhurst, I will say. You know, he gave him every opportunity to mistime that. It was flighted up. It wasn't really a genuine half volley. It was outside off, but Blampede was equal to the task. 40 off 11. The dream stays alive. Quicker slider this time. That's away from the fielder. That's going to be 4. So the 150 has come up now, and they've got that rate back below 4 a ball. They need, 58 off 15. The other thing is there'd be some nervous fielders out there wondering, am I going to have to bowl again? They've actually used 7 different bowlers, so they've thrown it all around. I think it's Neil o'clock. I think he's going to get an over. Meanwhile, the 6s keep on coming. It's going to be taken, is it? Oh, I think it went down, but still a great attempt two-handedly on the top of the hill. Maximal as Blampede brings up his 50 off just 13 balls, and the impossible still seeming like a possibility.
Like Blampede, his last 2 games, it's like a different Dom. He's really taken it.
Goes again. That's into the gap. That's going to hit the rope at 6 runs. Maximal. Blampede, centimetre perfect. And can you believe it? Dewhurst, 5 balls, 5 boundaries. This over's now gone for 28. There's still a ball to come.
It's huge, isn't it? And this is the type of over that just to bring that run rate down a little bit, still 21 and over.
Well, I mean, they get their 21 they needed and then some in this over. It was 24 point something at the start of the over. They've already got 28. So it's like a bonus ball, really. And Dewhurst brought up his 50 with the ball. None for 51. Last ball of his spell. Oh, and Well, they might look for 2 here, but maybe not because Blampete's so hot right now. He'll move to 57. And at the end of 8 overs, 163 for 2. I can't believe I'm saying this, but they are still in the game. In fact, they're 48% to win from here. It's just got down for 43 maybe after that single, but a huge 12 deliveries. And both these teams have been up in the cloud with that run rate in this final.
It's been a crazy tournament as far as the quality of it, and see 2 amazing sides here in the Spitfires and the Commanders.
Okay, interesting. They're going back to Langford, who bowled really well in the first over. But honestly, Neil was so effective. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't bowl. Maybe he's feeling a little bit sore with the workload. But, yeah, I mean, this over sets it up. So they need 45. You probably think you've got a chance if you get it down to the 20s.
Who do you bowl last? Giles? Who's only bowled the one? You've said
They've
you've
got
7
plenty
bowlers.
of options.
Yeah,
They've got plenty of options. I still think Neil's a chance if he's fit. Or fit to bowl.
Neil is bowling.
Oh, it is. They are going to late change. So Neil's going to bowl the 9th, and you've got Langford to come back. He took 1 for 11 earlier. So it's a bit of a gamble, but to be honest, it's a role that he's filled very well. He's slightly off speed, not on purpose. It's just how he bowls. And we're going to see a skip to the left here. It all happens in the 9th as if it hasn't been all happening all the way through this tournament and all through this finals day and all through this final. And it's Neil in the 9th over. Skip to the left. Here we go. Strap in. Oh, and again, the Neil factor puts the confusion rays on the ball. Blampede, who was happy just to take a one last ball of the over before as well, who take one, he's away from the strike, and Van Breeder has to take over.
Van Breeder can hit the ball a long way. Can he hit Neil though? Step to the left.
He's got 2 steps to the left now. Oh no, hits the stumps. They'll get 1. Probably was only going to be 1 either way, I think, because the field's pretty straight. And Neil Davies with a late run for player of the tournament, maybe. He's certainly one of the most popular players we've seen this week. The unofficial 11th man, the wickets doing the fielding that time for the Spitfires.
It's been a fantastic over so far. Just 2 from 2. Well, they need a boundary here.
If you hit all 4 balls for 6, you still need 19 off the last over.
Yeah.
All right, Neil. The step's getting bigger. That will go for 6. The 3rd time unlucky for Davies as that one's put over the hill. Maximal, 6 runs.
Yeah, he just got in a position and just smashed it over that one of the. Well, there are cars out there. I think they've learnt their lesson on moving all the cars.
What a series! All right.
So Davies.
Time to breathe, but only for a second. Have you noticed the steps getting bigger?
This is my favourite bit of the day. Come on, kick it.
Just
Run.
glad there's a tennis ball because those Grizzlies can damage teeth. Anyway, Blampede on 64 and counting. And he's going to go this log sweep and get 6 more. Maximo! O'Neill has had 2 wins and 2 losses really in the 4 balls so far. 177 on the board. That will make it, what is it now? It'll be 31 off the last 8. And I think this game will be alive going into the last over.
He's looking at 1 more win out of his next 2 deliveries. And the Spitfires, oh, we've got 1 foot, 1 hand on the trophy, I think.
This will go, fielder, Firth, wow, fantastic work, doesn't know where it is, puts his body on the line, and the Vegemite kid with the backside stop at a crucial time in this game in the 9th over. They already scored at 4, the scorers thought there was no chance that was going to be stopped, but he's blinded by the sun. Sensational bit of work from Firth.
Yeah, well done. Stopped it with his hip, step to the left. Where's this one going? Needs a 6, does Van Breeder. Oh, no ball.
Oh, it is 2. He goes 2 wide and misses the pit, so a free hit. They're all kind of free hits right now. I suppose the difference is a sky ball. Can't get caught and get some runs. Just a little outside. Free hit to finish the 9th over.
Skyball's not going to help. Need a 6.
It's gone for 16.
Oh.
And it's going to go for 22. Maximo! Another one up their hill. Van Breeder comes good. And we're going to the last. 23 required off the last over. Dare I say it, Danny, if there's 22 off this over, we'll have our second golden ball of the day to decide the trophy.
Tell you what, there's a man with a very expensive camera who moved very, very quickly just to get the lens out of the way.
I will say this, though. They held Langford back. They could have bowled in the ninth. And I think they're backing him I think they're still favourites here because he bowled so well earlier.
Yeah.
And that's to good players. With the field up as well, remember, he took 1 for 11 in the very first over. But, as soon as the 6 is hit, that's all out the window. So 6 balls will decide this trophy. And right now we're 12 runs off the record for most runs in a game in over 7,000 ECN games. Last over, sit back and enjoy. It's going to start with a 6 and this game on here. Maximo for Blampede. He could have hit a beach ball a couple of games ago, but he's come good walking 677. And well, a couple more of those, and he could be leading his side to the trophy. What a shot.
What a shot indeed. And it's still game on, isn't it, Vinny?
Never seen a 200 chase. It's 22 above the previous highest chase. We thought one day we might see it. Is that day today? Langford has the right of reply, though. He gets it wrong. It's a no ball. I'm sure it will be. As Blampede puts it away, it has been called. That's 5. And the first ball goes for how many? His first ball's gone for 11. It's how many he conceded off the first over. It's a clear call. And actually a smart shot as well. Didn't try and overhit it. And they're favourites now. It's 196. They need 12 off 5.
They're 90%.
Is there one final twist here?
This is crazy.
Freebie. And he'll hit it very well. 4 runs. 8 off 4 now. The 200's up. And it's the most runs in any match in 7,000 plus matches on the network. And it's happened in a final. And Zach Tribe, well, I just hope he's got internet wherever he is, because this is an amazing, amazing chase. But he won't believe his eyes.
He won't believe them. If he's on the plane already, hasn't got internet, he'll get off and say,
Langford,
they did what?
8 off 4. Can the bowler win one? Slow ball does win one. Not going to be caught. I think you've got to just stay with one here. Not worth a silly run out at this stage. Blampede's 86. 7 off 3 at 6 times the game. And, it's been so easy. It looks so easy to hit 4s and 6s so far. But these will be the hardest ones when you're so close. And it's such a small margin for error. Van Breeder faces up. 7 to win. And it'll be in the air. It's not going to go. Can it be caught? Can they save a run or 2? It gets dropped. They get 1. That's all they get. Oh, it would have been a new batter on strike as well if it had been caught, and that's a lot of pressure. But instead, they get 1. It wasn't an easy one. It was miles high. But Blampede now takes strike with 6 to win the game. And they'll have 2 chances in regulation, the Commanders, to do the unthinkable. 6 to win. And he'll do it! Going! History is made in the ECS Jersey final. They've chased down 208 to win the first ever Liberation Series with a ball to spare. In my lifetime, I never thought we'd seen it, Danny. But the 200 hasn't stood up, and the Commanders have come from the clouds to win this ECS Jersey Liberation Series.
Absolutely unbelievable. And you thought that summer air had gone. You wondered where the runs were going to come from, and they came from the skipper, Dom Blampede. And what an innings and what a game this was, Vinny. This is very, very special. As I can see the players running onto the field to congratulate their captain.
Oh, and Langford, who was so good earlier on, but the first, you can't really criticise him. But it's just a small error that had big consequences. The no ball, creating the extra delivery. I suppose you might argue they would have done it anyway because of the fact they do 1 ball to spare. But again, the drop catch. It's not an easy one. It looks easy on TV, but it was miles high. Had to make ground in. I think it was Smith down the ground. But well, that has pulverised the record for the highest chase. It's 22 higher, or about. It's kind of almost 10-15% higher than the previous highest chase. So
Unbelievable.
it's almost like running at 100 metres under 9 seconds. So yeah, it was a crazy finish to an amazing tournament. ECS Jersey Liberation Series has been a huge success. Hey, you got a feel as well for the Spitfires. They certainly would be so disappointed, but they've entertained us as well. It's funny in a way, although I'm sure they're not laughing. They almost lost an unlosable game. Well, they did lose an unlosable game on the first day against the Western Towers. That was more of a low-scoring thriller. But what about that? And come the moment, come the man. Blampede with 92 not out of 24 in the final. I said he'd been a little bit off, but when he came back hard, and he has lifted his team to something we've never ever seen on the European Cricket Network. The award ceremony coming up after the end of day highlights, so stick with us for that. And I'm sure a lot of people will stick around to see the trophy go to the Commanders. But what an amazing turnaround. For a team that didn't even take a point out of their first game on Monday morning as well against the Royals, they end up on top.
Yeah, look, unbelievable. And well done to the Commanders. And I know they'll be celebrating here on Liberation Day. We'll see some of the highlights. And it was a young man, Ben Heelis, who went very dark. And it brought Van Breda on. I thought with the combination of Sommerer and also Van Breda that they did have a chance, the Commanders. And then that moment, it was Haywood that took the big wicket of Julius Sommerer. And then who was going to take it to this attack? Well, it was the skipper, Dom Blampede, who batted magnificently and got them as close as they could, got them within reach, and then in that final over, got them over the line. What fantastic batting, and what an amazing game.
It was insane, wasn't it? I mean, we're running out of superlatives, but you never know what's going to happen next on ECN. You just wouldn't believe it's possible, but the impossible does become possible, and in the final as well, with all that pressure and those last few runs, for me, they were probably the toughest runs as well, because you knew if you didn't get it right, it was going to be game over. But yeah, I think credit to the Commanders, who just never gave up, and they end up with a memory of a lifetime as they walk away with the win and, of course, the ECS trophy in the Liberation Series.
I can't wait for next year, Vinny. This has been an amazing series, and these teams, just such good, high-quality cricket here in Jersey. It's been such a delight to watch. Here are the bowling figures. Not pretty. Adam Haywood, though, the pick of the bowlers, especially with a big wicket of Sommerer. But in the end, just not enough runs on the board, Vinny. 208.
Yeah, true.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, 207 and to lose. It's quite unbelievable, really. I mean, I haven't had a real chance to get into the chat, but I'm sure that they appreciated it as much as everyone else. And again, it's a tough one, but for all the Spitfires fans, they can be very, very proud. And I don't think the one field or less probably made a huge difference in the end when you saw how many balls just disappeared out of the ground. But an amazing moment of history there, and hopefully you enjoyed it as much as we did as a spectacle. It's also, of course, the most runs ever in any ECN T10 match. So it smashes that record. It ends up being 415 runs in the game, and there's still a ball to spare as well, as the Commanders will walk away with the trophy. Look, we will get going very shortly because we have to prepare for the trophy ceremony, but I want to thank everyone out there. Just popping my head into the chat. Hello to Golan Mustafa. He said start the car about an hour before the end of the game.
Yep.
Well, guess what? Now you can start the car, and it's going to be with the Commanders having the trophy in the boot. Tim Harmer, Chris Ward, hopefully you enjoyed that. And it's one of those remember where you were moments, I think.
Oh, yeah.
When you have such a volume of games, over 7,000 games, and you see records smashed, a bit like the Grizzly all over the ground. But Danny, thanks so much. I mean, it's a series really unlike we've ever had before.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm so glad you could be a part of it.
Oh, thank you very much. And look, we've just lived an ECN Classic, but all for all the right reasons, Vinny. and it's been a pleasure to be here next to you and watching this amazing cricket here from Jersey. Here is what is happening tomorrow.
It's a hard act to follow, but I'm sure the women will follow it with some enthusiasm because, again, nice to see some international players coming in as well. Some Guernsey, Isle of Man, obviously a couple from England as well. The MCC, of course, whole English team who have actually a Norwegian national in their team as well. So we'll start same regular time, 9:15 a.m. GMT, 11:15 to Central Europe, and 2:45 in India for the first of the 2-day series. Also cricket in Greece tomorrow, and of course ongoing night series happening in Belgium as well.
Yep. So that's going to be fantastic. Also Liberation Series.
Not often that I get close to losing my voice at this stage of the week, but that was an incredible one. I might have to look. So the sixes count, there were 23 in the second innings, so it's not quite that record. There were 24 in the first innings, 23, so only 4 off the record. Hey, there's still a ball to spare in the game anyway. But on behalf of everyone here at ECN, reminder that we will have the award ceremony coming in just a few minutes. But if you are watching on YouTube, please like this video, subscribe to the channel, and don't forget also our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. Do not adjust your sets. That's the Liberation Series, and it's still a wonderful weekend of cricket to go in Jersey. Vinny Sander, who Mr. Max Mo with Danny Hudacek. I'll be at the trophy ceremony soon. And Danny, I know we'll have you pretty shortly on the network as well for some more exciting cricket and some more exciting commentary. But for now, we will leave it there. Back soon for the trophy ceremony, and see you shortly for that. Hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to the first ever trophy ceremony for the Liberation Series ECS here in Jersey. That is a wonderful cheer, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, on behalf of the ECN. It's my pleasure to be here, and it's our pleasure to be here. We've built this relationship with Cricket Jersey over a number of years now. It's great to have John and Sarah here to help with the presentations as well. There's too many people to thank individually. I mean, special mention, I suppose, goes to Lee here, who's worked really, really hard. But everyone has made us feel so welcome, and it's just such great timing. The Liberation Series, Liberation Day today. I know it's 80-year anniversary as well this year, so it's very, very special to be here. So my first thanks is actually to all of you for making us feel so welcome. Thank you so much. And I know that Jersey is having some sort of a 12 months on the European Cricket Network. Obviously the ECCW trophy going to Jersey last year in the Challenger division, and we're really looking forward to having the Women's Series over the weekend. I know that you'll be out and supporting that this weekend with 9 brilliant games still to come. And also, of course, the ECL going to Farmers and OVs the previous year being runners-up. So Jersey certainly have taken a liking to this cricket, and you've taken it to strange new places today. More on that in a sec. But first, I just want to say a big thank you on behalf of ECN, also to our partners. We couldn't do it without the partnerships we built with Dream 11 and FanCode, to 1xBet who've come on board this year, to HCL Software and Toronto official timekeepers, as well as Bizaway Travel, who get us round to all kinds of different countries at short notice. It's quite a logistical challenge at the moment. We're in 3 places at once. So to all of our partners, as well as Local Lifestyle, who provide these unique custom-made trophies and medals that some of you will be receiving today. And obviously the ECL trophy lives here, 1 ECCW trophy lives here. So let's hear it for all of our partners that make all of this possible. Big thank you. I mentioned briefly the ground being absolutely sensational. And honestly, European Cricket Series, if you follow us, we're in 20 plus different countries, venues a year, and obviously in different places in Europe, it's in different stages. And we appreciate wherever we go, but to come to somewhere like this and to see this kind of action in this kind of atmosphere, broadcast to millions around the world at this level of production, I think it's been very, very special. So thanks to everyone, no matter what your role was here at the ground, thanks for making it so special. So a super big thank you. Also, I need to give a couple of shout outs, and one of the biggest shout outs has to go to our production partners, 2 Circles. This TV crew, they are amazing with what they can do, setting up a venue and getting an international broadcast out and keeping it on basically 12 hours a day, every day, and there's still the weekend to come. So to all of you, whether you're here or whether you're off-site, to our crew at 2 Circles, thank you very much for doing such a great job in broadcasting this entertainment to the world. A couple more thank yous I've got to give, and one has to be to the officials. It's not an easy job at all. It's kind of cricket on steroids, and I think you make more decisions in 45 minutes than you might in 4 days in another format. So to Charles, obviously, but to all the on-field officials, I want to say a big thank you, and hope you enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed watching it. Great work. Good luck for the season ahead. You're well prepared. Also, from my point of view, it's great to work with such a hard-working and passionate crew. You probably realise what the hours are like now on the tour all year. So Sam, great to have you back on the tour. He's there, but also great to have a few new faces coming as part of the crew. And any young cricketers or older cricketers or anyone that is interested, you know, we're always looking for more people to join the Blue Crew if you're passionate about European cricket and developing it. So big thanks to all my workmates, and of course, Danny, great to have you as well. I knew it was getting hairy when Danny raised his voice towards the end, so it was quite an incredible day. So yeah, it's been amazing. We're going to get to the presentations very, very shortly, but I just want to talk briefly about the significance of Liberation Day. And I just say I had a day off yesterday, and I got the position to be taken around the island. Big thanks to Jim for that. To go to dinner and to hear the stories that have been passed down from generation to generation. And it really kind of dawned on me how special it was, and obviously to have probably one of the most entertaining days we've ever had of cricket on this day. It was something very special. I know there's disappointment as well for those that won't be lifting the trophy, but I feel very, very honoured to be here, and I really hope this becomes a yearly thing, the Liberation Series. So once again, a big, big thank you for that. But finals day was amazing. We had a golden ball, so tick that off the list, golden ball 77, which was honestly the closest golden ball we've ever had. It was the width of a bee's skin, if I was to be completely honest, and maybe sanitize it a little bit. But yeah, I also want to give a shout out to Yorkshire Cricket College. I know that they're still with us, and I know you've got some cricket on the weekend. Sensational work. Winning two games, and also, you know, being very, very competitive. I still can't believe you're so young, and obviously there's youngsters in other teams as well. But hopefully that is a great experience for you about decision making in cricket and how to get the best of yourself under pressure, because everyone handles it differently. So wishing you all the best, obviously, with your studies, and it would be great if that's a tradition that can continue as well, with that relationship between YCC and cricket here in Jersey. But just to the other teams, obviously Western Towers provided an amazing game, went from 0% to winning a game on day one. Big Dan Birrell hitting balls over the roof, but I mean, too many players to really name. Western Towers in fourth, and then obviously the Eastern Royals, who really set a cracking pace. I found it quite amazing. Any team could be undefeated after 6 games, and only losing 1 game before today just wasn't the day, and that's what the format's all about. It's very unpredictable. To the Spitfires, I mean, what can I say? I mean, kind of on the wrong side of history, but still, you'll be remembered for the way that you played all week. The fact that, you know, you had hardships, but you stayed together and you battled and really showed what the series is all about. And it is a brutal format, it is unforgiving, but hopefully your cricket is better for it, and you've made a whole bunch of new friends. We'll talk about these guys in a moment, but I love the fact that we went to this format. I know there were some questions about, you know, not seeing this club or not seeing this club, but I think I totally get it now, and I think that the spectators, they get it as well, that it's a new challenge, it's a fresh challenge. Again, we're all about connecting people between countries, but even within the country here, to have new teammates and new experiences and new friendships. So I've got to say, big well done there. Let's get to the medals though. Spitfires, unlucky, honestly. It's the most game, I'll tell you, the final is the most runs ever in a game in over 7,000 matches that we've had. It was also the highest chase and beat the old record by 22. We've only ever had, that's the 4th chase over 180 successful, and we've never had one over 186. So, like I said, it's a tough one. Maybe we needed more Neil earlier, I don't know. But look, just accept it. It's part and parcel of the format, but it's also hopefully a lot of fun, no matter whether you're on the winning side or the losing side. And I'm sure there'll be celebrations together tonight. We'd like to invite you up to collect your silver medals now. Please welcome the runners-up of the first ever Liberation Series, the Southern Spitfires. Good on you, mate. Good on you, mate. Well done. And they say that the road to success is paved with heartbreak, and I'll be interested in how you do it next year. Whether you try and kind of keep, if you played for one side, to play for the same side again. I mean, it's really up to you. We won't think about that right now. Just before we get to the next award, I want to just give a shout out to all the spectators. It's so nice to see people coming to watch, because a lot of the countries, cricket's still a bit of an unknown. You get more confused spectators than anything at this stage of cricket in continental Europe. But it's great to see so many kids around the ground. Glad no one got hit too badly. But it's great to see the games just breaking out, and I think the future is really, really bright. What an exciting time to be a young person in Jersey cricket. There's amazing things happening. Now it's time to announce the MVP, and again, not easy in the end. There was a name that kept coming up in the discussions for his consistency along the week. I won't go into individuals, but I do want to mention it's great to see a couple of centuries on finals day, and congratulations to Scott Van Breda and to Zach for their 2 centuries. Great to also see the different players that excelled at different games. Great to see squads being rotated and different people getting opportunities. You all got into the spirit of it, but in the end there was one name that we couldn't deny. He's got a pretty full trophy cabinet, and the MVP of the first ever Liberation Series is Julius Samarer of the Central Commanders. And can I have a special shout out for Julius and everyone else that fielded in front of me that protected me all week? So I know you know who you are. Anyway, now it's time as we draw to the conclusion of this ceremony, but I will remind everyone that we start same time tomorrow. If you are free on the weekend, it would be great to come down here, and maybe some of the Commanders fans and the Spitfires will have to change allegiances and pick East or West, but also the MCC coming is a big deal. Yeah, they're the most famous cricket club in the world, and they'll be here. And it's great to have them playing T10 cricket for the first time. But now it is time to discuss the winners. And they started with a big fat donut actually on Monday morning when they were swept off. But a week's a long time in ECN cricket. It was only 4 days ago actually. But I want to congratulate you for your never say die attitude. Once again, kind of like a lot of players in the tournament, you were tested. Especially bowlers, you know, trying to just kind of accept getting smashed and trying to get little wins. And in the end, your little wins stepped up. And the hardest thing to do in any sport is to perform under pressure. And you were really kind of feet to the fire, and you knew how small your margin of error was. So Dom, in particular, sensational innings in the final with 92 when you stepped up, but you weren't the only one. I think when it came to it, you had to go the hard way. 24 hours ago, you were probably disappointed that you didn't get the double chance, but in the end, you didn't need it. You did it the hard way, and you did it. So we'd like to invite you up to collect your gold medals here as winners of the ECS Jersey Liberation Series. Congratulations. And you can just stand behind the table there. Can you take the table away? In a minute.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, John, you've got one more order of business, and big thanks, John. It's been great to get to know you a little bit this week. Love to see you in Spain sometime, but I'm going to leave it to you. Don Plampede's going to come forward, and the first ever ECS Jersey Liberation Trophy, hopefully not the last, goes to the Central Commanders. Thank you all so much. See you tomorrow. Thank you very much, and see you soon for more European cricket. Well, I don't think I've ever had a day like that, and I've been doing this a long time. I mean, that's 7,000 games. We just saw a record smashed, and I mean smashed, into smithereens here on a very special day for the nation of Jersey. Women have to take the stage tomorrow, but I know that they'll be providing plenty of entertainment as well. Belgium's still going. We've got more cricket coming, so come and be a part of the action. We will have a big night here in Jersey. We'll be back tomorrow. See you then for more European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.